it's kind of like that. And then I know we have taunt or whatever, but again, that's a spell in and of itself, and why you want to go for the spell hit because then your taunts never miss, kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
like I said, it's like the one thing that
Is
like
our
I'm
taunt
shocked
spell
at.
hit or melee hit, or do we not know yet?
It's spell hit.
Oh,
All
it's off.
taunts,
Okay.
even for druids and for warriors, there it's spell hit for them as
What?
well. Yep.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it wasn't till Wrath that they changed that back to the thing. But it's like the one thing that like I would say would be the best way to go about this call is to be like if you kind of come at it from like that deep pro angle and then kind of like say this is where like defense is the most important, all that
Okay.
stuff,
Okay.
and then kind of say
Yeah,
threat
I
set for the
started
shotgun.
recording like 30 seconds ago, right before we entered this dungeon, so it is what it is.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. But the thing for me though is the fact that we have so much hit and crit. Oh, they didn't reset. Uh, because there's like so much hit and crit already in the game, I think their mitigation stats are going to be off the charts as well. So it might be possible for you to get mitigation cap as a paladin.
Would we
We'll
even
have to
want
see what
that
way
though?
to.
Yeah, you might just want more TPS. I mean, what's the point of mitigation cap if people can just keep you up while you're healed?
Yeah, like
You know.
that. Like that's the caveat to it. Because if you're running down the line of what's it like like I said, kind of like that pug or kind of what's the like you're basically trying to focus
Yeah, yeah,
heavily on mitigation and all that
yeah,
kind of stuff. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
give me a sec. I'll set up the premise. So, we've been sitting here shooting the shit basically while I try to get a cheeseburger into my belly. I basically just woke up and I'm drinking Coca-Cola, which is the equivalent of my coffee here. But how do you say your name again? So it's teriyaki minus the e, right? So Tareyak.
Tareyak, yeah.
All right, cool. So Tareyak, basically, the comeback kids guy, I forget his name, wanted me to make a tanking video for SoD Season 3 since I basically stopped leveling and I was like, I'm not doing Phase 3. I'll wait for Phase 4. Thank you very much. That's just a PvPer's perspective, though, right? I mean, you know enough about PvP to know how bad our talents are at level 50, right? It's like everyone's missing something. I'm like,
For
oh,
sure.
okay. It's kind of the same for tanking. The talents are like, can I have like an extra 5 talent points for the love of God? Like, what the hell? Even 3 will be fine. Pretty please, but it is what it is. So yeah, so I made that tanking guide. It takes quite a few hours to actually do the math because you have to try to figure out what kind of gear you're doing and compare and contrast. And Blizzard put some new stuff in that needed to be put on the table. But decided we'd also do a Pallycast today with one of the best Paladin tanks and theory crafters in the entire world. And
Oh shucks,
well, it's probably true.
make me blush.
I know I'm not, dude. I'm not a very good Paladin tank at all, but you know I can do this magical thing called use a calculator. So I mean, Jesus.
Quick maths.
Yeah. So, right. So we wanted to come at Paladin tanking from an appropriate angle, and the appropriate angle basically is you need to talk about it in 2 different contexts. The first context is going to be like a normal, chill run with nobody's being super try hard. Nobody's super interested in parsing and all that stuff. Or like the pug life, where things are like super scuffed and yada yada yada, and you have no idea what the hell, how good your healers are going to be, or how bad your DPS is going to be, or even how good your DPS is going to be. The nightmare scenario, of course, in a pug is you have really really good DPS and really really shit healers. That is the absolute nightmare scenario. Pugging in or tanking in pugs. What else is there to say? Right, but then there's also the top end, like speed running and parsing. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's even subtle differences between speed running and parsing, how you want to gear your paladin, correct? Or are they
For
basically the same
sure.
thing?
Like in terms of like speed running, and then also just like if you're just like in a guild where they just love to parse on the bosses, it's both the thing where it's like you need an instant like threat lead from the beginning, from the get go, just because
Yeah,
everyone's going to pop in their cooldowns, and warriors especially when they pop their shit, man, it is insane threat to
yeah.
deal.
So the TLDR on all the stuff we're about to talk about is that when you're doing speed run and you're doing parsing, Um, it becomes much more valuable for you as the paladin to be able to do shit tons of threat on the pole. Like within the first 3 seconds of pulling a boss, you need to be able to do a metric shit ton of threat, and that threat generation unfortunately has to be consistent, right? Because you can't afford like spells being missed or being resisted or anything like that. You can't afford a bad pull, because a bad pull it'll ruin the parse. It'll also ruin the speed run, and it might get somebody killed, which will ruin the entire fucking night for everybody, basically. So consistency on the pull and threat on the pull becomes a much bigger factor. And you can also usually rely on your heals at the top end of the raid. So damage mitigation doesn't really matter. It's really all about your TPS, I imagine. That I don't want to be super dismissive of damage mitigation doesn't matter. But it varies, like, what kind of raid are you in? Literally, it's like, do you need a shield or do you not need a shield kind of a deal. But in Pugs, it's a completely different fucking story. In Pugs, you really want to... You just want to be as well-rounded of a monster tank as possible. Typically, you can get away with having lower TPS. You can also get away with not being too interested on consistency of pull. You still want to have good pull, like good TPS on the pull, but consistency doesn't matter anywhere near as much. Because you can have a bad pull and, the enemy just, your team just chills in DPS for a second while you pick up aggro. Like, whoop-de-fucking-do. Nobody cares. However, your damage mitigation is a really big deal. In Pugs, because you never fucking know how things are going to go. Like, is one of the healers get absolutely annihilated, or do you just have bad healers in general? Are you guys okay? What are we doing here? Okay. Moving on. But anyways, I got to give you a chance to talk, obviously.
Well, yeah, like in terms of just like what you're saying there, in terms of the way of going about it, it's two ways, in terms of the protection or in terms of like threat in general.
Give it to me how
like
you
the
think
ret or
about
shotgun.
it. Yeah.
So it's like in terms of like defense or like main tank, you're probably going to see a switch from like typically the main tank being the threat to like the main tank being more kind of mitigation focused. And this is because, like I said, there seems to be an inflation of stats, which is a good thing because when you start looking to like secondary stats like crit,
Whoa.
hit.
Yeah. Time out. I don't think you established a preface. So what exactly are we talking about here? I know you're talking about we have more stats to play with, therefore we can pick up other stats we couldn't get before. Is basically the TLDR of what you're saying. But are we talking about Pug or high-end raid that this changes things?
For both, you'll see a change across both. So, like I said, in terms of the main tank, you'll see for like guilds that just want to clear the bosses, the boys with have a bit of fun in the dungeon with the boys. You're going to see that their main tanks are going to switch specifically to more kind of defense orientated, mitigation, all that stuff. In terms of just as a paladin, we can see this. Like I said, like in terms of classic era, you're not able to get mitigation block, which is typically the way that you go about.
What's
talking about defensive tanking.
Yeah, I get that. What specifically is giving us, like, where are these magical bonus stats coming from? Like, Sheath of Light just gives us shit tons of spell power, so we don't have to look into
so
that
this
too
is
much.
just like what I've noticed from the actual gearing in the game, like that we're getting more spell power or more points of either spell power, hit, crit, all that kind of stuff. And eventually, when we start getting tier sets that are specifically, let's say, designed for pure mitigation, let's say for prot and block sets, all that kind of stuff, you're going to see, like, let's say if you had 16 items that were, let's say, on par of, was it Stylings and Paladin's Garb, which is a trinket in, what's it called, Blackwing Lair.
Well, I'm just thinking about like upscaled, like what's our only tanking set out of like Skullomats? You know what I mean? The blue set.
So like in terms of like ear and all the stuff, you didn't go for mitigation cap, you just went for armor cap. So it was basically the highest armor stam you could possibly get, because again on ear you don't actually use your abilities, you just use your blessings for threat mainly. You basically just kind of like any intellect as well will kind of just like let you get that like last couple of seconds of the fight so you can keep spamming kind of thing. But it like I said, it's kind of one of those things that it's like what we say in this video, it'll be like two sides of a coin. Do you know what I mean? Like we're saying, let's say speed run and like parsing, you want to go all out on the threat, all out on the sauce. It's completely opposite if you're in a situation where you want to go max mitigation, all that kind of stuff. And the fact that you have dual talent specialization now as well, you should be able to offer at least
What?
both
They
deep
put that
prop
in the game?
and
Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
yeah, 50-50 goals. So it's not actually that bad. But now you have that both to swing where it's like you'll want to have deep prop and either a shotgun build or a rep build. Let's say for insane threats and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, definitely two sides of the coin. Okay, so I'll talk about the pug life really fast here, and then we can just go balls deep onto the top end of things, which I think is where your brain is sitting at mostly right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the pug end of things, there's a few considerations. But generally speaking, you kind of want to have two gear sets. And the first gear set, or you have a main gear set, and then you have pieces that you'll swap in and out depending upon like how the pug is going. So the nightmare scenario, of course, well, there's basically only 3 scenarios when you're in a pug, or I should say bad scenarios when you're in a pug. The first one is that you have at least one pumper around, which is fighting you for threat in a pug, right? Like one guy who belongs to like a top end guild parsing, you know what I mean? Then the other scenario is that your healers just suck, right? So it's one scenario, it's like your healers are fine, but you've got someone who's throwing out a lot of a threat and fighting you for it. But your healing is fine. The other scenario is that your healers suck, but you don't have anyone fighting you for threat. And then, of course, the nightmare scenario is both of them put together, where it's like your healers both suck and you have someone fighting you for threat. Now, in some of those scenarios, the gear you want to wear is just heavy mitigation gear. If your healers suck and your DPS is okay, you want mitigation gear to compensate for the lack of good healing. All right, you follow me on this? You even swap your runes around, like you'll drop Art of War and pick up Sacred Shield, and I'm not even joking about that, and just roll from there. So you'll have, and that technically should be your default set. You should just assume that's the norm when you're going into a pugs. Assume everybody sucks, and if everybody sucks, that means you want to have heavy mitigation gear. However, if your healers are fine and someone's actually you have some Chad DPS around, the next thing you know, you want to drop the mitigation and you want to up your TPS, right? So you want to have that gear available. And then, of course, there's the nightmare scenario where there's a bad healers and really high DPS. And in that scenario specifically, you still want to wear your mitigation gear is still the way to go. And you just have to convince that DPS guy to either A, chill the fuck out, or B, let him die. One of the two. I'm not joking about that because you're not going to kill anything with bad healers around.
And it's a rough situation to be in for because like a lot of like groups pub groups they say it's like they just compare your parses. So like that DPS is like if I don't parse then I'm not going to get an invite next week kind of thing. So it is that kind of two-edged sword
now,
as well.
Luckily in Season of Discovery, Paladin is so Chad that you probably won't even notice if you're like. I think our TPS is high enough that no one's going to rip it off of us eventually, if that makes any sense. I could be wrong though. Was it you? Who was it that was showing me those fucking like patchwork parses in Nax era?
That was me.
And they were like fucking 2,000 DPS, and I'm like, I have to tank that? What is this shit?
Yep. Now the thing about the patchwork fight is that that hateful strikes do give you increased threat, but it's like the warriors are able to put out like 2k over like a couple minute fight, like it's not just burst or whatever, you know.
Yeah, and then I sat there and I showed you that something stupid like 400 of that 200 2k DPS is coming from their 20% increased attack speed that paladins don't have but warriors get. And I'm like, no, this is the problem.
Yeah.
It's compounding math. It's compounding math. Yeah, terrible. Okay, so the pug life is actually really simple as a paladin in Season of Discovery. It's literally going to be your stat prioritization, and I think it's going to be this way for the future. Oh, we need to talk about the other things really fast here. Your stat type prioritization is going to be stamina, spell power gear, like strength, stamina, spell power gear. Preferably with melee crit, right? Like so Avengers, or Marshal's gear, or even rank gear. Yeah, rank gear is the same thing. Marshal's gear, derp. But your second most valuable stat is just going to be anything that has high armor and stamina on it. And no, I'm not joking about that. And then your third best possibility for stat would be like stamina, spell power, or like something a warrior might wear, like strength, agility, stamina. But that's the gear you're really going to want to avoid. Basically, oh yeah, and your runes will probably, or your talents will probably change with a heavy focus on mitigation stuff. Prot Paladin is probably going to be Chad as fuck, eventually for pugging. What do you think about that? Her TPS sucks balls, but the mitigation is like, god damn, do I even need healers? What is this shit?
Yeah, like the thing about the Paladin tanks, and like I said, this kind of goes with the inflation of the numbers when it comes to like raw stats. The fact that we have so much, like, let's say, stat points per item now, mitigation cap, it could possibly be a thing for
another way to look
Paladin
at it
tanks.
is we're super free on what gear we want to wear because of Sheath of Light specifically.
Exactly, yeah. Sheath of Light it makes a huge.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want to wear warrior tank gear? Be my guest. It's like, really? Oh, okay. It's not ideal,
it's like,
but damn.
It just makes so much gear like more versatile. Like, for example, like my set here is like, this is like strength, stamina, hit.
Yeah.
But because it's given the spell hit as well, and the strength is now giving me spell power too, it's basically like having a piece of cloth, a caster item on me as well.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, for other things as well, like the
and historically we literally had to choose because there is no mitigation gear that also has spell power on it. It doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah, you're never going to find defense and spell power on the same way.
Yeah. So we basically were just like, fuck it, we'll armor tank with spell power because we desperately need the spell power. But in Season of Discovery, it's like, well, you can actually wear the same gear a warrior does. And now they seem to be pushing the gear towards this block meta like it was TBC or some shit. And my brain's like, I don't know about that, but sure, whatever. The problem is Holy Shield only has 4 charges. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That's why Aegis or Readout is always better than Holy Shield, because if you notice, if you go back to those like strat home pulls from TBC, it's like as soon as you press the Holy Shield, it immediately just like goes off your bars because it's you're blocking so much kind of thing. Whereas like the Aegis will constantly keep going away, but then coming back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. It's even more valuable if you're doing the stupid mitigation shit because Readout's not really going to be there for you anymore. So
yeah,
that's the other weird thing, yeah. And you were telling me about that yesterday, where it's like, the more you get this mitigation crap going, the more it's not going to be good for you. And it's like, well, you can't read out a block, and I don't even know if you can Aegis proc a block. So
no, Aegis you can, because technically it's still a hit, but
really?
It's because Readout is specifically getting crit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if you have 100% dodge and let's say 50% block, you will dodge everything. You won't block a single attack.
Never blocking anything ever again.
So it's like the one thing I would say is that for people to go over attack tables, how they work, because that's how you work out like your hit chance and all that kind of stuff. But it's very complex in terms of like the way there's like a prio system to it.
So the TLDR on that when I was doing the math was that I was not impressed with Holy Shield, but I was impressed with just Blessing a Sanctuary and Aegis and Readout doing their fucking thing. Like those two things just together were just like, yeah, we're good. Fuck Holy Shield. I'm like, all right. Interesting. Yeah, so, the other thing, so I want to do the elephant in the room really fast here, okay? Because in pure theorycraft world, there are 3 tank options currently in Season of Discovery. The first one, I can probably make this big if I want. I don't know, I guess it's already big. The first option, of course, is this shield block high mitigation thing that they're potentially pushing us to. I imagine this quote unquote we might go for mitigation cap involves Holy Shield. Is that true?
Yeah, if we're going for mitigation cap, that you're basically kind of saying mitigation cap for single target bosses, because when it comes to AoE, you just care about your block value more so, because that's like blocking raw damage.
Okay. So the one thing that Blizzard has put on the table, and they've just done it in Phase 3, is the Holy Shield block Paladin a possibility. The other thing that I think is still on the table, they haven't done anything to seal a Martyrdom as near as you can tell, right? She's still fucking normalized at God knows whatever the fuck. She's still times 2 procking fucking Art of War and all that stuff, right? They haven't nerfed that yet.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But so like you were highlighting as well, like Seal of Righteousness is just kind of like starting to scale up so well now that it's like even with the resets.
Let me just set it up. You're about to die, by the way. Why do you keep running into her? What's the point?
Actually, BG drops aggro, so I have to get ready for it because taunts are melee range.
Okay. You can use fire resistor on that shit to really help. You probably don't give a fuck though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, it's literally just spam runs because it's like get to this boss, get the item, and then log out.
I was like, I don't give a shit. Right. So the other option on the table, of course, is Holy Shock Art of War Paladin. I suspect the Paladin community are a bunch of semi-retarded monkeys. And in Phase 2, a lot of them had fallen in love with the whole Seal of Martyrdom, Art of War thing, even though I'm basically screaming at them at this point that once you get proper tanking gear, it's going to be SOR all the way. She just outscales 100%. It. She just outscales it, everything too hard. She's double dipping. More importantly, she's double dipping too hard, right? Once you get strength, stamina, intellect, spell power, melee crit, the one that's...
Well, even already, it's over 100 damage per swing.
I know.
With Righteous Judgment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's only going to get worse when you get an extra 10 talent points. But I don't know, so I'll have to revisit the math later when you eventually have, like, Holy Shock and you get access to the plus 50%, improved Righteous Fury kind of a deal. So I'll revisit her later, but I'm already looking at it, and the math on this is just insane. So let me... Okay, so before I lose track of the overall picture here, so what I'm trying to establish is that there's 3 tanking things that need to be looked into in Season of Discovery, but the 2 of us in general are going to be dismissive of 2 of them and basically only talk about 1, which is going to be the Seal of Righteousness Paladin, because unfortunately we're on the front lines of actually doing the math on the subject, right? So I want to cover the math really fast here just to get everyone kind of on the same page. So allow me to explain how bad Seal of Martyrdom is in going forward in Season of Discovery. So if you do the math on Seal of Righteousness in high-end level gear, right? Like, so we're talking like Avengers gear with like, full world buffs and all that crap, right? Seal of Righteousness with the full talent tree. So you've got stupid things going on like... either you have Vengeance or one-handed specialization on your build at level 60, right? One of the 2. Seal of Righteousness at 1.3 weapon speeds is hitting for over 200. She's like 250 at that point. She's fucking insane. To give you an idea of how terrifying that is, if I gave you a Might of Minithil, okay, but I made it a 1.5 weapon speed. So I've just given you a 100 DPS, 1.5 one-handed weapon speed. Seal of Martyrdom, I gave you all the buffs, right? So Seal of Martyrdom was still normalized. I think at 1.5 weapon speed, even with improved Seal of Righteousness, she's like at 80% weapon damage or something stupid like that per 1.5 second weapon swing. As holy damage, blah, 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 blah. If I gave you all of this, the 20% crit, the Avengers, yada, 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 that thing barely ekes out 200 damage a hit. So Seal of Righteousness is doing 250, and this fucking thing is doing like maybe 250 as well once we start factoring in world buffs and all that stuff. And then it gets worse because Seal of Righteousness also has Judgment of Righteousness behind it, which is actually not fucking around, and Seal of Martyrdom doesn't. You follow me on this, right? Because I know you've done the math, but I just want to explain how bad it is. So if you're hoping that eventually a weapon will come along and its DPS will be so high that Seal of Martyrdom suddenly starts outpacing SOR, never gonna fucking happen. SOR on her melee hit and her judgment are essentially converting something like 25% of your spell power into DPS, which is fucking insane. So I'm done ranting about that. But I keep doing the math on it. I'm like, nope. SOR is just gonna blow it out the water. It gets worse too because Paladin as a tank, and we've always had this issue. We're gonna very quickly hit a GCD cap, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so I've already done the math on it. So currently in phase 3, the SOR Paladin is throwing around you got your judgments at 8 seconds, and you got your whatchamacallits. You got judgment at 8 seconds. You got exorcisms every like 7.5 seconds, and you have a consecration you do every 8 seconds. You need to push a GCD every like 2.33 seconds already. By the time you're in Avengers gear or the equivalent, and you have like a 20% critical strike chance, and you have Art of War and stuff like that, you're probably going to be hitting your GCD cap without breaking a sweat. Seal of Martyrdom has issues in this category because once she starts getting around about 15% melee crit, especially if you're hit capped and all that stuff, around about 18% melee crit for Seal of Martyrdom, you're 100% GCD capped. So any additional critical strike is basically completely wasted, other than increasing your white damage and your Seal of Martyrdom damage. You're having so many opportunity cost issues with everything else. You can't Blessing of Kings spam. You got no filler abilities whatsoever. So Seal of Righteousness is like, damn, I have spare GCDs. What the fuck can I do with that? And it's like, well, you Blessing of Kings, or you Freedom yourself, or you cleanse, or you do something, right? Fuck, eventually you might have Holy Shield, and you just push Holy Shield for shake of shits and giggles. Yeah, so she's just better, and that's just a sad truth of it, unfortunately. I'm trying to make I'm starting to feel bad for Seal of Martyrdom a little bit. I'm trying to figure out where exactly she can work. She might be good for the heavy mitigation gear, because that's not going to have a lot of spell power on it. But if I recall correctly, when you're like fully world buffed, or you just have like buffs in general, you just have so much spell power already.
Like that's the thing to it as well. Like it's
So you're going to be like,
between
what,
even
700 spell power with nothing but a flask and Sheath of Light and like
yeah.
some buffs.
Do you know what I
Like,
mean?
fuck, all right. And Judgment of Crusader,
And like
yeah, it's like, okay.
the hidden thing to it as well with the Seal of Righteousness is that it totally damage. It doesn't suffer any consequences from the armor. Whereas, like you said, the Hunger and Cold, or even the Mighty Menthol, if you want to go fucking extreme with it, like it just does not have, because it's getting reduced. The armor, it doesn't have the kind of thing, but it doesn't have the same values, because you're getting reduced by like at least 50% on most bosses anyway. And then on top of that, you're then suffering the increased parry chance. So it's like 16% chance, and that's even if you're hit capped, all that kind of thing as well. So
You're also parry hasting the shit out of the boss, which may not be the best thing in the world.
true.
Other things about Seal of Righteousness are the ×2 proc is nothing to sniff at when you start getting around 1,000 fucking spell power or something retarded like that. You're just like, yeah, okay, these frost bolts are just gonna hit for like 300 damage. You're like, what? I was like, okay.
The one thing I would say about the oil is that you might consider the
Shadow Oil instead.
No, not shadow oil. There's like a spell power oil, and I think it gives you like 2% spell crit as well.
Power oil or some shit.
A wizard oil or something like that.
Oil,
but it's something as well that it's like you're better off just waiting until 60 till we have all the consumes and world boss unlocked as well. Because another factor of this as well is that between was it Dragon Slayer buff and Songflower, that's already 10% crit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like I'm already at like 10% already at level 50.
Yeah. Well, what's weird about it too is that even the SOR Paladin hits Art of War, even though she doesn't have Holy Shock, but she can if she wants it, but she doesn't have it theoretically, because there is an SOR build that actually picks up Holy Shock, believe it or not. I don't think she's that good. And the reason why I don't think she's that good is very quickly, even the SOR Paladin hits GCD cap with Art of War. Very quickly. Yeah. And once you're GCD capped, it becomes a game of, I'm always pushing a button, therefore what is the best possible button that I can push, right? Sacred Shield is not a very useful button. Holy Shock, believe it or not, does not scale that well. She has decent base damage, but she doesn't scale that well. So, for example, Holy Shock might be doing like 700 damage when you're fully buffed out, maybe 800 if you're lucky, but then SOR is going to do like 1,000 by comparison. So, I mean, a JOR is going to do 1,000 by comparison. So it's just better. It's a better button to push JOR. But basically, my point here is that I'm only ever I'm GCD capped, and I'm only ever pressing 3 buttons: Judgment of Righteousness, Consecration, and Exorcism. Those are the only 3 buttons I'm ever pushing, and I'm doing that on cooldown all the time. Even if I could use Holy Shock under these conditions, I wouldn't want to because she's not going to do as much damage as the other 3. Are you following me on this?
Yeah, no, 100%. And like I said, there's so much of this hidden stuff when it comes down to the Paladin because, like I said, the Seal of Righteousness damage that you don't even kind of notice it sometimes. It's like even already, like you can see it pop up on my screen. It's like 83 or something like that, level 50 already. Do you know what I mean? And this again is with the Hammer of Righteous Judgment. I'm not playing any tricks like that. There's a sword that's actually in this dungeon that's 1.4. It gives you 1% crit as well as 14. That is like what's called like an example though of like where it's even though it's like as close as 1.4. The Hammer of Righteous Judgment will do more damage.
It's just it's just sad. Like I told you about that. I compared Flurry Axe to Hungering Cold, and I'm like, well, if you have more than 550 holy damage, Flurry Axe wins. And it's just like, Jesus, man, what the fuck? Because the difference is like 40 DPS between the 2 weapons, and one's a sword with like plus hit and shit, and you're just like, God damn, all right. No, speed is everything. Well, speed is everything.
Because I'm thinking like, what if you notice like the Wraith Blade and Max, I think it's like 1.8, 1.9, and the fact that they gave us the hammer so early, I'm thinking maybe they're gonna have something that's like a 1.3. Maybe they change like Lock and Mirror.
There's like there's like a super fast spell blade in Nax, and when you do the math on that, it sucks balls compared to Flurry Axe. It's just like plus 200 spell power.
Because it's like that 1.8, 1.9.
It's just
you think about it, but it's like no, it's like that 1.3 speed is actually just fucking so insane.
Yeah. And honestly, if they gave us like a dagger that did 1 damage, but it was 1.2 speed, that would be the new Biss one-hander. I'm not kidding.
For sure.
I'm not kidding.
Because like now, like the fact that it's like even with the Art of War, it's like the quicker weapon swings means more procs, all that kind of stuff as well. So it's like the Art of War, the Infusion of Light, which is like you get a reset every single time your Holy Shock crits.
But like now you're talking top end runes though, like high end runes where you on the pole you actually give a shit. So let me guess, are you even taking Sheath of Light, or are you actually? Is it Sheath of Light or Lasting Judgments for hit?
The fact that we like there's so much hit in the game already now, it basically is taken. Let me put it up on the screen.
Like back in phase 2, hit we were desperate for hit, but now we're not desperate for it in gear anymore. Okay.
Yeah, but even with that, I'm pretty sure I just left Sheath of Light on because it's like the fact that's level 40, all that kind of stuff. But to me, it was like the hit was so important because it was like I was still thinking in terms of classic gear, and we're not going to have all this hit, all that stuff. But now that we have, I think the set I sent on to you, I think it's like 12% spell hit. So it's like you have like the 12% there, and you're already like only level 50. It's giving me a lot of pause at least for going forward in terms of the future.
Okay. So I got your gear pulled up that you sent me. Talk to me about what tanking, in your opinion, looks like at high level. I want to do it both at like phase 3 currently. I haven't looked at but the raid is so fresh and not well tuned at this point that it's hard to get raid specific, which is unfortunate. So it might be more valuable just to talk about what the stat prioritization and the theory crafting prioritization looks like at the high level. All I know personally is that TPS on pull and consistency of pull is king.
Yeah. So it's like pretty much what you want to be able to push is the spell hit first, because like we said with Sheath of Light, all that stuff, you're getting tons of spell power even though you might not have spell power on it as well. Why the fact that this is so big is the fact that like when you like talk about world buffs and all this stuff, you're going to stack so much attack power that I think it's like 1,500, almost 2,000 attack power, like when you're talking about end game. So like that is already like 500, 600 spell power off the bat. So it's like spell hit, it basically just comes down to like that is your top priority. If you're going to this kind of like like top end, like min max parsing / speedrunning kind of style. Next, like I said, after that, it's pretty much just like the spell power is pretty much your best bet in terms of just the raw gain, because spell power will hit basically everything. whereas spell hit for things like consecration. Um, Although I'm pretty sure the first tick of consecration, the way it's programmed, can be resisted, but the rest of the ticks, because it's on the floor, they don't get resisted. So
Yeah,
for things
that's
like
right.
consecration, that doesn't like spell hit doesn't do anything for it. But because in terms of
Yeah.
single target and your taunt, more importantly, every single taunt in the game is considered a spell. I think maybe the Warriors might have gotten a rune that might have changed that, but like realistically, when we're looking at this, um,
Well,
we pretty much.
I'm just looking at this gear, and I'm terrified of the fact that you have 77 spell damage, which isn't bad, but you've somehow
Yeah.
managed to get 15% spell, like 12% spell hit at level 50, which is like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
All right.
And to
What is
give it a
spell hit cap?
comparison,
What is spell hit cap, by the way? I don't know this.
16%.
Huh. Okay.
And like there's a 1% chance to resist anyway, but fuck. The what I was gonna say, the like to give a comparison, like warlocks couldn't get hit capped in era until
Nax.
the Wildbind set in ZG. I think
Really?
in ZG it's
Okay.
possible, but even then you're kind of gimping your
Yeah, it's like
spell power
why the
just to
fuck
do
do
it.
you want to wear that shit? Jesus. I remember in era, hit really didn't exist for any class until Nax came out. It was like only in Nax were they like, oh, I guess people like hit gear. You know what I
But
mean?
like the Warriors kind of got around that because they'd all be human. So they
Ah,
get that 3% off the bat, and then I think they might have towns or something like that around as well. But yeah, like rings trinkets for them, like it's you're talking about like the max need to get a 6% spell hit. Or I
here's
think five.
yeah,
Something like that.
I'm gonna interrupt you for a second. My bad.
Yeah, no worries.
How? Okay, so I'm a dwarf for PvP reasons. Why the fuck are you a dwarf?
Because at the very beginning, like Agran basically said, is like don't worry about the weapon skill stuff. We're gonna have that
Oh,
fixed, and so next phase they're gonna introduce. They said this in the video, phase 3 video, that they're basically looking to introduce a vendor that gives you any two weapons you want. You pick the two weapon skills you want, and you'll have that, but it doesn't count with your racial.
okay,
So, but it does
interesting.
count with any other items. So it's like
Okay, so
pretty much getting 15.
you took their word for it, and they kind of told you to go fuck yourself. Interesting, for a couple phases
Uh,
at least.
Yeah, for a couple phases, yeah. But like even then, like I said,
Yeah,
it's only
super hard to complain because they did give us Hand of Righteousness. Are you about to die? Can I get this on video? Lol. Oh, someone got killed.
I think the
Nice.
druid pulled,
All right, whatever. Just
but the silence is killing me, man.
get Judgment of Light on this
Holy
fucker.
fuck. I
Oh,
cannot cast a spell.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. Pull that silent shit away.
Yeah, we're pretty much dead,
Yeah,
I think.
you guys are all dead. You could try jumping down, like bubbling and jump down.
Nah, fuck.
Fall
This is
down.
why I don't
Daddy.
like skipping. I do not like skipping.
Yeah, never skip. Just die like a man. Yeah, never skip. What are you fucking dotting for? Look at these pieces of shit. They silence you. What do you want from us?
No, he's saying because the druid was too far behind, and then he tried to run in, and he basically killed us
Yeah,
all.
it's fine.
Yeah, but what was I saying before that?
Um,
The spell hit, was it?
fuck, I can't remember. Oh, I was asking you about dwarf shit, and I said we can't
Oh
complain
yeah,
too
yeah,
much
yeah.
because they gave us Hammer of Righteousness. As soon as they
Well,
gave us
like
that hammer, I was like, all right, GG's.
the
Someone's a
the
Pallytime
righteous
fan.
judgment.
Yeah, literally its name. I'm like, does someone watch my videos over at Blizzard? Is that what's going on here?
But it is kind of like I said, kind of one of those things where it's going to be nice to have. But if I was going like balls out, or if that was never said, I would have picked human for the extra 5 because you're getting glancing blows plus 3% hit. It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, totally.
But the interesting thing though is that like axes, because Minnow said this in the chat as well. The axes is usually your best bet because it's either going to be flurry axe or it's going to be the armor debuff axe. Do you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
totally.
So it kind of doesn't matter, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, in my most recent guide, people were asking like, no flurry axe in phase 3, and the answer to that is that flurry axe has she does a little bit more DPS. She's not bad compared to the Hammer of Righteousness, but the Hammer of Righteousness has armor, which I'm not ignoring. She also has stats, which I'm not ignoring. She does less DPS, but she can't times 2 proc in a bad way, Art of War. Even though she can, because she's 1.3 weapon speed, if you're following me on this at all, right? She can, but she can't, is what I'm trying to say. But Flurry Axe, when she activates, she might hit like 3 times and proc like 2 Art of Wars, and those are just wasted Art of Wars, which is a problem. Also, she's an axe, so I can't tell you in good conscience to take an axe over a hammer. On top of that, she's super expensive in the gold category, so I just could not in good conscience suggest Flurry Axe over Hand of Righteousness, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I had infinite gold, I'd probably take a Flurry Axe. Honestly. But if I'm human, I'm taking the hammer, right? I mean, but I'm a dwarf, so it is what it is.
Yeah, like even when we get to max level, like I said, once that Fender gets unlocked next phase, it'll be something to weigh up. But like I said there, in terms of the resets, we're kind of like it's like which diamond wallet should we buy? Well, this diamond wallet is better. They're both diamond wallets, So it's like there's that aspect to it. But personally,
it's not an upgrade, is what we're saying in phase 3. It's like see us again at level 60 when we have Avengers gear. We might talk about it being an upgrade.
Yeah, because it's like you might kind of like forsake like getting an item like that so early, but at the same time, it's done you so well so far, or so through the patch kind of thing that you've never had to change one. So it's like nice being able to show up like at max level and you already have at least a couple of items that you don't like desperately need an upgrade in. But I can definitely see like the kind of the boredom that comes down to like 1.3 speed wins.
Okay.
Easy clap,
What are the current tricks that you're using to get good pulls in top end play?
So like could actually go through macros.
Oh god,
that's
all
where
right,
I
fine.
think a lot of the pretty much like I have like a dynamite you can do this like app player thing. So it's like every time I use consecration and I have solid dynamite in my bags, it's going to throw a dynamite exactly where I'm standing.
Interesting.
So like the whole
/
purpose
cast,
of that is
consecrate / use some fucking dynamite / attack.
Yeah.
Interesting. Start attack.
Yeah. So it's like make sure you have this app player because then it automatically just does it wherever you're standing.
Oh. Hey, neat. Maybe I should use that on rogues or some shit. Jesus.
Oh, I think I just fucked that up.
Yeah, you did.
Please. Oh fuck.
It's completely fucked.
Yeah, it's saved. Damn it. What can I say? What can I say?
Wiped one of these times. That's funny.
The another one as well is 1 second. I need to then open this back up. So another one as well is okay. So like I have mouse over cleanse, so you don't have to change target to cleanse. I have a cast sequence between Devo or Retribution, or that's like so I can have it on the same button.
Can you hover back on that cleanse again? That's a macro. Fuck it, I'll put it in Discord. I need that macro one of these days because people were telling me I'm a retard for not having like add-ons, like mouse over add-ons, and I'm like, I don't need that shit. And then I was like trying to cleanse things in like a BG, and I was like, this might be good. After like 20 years of playing WoW, maybe, fine, whatever.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's just your standard like put stop casting at the start because if you're in the middle of a heal, you want to be able to cast it, stop it, and then cleanse, and then basically just slash cast, and then mouse over.
My bad. Okay, so I'm gonna sound full retard here for a second, all right? And in honesty, it is full retard what I'm about to say. Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't I'm remembering now. It wasn't a battleground that made me want to have mouse over cleansing. It was the final boss in Nomergon. Because I was figuring out that I couldn't both thunk this guy in melee and cleanse somebody at the same time without that ability, right?
Yeah.
So I was losing DPS because I was doing my job of cleansing my fucking team with my spare GCDs. And I was like, this is a fucking problem. And the reason why it's never been a problem for me in PvP before is because you're always turning off your auto attack as a paladin anyways. Right? So it's not like, I need to cleanse this guy over here and maintain auto attacking on this guy. You don't give a fuck. So it's like either you finish off your current target or your auto attack just is turned off in general, so you don't care. And of course, Season of Discovery is the first time I've ever tried tanking as a paladin in raids. 100% of the time I was just a healer. And when you're healing, it doesn't really matter. How do I put this? Your job as a healer is either to cleanse spam the world or it is to cast Flash of Lights into someone until the end of fucking time. Right? And there's really no in between. There's no let me stop healing the tank and start cleansing things. And then, like, you know, kind of do both at the same time. So I just never needed it. And then I was in Nomergon, and I was like, huh, this kind of sucks. Okay.
Because like the thing to it as well is that like it's only really the cleanse that you need the hover over as well. Like I know I understand it's like a healers, they'll just like mouse over on the frames, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like for like in terms of like tanking or as well, it's just it pretty much is just this one in terms of the mouse over for the cleanse at least. Like I said, there's other ones in terms of the consecration, which again you would not want to have that in PvP. But again, because it's dynamite, you use dynamite in PvE and grenades and things, so it's not that bad kind of thing. But let me put these back up.
I would actually 100% use that macro in PvP. There's only a handful of circumstances where you're actually putting down consecration and your grenade is not already on cooldown, if that makes any sense. The only one that comes to mind is so it wouldn't trigger the negative at all. The only one that comes to mind is Rogue. So Rogue comes out of they finally finish, like, you know, poking you in the ass, and the first thing you want to do is put down a consecration. But you may not want to grenade them at the same time. But if you did grenade them at the same time, you just delete them out of existence with a wreck bomb. So it's like, whatever. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So
yeah.
So like I said, there's kind of like another couple in terms of the like devout aura switching with retribution aura. So it's just like I said, I think it's here, my one key. It's just switch between the two stances there. But again, just being able to click is just as good. So I'm kind of like split focus because I'm making sure not to pull as well.
I guess still trying to skip shit.
Then
Great.
consecration. Then we have a bubble macro, which again is just like basically cancel aura every single bubble you have, and then basically slash cast divine shield. So it's basically you click it once, you put your bubble on, you click it twice, it takes the bubble off. So it's good to have if you get a fear or any of those kind of like things, so you can just literally double click it, and then you're basically your moves whatever, and then you're back in the game kind of thing.
Yeah, that's actually the one thing that's been making us one of the more sought after tanks so far in raids. It's just because you can
the one thing as well is that if you are kind of like typical, or if you're kind of fresh to kind of using this, your instinct would be to spam your bubble. Don't do that, because you basically it'll use the bubble but then instantly cancel it kind of thing. Then there's sufficient macro that basically just puts equips the pole, and it puts the lure on the pole as well. Holy Lie, this is just divine favor.
We're specifically here for like pulling tricks. So
so getting onto this one now, this is the bread and butter, which is the exorcism holy shock cast sequence. Just basically goes around, spins around like that. So for
so you're an SOR Art of War Holy Shock Paladin.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're kind of getting into the next spicy.
Yeah, that makes complete sense, because Holy Shock, even though it's dog shit, on the pole, she's worth her weight in fucking gold.
Well, like, yeah, because you're getting the resets as well. I forgot my...
Well, it's just more valuable that you can free... you're going to use your free crit on that Holy Shock. She's going to be followed immediately by Exorcism and a Judgment of Righteousness. And...
No.
Really?
No, because it depends. Because like I said, like I don't have set... what you call it?
Pole sequences?
Runes. No, runes.
Oh.
Because like I said, on AoE, I'm basically going to be like using the Divine Plea. But then on single target, I'll switch to Art of War, but I'll do it within this macro. Yeah. Because this like it has like certain items that say.
But what I'm trying to explain here is that your talent selection and the fact that you're an SOR Paladin and not a Seal of Martyrdom Paladin is literally giving you the most threat possible on a pole. Right? Because without Holy Shock, you can't possibly do better.
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, sorry, yeah, correct. Yeah. The reason why I want to do that is because it's like you have the basic from range, as you see there, like Exorcism to the Holy Shock, and then you have the Judgment as well. But that's because I'm kind of doing this, like the way I'm playing at the moment, I'm literally just playing as fast as possible. I don't really give a fuck about, like, so long as I have aggro, I don't really care kind of thing.
Yeah.
But if I was to open up this as well, if I was going single target, I might do the Infusion of Light and the Art of War, because at the moment you
Interesting.
see like I have Sheath of Light and
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Divine Plea. But this macro, sorry, 1 second, I need to pay attention as well. Uh, you see this macro, like this is my Shift T down here. Now you see the Divine Plea. I know I'm calling it, it's called Guarded by the Light, but like Divine Plea is where it's thing. If I hit that, now it's gone. But now my gear is into the single target and I'm back again. Do you know what I mean? Into this boss fight.
Yeah,
So if I wanted
yeah.
to, I basically switch out. When I'm going onto a boss, I switch out my Sheath of Light into the Fusion Light, and I switch out my Divine Plea into the Art of War. So I'm just getting constant resets. So on pull for like max level, we're talking level 60, where we're pulling our first Onyx or whatever. It goes Exorcism, Holy Shock, Exorcism, Holy Shock, and then if you get any resets after that, more Exorcisms and Holy Shocks. So by the time the boss gets you, you're like...
It makes sense at the higher levels when I think about it. I need to ask you why you even have that right now. Because to me it makes sense at the higher levels, because the spell power gain you get from Sheath of Light, and it really varies on what gear you're wearing, but you know, generally I'm thinking like Avengers gear, is actually kind of small. So Sheath of Light is going to give you maybe 300 spell power out of like your 700 possible spell power once you're like at the high end kind of thing. So giving that up for better pull with the Infusion of Light is not the worst idea in the world.
Yeah. Now again, like it could be a thing of where like basically Infusion Light's just not putting enough work, or like we just have insane
like,
attack power levels.
Like Patchwork, for example, you might prefer TPS over good pull DPS, right? Or TPS. Yeah.
But it's just something to take note of as well. Like the main thing there is that like don't try to get bogged down, because I've seen in another couple of videos where like for example, like someone was trying to say like, oh, strength shotgun is better than spell power shotgun. Okay. But like his whole reason is, oh, like the shotgun would never take Art of War. Not Art of War, Sheath of Light. But it's like, nah, I would take Sheath of Light because it's such a raw spell power gain, especially at least on AoE, because like we said about consecration, all that kind of stuff as well. So
okay,
there's yeah, go ahead, sorry, Gabe.
Well, I have two thoughts on the subject. The first thought is the only reason I could see being strength geared he's talking about being strength geared without Sheath of Light, or strength geared with Sheath of Light?
No, he's talking about strength geared with Sheath of Light, but he's saying the shotgun spell power tank wouldn't go Sheath of Light.
Okay.
But like I said, you clearly would because of
the
gain.
The trade-off in my brain is that if I'm wearing gear that is specifically strength with no spell power, this means I'm taking Sheath of Light, number one, but it also means that gear better be mitigation gear. Otherwise, there's no fucking reason to do that.
Yeah, no, the whole kind of like thing behind it was he was going, oh, like when I'm in my strength gear, I have like 240 spell power, and then when I go to the spell power set, it's only 250, let's say. So it's like, because the strength is also increased in weight damage.
And in phase 2, that made perfect sense, because our proper gear did not exist. We didn't have the strength spell power gear.
Yeah.
Once you get the strength spell power gear, you're off to the races.
Yeah, but like that's the thing as well, like where like the counter argument to that is like, yeah, but the spell power set is also going to have access to attack power from the buffs, consumes, all that kind of stuff, and then that's going to factor in. So it's going to be almost double.
Yeah, it gets even dumber than that when you look at it, because when you're in Avengers gear, okay, like, and this is like a PvP style Avengers gear, which is very similar to tank gear, because all your off pieces are basically super heavy stamina pieces. So this isn't a raw DPS suit, is what I'm saying. When you're level 60, do you know how much fucking attack power you have standing butt naked?
Oh, I think it's in this. It was like 400 or 500.
Yeah, it's over 400. Yeah, it's like 410 attack power butt fucking naked. So even if your gear had not a single point of attack power or strength on it whatsoever, Sheath of Light is still going to give you a metric shit fuck ton of spell power. Well over 100 spell power. So it's like, yeah, literally like 120 something spell power. So it's like, no, we'll take it. The only reason you wouldn't take it would be Infusion of Light. That's the only thing remotely causing you to question whether or not you're taking Sheath of Light. Yeah, and it is what it is. And then, of course, once you start looking at, you got strength, stamina, intellect, spell power, it's just a done deal at that point. But yeah, once you bring in the world buffs, it gets worse, right? A lot worse.
Yeah, like that's why I think Sheath of Light is going to end up being the winner. The only thing I said I'm saying about the infusion light is just specifically for that single target on the pull where you want to hit off with an exorcism,
Yeah, totally.
holy, and potentially
And
even more. You know what I
and
mean?
to be perfectly honest, if we're being a little Chad about this, make the fucking holy paladin pull like that, and you'll just taunt off it.
Uh, like a lot of this is depending on if you have Sheath of Light active already from like let's say a mob that you hit beforehand because it's
Ah.
like 60 seconds, all that kind of stuff as well. So
It
like
does. I
they're
did notice it does take a second or so when you swap gear for Sheath of Light to fall off. So you're telling me that you can macro the item swap and to have Sheath of Light on the pole?
yeah. So if you look at my gear now, right, I'm out of
Mm-hmm.
combat, and you see down here, this is where the Divine Player Guardian Light
Okay.
icon is. When I hit that once, it's now gone to the question mark figure, which means I no longer have Guarded by the Light or Divine Plea.
Mm-hmm.
That's because I now have Art of War. So you
Hmm.
see the enchant on these
Yeah,
boots.
yeah.
So every single time I hit that macro, I'm going in and out with that. So it's like, and I need to do this because I'm not gonna like have 3 seconds after we kill a boss to let me just change the rune here, lads.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's like as soon as the boss dead, you're already running to
That's
the next
speed
pack
run
to pull.
shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So
And
that's why like I
everyone
had to
does
do it.
that in a speed running group. Yeah, everyone.
So it's like the like having other items that you just basically like for example like I'm going to be changing these boots into the gnomish ones. I need to find a gnomish engineer. I went straight for goblin. But once I have that, I'll have it with the minor speed increase with the divine plea. So like anytime I'm on trash, I'll have my engineer boots. I'll have it with the minor speed increase, and then I'll have it with the guided by the light. But then when I'm going up to the boss, I hit the macro. I go into my plate boots. They're going to have the Art of War on them, kind of.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like that's kind of a
Yeah.
tip or trick
The
to it.
and as we were saying before, the huge elephant in the room with Sheath of Light is that eventually she's worth something stupid like 300, 400 spell power or something ridiculous like that with buffs. And she's allowing you to gear completely differently, which means you're probably going to be chasing that spell hit gear. And at that point, you're just Gucci.
Yeah, if I wonder if I can share this thing because I have. Can you now see my like web browser, or are you still looking at the
I'm still looking at the WAF stuff.
game? Okay, right, one sec. Let me re.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, share screen. Okay, yeah,
Are
okay.
you sure you just don't want to link it in Discord where it's
No.
like, okay, okay.
Oh, I can just kind of show it here,
Yeah,
like if
you gave me this already. Oh, okay, I see what you're
yeah,
doing
no,
now.
if I go to let's say 60 AQ.
Whoa. This is why you fuckers like this over Wowhead. I've always wondered why
Yeah,
everyone else uses this over Wowhead, and I'm like, Wowhead gives
I was
better.
wondering why the fuck you're using the thing. Yeah, this is,
Well,
and
you
you can
can
put your own
save all
calculator in.
those? Fuck off.
Yeah,
Oh my
each set,
god.
and then
So I'm the weeb here. Okay.
we're we're learning a lot today. But you see, you also have
Jesus
this buff section as
Christ.
well, where you can load up as much possible buffs as you like. And this is just the ear buffs. There's going to be more all that kind of stuff
Yeah,
with
yeah,
class
yeah.
and all that stuff. But this is to give us a general figure. That's already 1500 attack power. That's 500 spell power. That could probably go up to 2k. I've seen rep pallets with builds with 2k,
Yeah, yeah,
and then we have to
easy.
factor in the inflation of stats
Yeah.
and the thing. So it's like you're going to have
Is
it's
that
going to be worth like
factoring in
over
like
like 600.
warrior shout buff and all that crap?
Yeah, like you can see all the. It's not
Ah.
all the buffs. It's a good majority of them, but it has the world buffs, Dragon Slayer, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's like you can see it. It's like with the
Yeah, yeah. So at
stone
that
shield,
point,
all that
Sheath of
stuff.
Light, your crit chance is 21. You probably don't have. Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
Hit
Huh.
chance is going to be even more as well. So like again, like there's going to be a lot of spell power coming out of that. That's why I say like Sheath of Light is going to be the winner. Oh shit!
Um,
Right, yeah.
do you know if they do you know if they what's fixed kings so it's more in line with the hunter buff?
What you mean?
Is kings now
Uh,
still a true 10% or is she still dicking around at about 8?
I always thought that she was 10%.
Nope. She's a 10% increase on your fucking stats, but that's not a 10% increase to your DPS.
Oh, okay. No, no, no.
Yes, you see what I'm
I didn't
saying
know
there.
that.
Okay. Well, yeah. So basically, your character has 120 strength worth of DPS and 120 stamina worth of HP. That's not in your stats. It's just on your character, and Kings does not affect that. So at the end of the
Yes,
day,
yes.
she's worth about 8% buff. But then the Hunter, they gave Hunter Kings, and that was a true 10%, and people were bitching about it, and I heard that they fixed it. So now it might be a true 10% buff.
Yeah, we'll have to see. because
Yeah.
it's like I said, that extra couple of hundred attack power, like I said, that you think that will get or thrown onto it
It's
as
it's
well.
it's just ridiculous. Once you factor in world buff, Sheath of Light is just like, well, all right, we're done here. And your gearing
Hmm.
starts changing too because you hit a crit cap so fast it's not even funny.
Yeah.
I haven't done the math on what and that's without Holy Shock. So, but I imagine you don't plan on ever tanking a high end raid without Holy Shock because it's so useful on the pull.
Well, like this is another aspect of it as well, where like I said, the main tank off tank kind of role. It depends
Oh.
on how that is. But again, like if I was in a situation where it was kind of we're kind of a brand new guild, like 30 out of the 40 players, something like that, are brand new, all that kind of thing, then you'll look to go kind of full mitigation, all that kind of stuff. Whereas if you're on the speed running thing, then it's holy shock all the way. You want to go max threat. There's another, like I said, you can go kind of like deep prot and then kind
Yeah,
of
one-handed
rather than go
weapon
consecration,
specialization or vengeance are on the table. Yeah, it's weird.
you have the reckoning on pull as well. So that's why I say it's like if you're talking about like the pixel perfect, if you're up to like sim or like yeah like basically
Well,
like bot the whole
reckoning would be
gameplay.
for parsing, but not for speed runs. Correct?
No, technically for speedruns as well because you're expecting that there's
Really?
going to be no wipes. Yeah, because then it'd be
Well,
you're basically kind of charging it up in between the packs.
okay, so you'd be like pulling an extra mob to the side or two of them and just charge it up, and
Yeah, yeah. So like
it's
the way
slowing down the rate ever so slightly that you don't have that you're dicking around with reckoning, but
well,
on the pull it's
like
probably worth its weight in gold. Huh? Weird.
bear in mind though that like when you look at like the likes of speedrun and all that kind of stuff, it's
Mhm.
like the main tank is not usually the
Paladin.
trash tank.
Yeah.
The off tank is usually the thing. So if you had, let's say, two paladins, one's a
Okay.
main tank, tell him to
Oh,
build the rep way, and then tell the off tank to build
wait,
the shotgun
so
and spellfire way.
so is it your job as like the off trash tank in a speed run to charge up this wreck bomb so you can put it into the fucking boss and the warrior could just taunt all
Yeah, so
that
like,
aggro
anytime
off
we
you?
finish the boss, it's like I'm
What
already
the
at the door
fuck? That's
pulling
funny.
the mobs on the shit, and then basically the main tank will eventually come. He'll taunt once like
Yeah, give it a good cough in.
main tank comes in, he basically taunts one off, and he's just that's his own goal before we're going to. So like if we were to say Blackwing Lair, right?
Hmm.
You go in, you do the first boss. As soon as the gates drop for the first boss, I'm running in, I'm clearing all the ads out so they can get ready to summon the dragon. The dragon gets summoned, main tank doing his whole spiel. Well, sorry, you probably put your third tank in, not your main tank, but you get my point, kind of thing. The main tank comes in, he does the Drake, then you're running up, you're pulling the four mobs, the four big elite guys. Basically, like you should be able to take two or three, but you should have like three or four tanks as well. Main tank basically takes one of those mobs and he basically just charges up his four stacks and then he does not tank a single mob or does not do an attack once he has the five reckoning stacks because after that you're onto the gauntlet and that's the off tank's job. Off tank clears out the whole gauntlet all the way up the brood lord lash layer and that's where the main tank takes over back again. Wreck bombs the boss and then you're nuking from there.
Okay, interesting. So I've always wondered how the wreck bomb works in a boss pool because it makes sense for parsing because you can dick around with letting your tank get the wreck bomb. But I guess yeah, in speed runs, if you're kind of this off tank trash thing, then yeah, it works perfectly. Huh. And
Yeah.
that also explains why you have three tanks too, because one guy once he has a wreck charge, a wreck bomb, he can't hit anything. So he's like, all
Hmm.
right, what do I do? Consecrate things and just stand there and look pretty? Like what's going on here?
And like the thing is that you have to specifically have your two handers. I think if you switch to a one hander, it gets
Correct.
rid of the charges as well.
Correct.
So it's like you have that whole kind of like aspect to it. So it's I was gonna say it is really kind of like life's what you make it in terms of like your kind of team. There's no one way to play a paladin tank. Like that's the main thing. If there's anything you learn from this video, it's like there's no one
There's
way.
also no one way to speed run. That's the weird part. You
But
think
yeah,
there would
like
be, but there's not.
it really because like there'd be some situations. Let's say if a raid just filled with bosses and no thing, I'd still probably be shocking them, but the block set, like I wouldn't be going near a block set, wouldn't be
Oh
going
yeah,
near
yeah. No, it's
any of
not.
that kind of
Yeah, it's
stuff.
fucking retarded. Let the healers do their fucking job. What are we even doing here? Also,
Yeah,
if you're in a parsing group, the block set is cancer. You know what I mean? Nobody like
yeah,
no fucking take damage. I want to parse here. What are you doing?
because
So
like that.
yeah,
Yeah, good.
I was gonna say the DPS is pissed off at you because your TPS sucks, and then the healers are pissed off at you because you're not taking any fucking damage, so they can't fucking parse. Parsing is kind of cancer. Like let's be honest here. Parsing is kind of stupid.
It's a completely different game in many respects.
I agree I think DPS parsing is not stupid. That shit makes complete sense. You're a DPS class, therefore you're doing shit tons of DPS. Okay, I can get behind that. But healer parsing is retardo times 10. It's just like, really? Like, in order for you to parse, I need to suck as a tank? Like, what is this shit?
But, like, that's the thing. It's like, in order for a healer to quote unquote parse, like, you need to do the boss incorrectly. Like, you need to take more damage than possible.
Two-hand tanking this boss, and even parsing as a tank is also weird because it's those parses only calculate like how much damage you did, which is not a good metric for how well you were tanking, if that makes any sense.
No, for sure. Because like, if you look at like all the parse from phase 2, all the top parse are DPS. Like literally repons. Like, they did not even take the fucking hand one. They took Crusader Strike instead of the taunt. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, when you're in that scenario where it's like, it's literally like you're playing a DPS. There's literally there's no taunt, there's no nothing. It's like, okay, this is a bit of the piss take, because again, if we were to apply that logic to pugs who actually use the parses to it, they'll say, oh, well, this is a shit tank because he's only parsing blue, but he's taking no damage. He's actually the best tank for this particular group, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So working out what the best build is, what the best way to go about things is going to be kind of like difficult to say for sure, if we're talking about like the whole kind of like or the whole like let's make a guide kind of vibe. But in terms of like the everyday player, it's like, if you have a build or a thing that's working for you, and it's like the complete opposite to what we've said in this call, if it's working for you, then keep it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, and we can give you the max of this or that, but if it works, then it works. You know?
After certain amounts of TPS, mitigation is king in pugs. Like, you can never go wrong with mitigation in a pug. Guess what? Guess what one of your healers is doing if they don't need to heal you in SoD? They're like, wow, damage. I don't really need to heal this motherfucker. I guess I'll just do damage. So it's like, you know, they're gonna figure it out one way or the other. I've had raids where we'll have, like, you know, 2 priests, but it turns out I'm taking so little damage that one of them just goes fucking shadow. You know what I mean? He's like, fuck it, I don't care. And you're just like, all right, so you're gonna figure it out one way or the other.
And like that's like the healer variant of what we're kind of talking here. It's like, because like a high threat tank is usually basically DPS with like heavy armor or standard kind of. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like it comes full circle anyway, because you see the kind of the thing throughout the whole thing is because flex spots, I think, is what they're typically called. But yeah, like for healer, for tank, all that kind of stuff. Because even when you look at my damage here, like, you know, not let's say the best damage, but it's at least competitive with the other DPS that's in the group now. Now, once you start putting world buffs and all this stuff, it starts to change. But even just being able to do a decent amount of damage as that kind of like off tank / DPS role, without having to specifically, let's say, take gear away from your DPS, your melee DPS or anything like that, is nice as well.
Don't get it twisted. It's nice for us to talk about this high-end rating shit, but that's like 1% of the player base. You know, blah 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 blah. Pug life is mitigation is king. But honestly, you want to mix, right? You don't want to be like, I would not take that shield block Paladin into pugs. I don't think she has enough TPS for pugging. On top of that, she's not anywhere near stressing out your healers, if that makes any sense.
But like the thing that I would say about it is, can
you make it work with a super chill group that doesn't mind, like, you know, pulling back on their DPS? Absolutely. But that's not the pug life. That's more like a super chill guild scenario. Yeah. You know what I mean? The pug life, people are going to get a little pissed off if your TPS is too low.
Because a factor to it as well is that like we might kind of like the 2 bills that you put there. It's like these might be the max of both ends. So it's like max mitigation, max thing. But when you're looking at it from like I said, what needs it for you, what scenario needs you. Maybe you need more threat. So you're deep prop, but you're taking some of the holy shock runes or the shocking kind of stuff. Yeah. Or vice versa. It's like
Yeah,
especially because, like I said, we have the dual talents back now as well. So you should always be able to
Never
at least
mind.
offer
Yeah, you're
that
right.
as well.
Well, I didn't. I forgot we had dual talents now. I was like, yeah, just keep extra gear in your bag and you can switch it out. But with the talent change, Jesus fucking Christ. In that case, the way it would work is if I need more TPS, I go a Holy Shock build. If I need more mitigation, then I drop the Holy Shock, and my talent points start getting spread out all over the place.
Well, like that's the thing as well. Like, because if you look at protection, it's like,
yeah.
If you look at the late game talents, the only ones you want is Blacksmith Sanctuary, Holy Shield, and then the rest is just like, it's more damage than anything else kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That extra 30% block, and then the Sanctuary buff. Those are the only two things that you're missing, even in the shotgun build as well.
Yeah, and you're not even down
There's a
there.
lot of things.
Yeah, and don't get it twisted. You're not actually going into that deep into the prot tree to pick up Holy Shield. You're going that deep to pick up one-handed weapon specialization. Like, that's the big
play. Because that's 10% all damage.
Yeah, if you need to rip out that, if you can't GCD support that fucking Holy Shield, get rid of it. You don't, But if you need the mitigation, then Holy Shield's on the menu. Just is what it is, right?
Yeah, and particularly if they start putting in bosses where it's like...
if the bosses start hitting like fucking wrecking balls, like patchwork all over the place, then it's going to be like, all right... the meta is going to be chill out on the DPS and let me go high mitigation or bring extra healers. Like, Jesus Christ.
Because like if they put a boss in where a normal attack is like hitting you for let's say the Hateful Strike 9k.
It's about a third of your life when shit starts getting real.
Yeah,
like
it basically is like the mechanic is like if you get a crushing blow or a crit, the tank is going to die even in full mitigation set. And then that's why it's like that basically reinforces the whole. It's like, okay, you have to either get armor cap, or even with the armor cap, let's say you're still getting died, then you have to get the mitigation, which then unlocks
it's not a numbers game at that point. It's actually a percentage of your HP bar game. It's like how much HP do I actually have versus motherfucker? In the nightmare scenario, it's 2. And you never want it to be 2 HP. You want it to be 3. You want to be able to take 3 fucking hits. Like 3 crushing blows back to back will kill you. Okay, I feel safe. 2 crushing blows back to back and I die. This is not good. And that's literally the math. Because the healers will be able to they'll be able to out heal you if you give them that much time to work. But if you don't, then it's a problem. That's my assessment, at least.
Yeah, because like when you look at, let's say, warlocks, druids, and rogues. They're not going to be able to get mitigation cap no matter what, because if a rogue does it, then he literally gets hit nothing. You're already seeing what happens when druids start getting enough dodge. It starts to break the game as well. So they'll be your armor tanks, and that's where you need to think about like shotgun is like that armor tank. Whereas deep pro, you're more than likely, don't quote me, don't at me, but you're more than likely going to be able to get mitigation cap in this game, particularly because, and the reason why I say that is because they didn't give paladins or warriors the minus 6% crit buff in their runes. So
and when you say mitigation cap, you're talking 106%.
It's like 104.2 or something like that.
Together, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's somewhere like 104 or 106. I can't remember the specific number, but it's like because it's the increased level of the mob. But my thing.
Well, I have a question. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and here's my real question, right? Because if they wanted us to have mitigation cap, they would be giving us gear that says things like increase your block chance by 5%, increase your block chance by 2%, like stuff like that. Instead, they're giving us shield block value. And my brain is like, at some point, wouldn't shield block value get so fucking high that it effectively acts like mitigation cap? Especially since you can easily have like 60, 70% when you get like crit. I honestly don't know. I would prefer personally a set bonus on Paladin that said some weird shit like because I'd find this more interesting personally. If it said, oh, by the way, when you get a crushing blow, your readout activates. I would find that to be infinitely more fascinating than fucking mitigation cap. But what I'm trying to basically say here is this, right? There's 2 scenarios of your death that would require mitigation cap. Okay, Scenario 1 is if I get crushing blowed or crit, I explode. And there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it. Scenario number 2 is I'll survive one of those crushing blows or one crits, but the next crushing blow or the next crit will kill me, right? So that's basically scenario number 2. My question is, wouldn't... oh, maybe you're looking at... Okay, no, here's the problem. Okay, I figured it out. The problem between us is you're looking at it from a speedrunner top-end perspective, and I'm looking at it from a pug perspective. In a pug environment, I can take the risk of wiping the raid like every 10th pull or so because RNG doesn't go my way. You can't.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because if you die, you lose all your buffs.
Yeah. So
basically.
I'm looking at it like, oh, it's only the 10th boss fight where RNG will fuck me in the ass. I'll explode and everyone gets wiped. In a pug, that's no big deal. In top end play, unfucking acceptable. So I have no need to get mitigation capped, whereas you do have a potential need to get mitigation capped. Interesting.
It's like in terms of the, like I said, running the risk, but it's like if you're against the Brute Lord, Lash Layer, Brutalis, a Patchwork, something that's heavy hitting.
Yeah.
Like that's where it's like you'll want to go mitigation cap if possible, just to wipe off the crushing blows and all this stuff.
But couldn't you just have like an off tank be mitigation capped and he taunts it when that big hit's about to come or some shit like that?
No, we're talking about just auto attacks. We're not talking about
Really?
special mechanics.
Really?
Don't do crushing blows.
Okay.
So if it's like a hateful strike was never like a hateful strike would hit you like at armor cap for like 9k health. But it would never crit. It would never be a crushing blow kind of thing like that. Whereas like Patchwork's actual auto attacks, that's where it's like they're hitting so fast. But it's like if you get a stream of like crushing blows and all this stuff, that could potentially put too much pressure.
Or
on
the
like,
fucking dragons in Blackwing Lair when they Wind Fury your ass. It's like, oh, okay, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Like
so it's
every
like,
now and then, how our tanks would die in Blackwing Lair, and this is not top end guild rating, right? But everything would be chill, everything would be fine, right? You know, everything's perfect. We out gear this dungeon, we have it on farm, it's no big deal. The next thing you know, this fucking dragon will breath him, and then Wind Fury attack him, and something like 2 out of 3 of those crit. You know what I mean? Or 2 out of 4 of those crit. Because he just took a breath attack and he took like 3 auto attacks instantaneously. And if RNG doesn't go your way, you just fucking explode. And you're like, all right.
And it's like, what's the thing to it? It's
now in
it's
a pug,
very difficult.
Yeah, in a pug we all laugh and maybe the off tank can salvage a thing, but you know maybe we just all die and we do it all over again. In speed running or parsing, that's unacceptable. So.
Yeah, because it's like I said, it's kind of one of those things where there are kind of like scenarios for like, oh fuck, I fell. There are scenarios for like both scenarios where maybe you'll like the min max might have to go more mitigation, the poker might have to go a bit more threat. But it like to understand and to know what mitigation cap is, why you want mitigation cap to stop the crushing blows, why you want defense cap to stop the crits. All this information is going to be useful regardless, because you never know if you're in that pug life who you're going to get, kind of thing. Life's like a box of chocolates kind of thing. So, like I said, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, and we will like say the kind of like this is going to be a massive impact, all that kind of thing.
And just to be clear, okay, if you're living in the pug world, okay, if you are living in the pug world, you actually don't need Holy Shield to be decently mitigation capped. I'm gonna start referring to it as decently mitigation capped. Decently mitigation capped in my mind is you're around about 80-85% mitigation on average. If that makes sense. Or maybe 50%.
It's a binary. You want to think of it as like a binary thing. Am I open to crushing blows? Yeah. Really? Am I open to crushing blows? Yes or no? Like that's basically what mitigation cap comes. The same thing with like defense cap. Am I open to crits? Yes or no?
Okay. So it's like. So if I'm understanding what you're saying mathematically, that would be that if I had 90% chance to dodge an attack, right? And the game decided that this attack was going to be a critical strike, it would still crit me regardless of my 90%.
Correct.
Okay, so just so we're absolutely fucking clear here, imagine a boss has a 10% chance to crit you, okay? And you have a 90% chance to dodge. It the game doesn't code it so that if this it's not that the attack needs to hit you and then the game rolls to see if it's a crit. The game rolls to see if it's a crit first, and then it rolls to hit you. And if it's a crit, it's just gonna fucking hit you. So in other words, if a boss had if you had a 90% dodge chance, no, how do I put this? Yeah, let's say.
Yeah, so if you
I'll put it this way,
because it's 105% mitigation, right? So if you had 90% chance to dodge, right, and let's say there's no other way to,
well,
like we're saying,
it gets even dumber if you look at it 100% dodge chance. If you had 100% dodge chance, the only thing the boss, the boss would, it would either be a dodge or the crit. The boss is still fucking critting you 6% of the fucking time.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't care. It just, the game says it's like it rolled a nat 20 in D&D. It doesn't give a fuck what your defense is.
Nat 20. Yeah, that's why I say it's like you have to look at it with binary.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Understood. Okay. The way I look at it in Pugs, however, is it's kind of like I gear to be able to survive one crit or one crushing blow, and if it happens back to back, I die. And that's an RNGesus scenario I'm willing to accept in a pug life when I'm not mitigation capped, if that makes sense.
Correct.
But usually your healers don't have a problem with it, right? You're like, blap. I'm like, ow, fuck, I'm at 10% life. This sucks ass. And then the healers are just like, oh, shit, get them back up again. Like, just fucking do it. Yeah. But in speedruns, I guess that's just unacceptable. Well, it's weirder because you still need TPS, so it's like, fuck.
No, like I said, it depends on what if it is a brute or lash layer where it's like,
okay, so it's literally boss specific. So it'll be like every other boss in Naxxramas, we're going like TPS, and then Patchwork specifically, we're getting mitigation gear. Otherwise, you're running, you're playing with fire.
Because if you think about like Molten Core, I think the max the boss is going to hit you for is like 1k. Yeah. So if that crits, you don't give two fucks. And that's a crit. Whereas, like I said, if it's a Patchwork and it's like he's absolutely stomping you, and if you get like back to back like 3 crushing blows, some shit like that, you're basically kind of dead or some shit like that. Then it's like you need to be cognizant of it, regardless kind of thing. But like I said, like all this kind of information is going to you at some stage, because even like with the speedrunners now, I think you've seen from the news from the the nerfs that have to come in from Sunken Temple, because Blizzard just kind of like tuned it so like basically like what would be the max values on all this shit, and like no guild was able to down it kind of thing. So like I said, in term,
correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't look too much into the Sunken Temple issue, but from what I did see, it was like it's perfectly fine for a lot of bosses to have way too high of HP. I don't mind seeing that. The problem was that I think it was specifically a DPS check boss, like a dust to dust motherfucker had too much HP. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I saw that. I was watching Asmongold's thing, and they were beating on this fucking dragon for like 1,000,000 years, and then it went into like literally the dust to dust mechanic, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then everyone exploded, and I'm like, oh, that's the fucking problem. You put them on a DPS race and he has too much HP. No, that's the fucking problem.
Like that, and that's why they're saying they wanted to like they kind of overestimated in terms of kind of thing, and
yeah.
We just kind of nerfed the health values and we're kind of good to go kind of thing. But the general response,
why would anybody be pissed off at that? I mean, that's just a thing that's going to happen. I don't understand maybe it's the speedrunners who are mad because they wasted a lot of gold or something, or ego, or I don't get it.
Could be. I think usually it's like we, at least in our one, it's like the first week is just kind of like like we'll try to go as fast as possible, but in terms of tactics, all that kind of stuff as well. But that's a general thing where you basically will see like throughout SoD anyway, where like I said, there'll be kind of some bosses where you don't know what this motherfucker's going to do, depending on how early you're doing the content. So
yeah, like dust to dust.
That's another thing as well.
To me, it was just another dust to dust scenario, because what happened with dust to dust guy was if you were a melee or a hunter heavy team, you killed him no problem. But if you had spellcasters back when he had 80 resist at level 25, you're going to have a bad time. You know what I mean? So at that point, it was like a comp check. You're just like, fuck.
Because like there's so many different things to it. Like as we're going through this, like probably the best example is like at level 50 you can't get Holy Shield and Consecration, but
Yep.
level 60 you can.
Yep.
So there's going to be a lot of that kind of stuff where like people kind of had issues even at level 25. Oh, casters are going to be dog shit and all this stuff. Warriors are the best. And then we seen that last phase. It was like, I'm pretty sure at one stage though it was like Shadow Priest, Boomy, and Melee Hunter were the top three DPS. I think it was like phase two at the start, and I was like, that was clearly done on purpose because those are like the three biggest meme specs. If you're to say,
Yeah.
I'm bringing three DPS and Melee Hunter thing in the classic era, they'd be, you know.
Yeah, and they were always buffing the shit out of them too. Like, Void Plague, Void Plague does like 200% more damage. It's like, all right, just relax, chill the fuck out. One prediction I will make in phase 3, unless they do something about it, and I don't think they can really do anything about it, is I think DPS Paladins are going to suck ass.
Possibly.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the runes and I'm like, do we get like 10% damage increase at most here? Like, what is this shit? Like, do I even want to look at what the other classes got? Fuck.
It's going to be interesting for sure, because like when you break it down. Wait, is this guy a tank? Oh wait, no wait.
He's a ret paladin, I think.
When you break it down, like. Yeah, like it's. I suppose it could go both ways. I'm not gonna lie. There's just so much to SoD in general. Because, like I said, like little things where level 60 kind of works things out.
So did DPS Ret Paladin gain anything talent wise? Fuck no.
Well, like the
3% hit. Oh boy.
The the hammer.
Yeah.
Where is it? Like that hammer is like reduced by the cooldown completely, but that's only 10%. I don't know how big that would be, but Hammer Rat does seem to hit like a truck. Because I think the only reason why you didn't use it in here because it had the cast time. So that's one aspect, but again, that's only execution. I'm at the last 10%.
No, I'll admit that. Hammer of Wrath is interesting in the sense that she actually has a ×2 crit behind her. She uses your melee crit, I do believe. But she counts as a holy spell, so fanaticism will affect it. So at that point, you're just like, Jesus Christ, this thing's going to have like a 50% critical strike chance. What is this shit?
And then obviously the Hammer of Righteousness. Well, I still haven't got that one yet, but depending on what the cooldown's like on that. I think in Wrath the Lich King, it's like 6 seconds. So it's like, if that's 6 seconds, then okay, now their AoE is a lot better.
Yeah, and I was looking at that in the math too. I was like, I don't know if it's going to be the 6-second variant or the 10-second variant. If it's the 10-second variant, stay away from it. If it's a 6-second variant, we might have to re-examine it. Because at that point, she starts slapping.
Because then, like, if you're to kind of ask yourself, okay, right, as a rep paladin, would you rather be like one of the best, like one of the only melee classes with actual AoE abilities, or you want to be kind of competitive on the single target? I'd say probably most reps would say they'd want the AoE, because like the packs and all the stuff is going to start to come, like the trash I think is going to be a big, like speedrun and all that kind of stuff. But then even just as the total DPS for the raid, what some of the top end guilds look for, it's not just like, okay, what you perform, it's how you perform on trash as well as the bosses. Which again, some players like they'll have like 99s up and down, but then they're literally AFK on the trash. They're doing nothing on the trash. And when you're talking about speedrun and all that kind of stuff, that's no bueno. It's not good to have, because if boss fight is like between 20 seconds to 15 seconds, that's only 5 seconds. But if you're talking about the trash, and you're basically down a full DPS.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So like that's the other thing to it as well.
In speed runs, trash clearing is probably worth its weight in gold.
Because like for me, like my personal thing on the whole kind of respec is that it's like in terms of sound, but like you could like just do hidden buffs in terms of certain talents. So like for example, like the way seals interact with Divine Storm, Crusader Strike, even just slight buffs the percentage of weapon damage on the likes we've seen already on seal mark.
Yeah. So like there's two things I have an eye on in the future as far as Ret Paladin DPS is concerned. Now, keep in mind, neither of us are probably experts in this, but we are like, Paladin theory crafting crazy psychopaths. The first thing I have an eye on is Seal of Righteousness still doesn't have improved Seal of Righteousness still isn't affecting Seal of Righteousness right?
Yeah, bane of my fucking existence, man.
Yeah, so if they ever decide to fix that, to quote unquote fix an issue, you get the joke, right?
Yeah, fix an issue.
Yeah, fix an issue. It's like literally they were like SOR rank. We fixed an issue with Seal of Righteousness where rank 3 had more spell power ratio behind it. Notice the wording. They didn't say bug. They didn't say oversight or anything. It's like no, that was very intentional. Everyone knows why they did that. And they're just like, no, we're going to give you this massive buff to Seal of Righteousness. We're going to increase its damage by like 20. I'm like, what the balls? It's like, okay.
Could you imagine it's like, oh, we fixed an issue.
You broke up there. What'd you say?
Like, could you imagine if they go, we fixed an issue where it's
the
same damage as the rest?
Yeah,
wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, say it again. You fixed an issue where...
Where, like, the Seal of Righteousness, Seal of Command is doing the same damage as all the rest of the ranks.
Yeah. So, okay, so there's a few things that come to my brain as far as DPS is concerned. We'll end the video here in a second, but I just want to say this stuff. Number one, if they ever give Seal of Martyrdom like a 7% flat spell power ratio, effectively bringing it in line with Seal of Command's 20% spell power ratio, like if you look at proc chance, right? Then I'd have to really re-examine a Seal of Martyrdom specifically. So if they give her a flat spell power ratio, like nowhere near as good as SOR, but still kind of there, I'd have to re-examine her. But this is just my PvP brain going off. The other thing is if they ever fix Seal of Righteousness, like improve Seal of Righteousness, I'd be like, Jesus Christ, okay, give me. If they ever pull their head out of their ass and actually decide that, you know what, Crusader Strike and Divine Storm actually need to proc seals. Yeah, I think that's one thing that honestly I would have done from the beginning in SOD, like knowing Paladin as well as I do, if that makes any sense. Because again, the problem with Paladin in DPS is that all the other DPS have like, a 25% speed increase, and Paladin just magically doesn't. In theory, we have our seal system, but that only compensates for like all the instant attacks that the other guys are doing, right? There's basically two ways to look at it. The seal system can't both be looked at as a weapon speed increase and a button, like an extra auto attack thing at the same time. It's one or the other, which means we're missing one, and that's why our DPS sucks. If you allow Crusader Strike and Divine Storm to suddenly proc seals, it'll basically be like we have an increased weapon speed effect. If they ever give Paladin increased weapon speed effect, so for example, I was hoping that Enlightened Judgments would say something stupid like, also increase your attack speed by 20%. I'd be like, okay, that fixes Paladin. DPS Paladin's perfectly fine now. Like, go get him.
Because like for me, like there's nothing inherently wrong with the rotation. It's like you have you can seal twist if you want. You can do Divine Storm instead. You can go Command or Martyrdom. Like so like there's nothing wrong with like the actual kind of like rotation itself. It just seems like the damage values.
The only thing wrong with it is that we've now been pushed up against the wall of GCD cap. Right? So
true.
Unless they increase the values, us pushing buttons isn't going to do anything, which is why you have to look for other things elsewhere. And personally, I don't like that as some people might like that gameplay design, but I really don't like. As a PvPer, your proposal, sir, that I need to always be pushing a button for every GCD in order to do damage is bullshit. Because I like to do this thing called cleanse and freedom myself. What the fuck is wrong with you? But if you look at my PvP guides, they're very low on GCD usage, specifically because I know you need to have that shit open for cleanse as a paladin. I never mentioned that, but it just happens to be the case. But in raids, fine, whatever. But yeah, so they pushed us up against the wall. The design space is shrinking a little bit. It is interesting. What the hell else is there to talk about? I think the talent trees at level 60 are far more open and interesting than the runes or the gearing is, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm sitting here like, well, Holy Shock is fucking good, and then Deep Prod is also really fucking good, and then even going Deep Ret for Vengeance is really fucking good, and then what's weirder about it is you can split your talent points all over the place. So, for example, you only need 11 talent points in Holy, and you don't need to fuck around with that anymore. You need exactly 13 talent points in Prot, and then you don't need to screw around with that anymore. And then as an SOR Paladin, you're going to want at least 8 points 7 points in Ret Tree. And so you're literally sitting on like 19 spare talent points going, where the fuck else do I go with this? And the answer is, well, you go either down to Holy Shock or you go down to Holy Shield, one-handed weapon specialization specifically, or you go down to Vengeance. And those are basically your 3 options. But everything is centering around you have talent points in basically every tree. Does that sound about right to you? Like your Holy Shock Paladin build, I bet only puts 13 points in Prot and 7 points in Ret.
No, I'll be putting, I think, 19, at least 19, and I'll be getting the Guardian's Favor because the hit. So Redoubt, Guardian's Favor, Toughness, Shield Specialization, Improved Righteous, Blessing of Kings, and then I'd put the last point on the Unearthly Faith.
How many points in Ret?
0. I don't bother going for the Judgment, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Well, if you're GCD cap, there's no point to it. Right, you got other things to push, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, because like I said, if you have Art of War, like I said, I'm testing out the what's it called? Infusion Light.
Yeah, if you have Holy Shock, there's no point to it because you're going to be GCD cap, no problem. If you're level 60 and you have like world buffs, you're going to be GCD capped even without Holy Shock, without breaking a sweat, so there's no point in picking it up. I like picking it up because it changes the gearing somewhat. Right? I don't actually have to take Art of War anymore, which starts looking really weird, but that's just me. That's a pug life mentality, right? Where it's like, where can I get as tanky as possible? I'm basically TPS capped already. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, like because like the two choices, but like the way you got to kind of think about it is. Like so long as you're pressing a button, you're doing something kind of thing, and it's like that's where it's like I'm thinking even the Purifying Power might not even be worth it, because it's like fundamentally when you look at like the biggest let's say potential in terms, because like obviously the numbers are pretty similar at the moment, but like that Sheath of Light is be the difference maker, I think, in terms of the whole, because like I said, it lets you then put on strength gear, particularly strength defense gear as well.
Yeah.
Where for me it just becomes like the number one. So it's like no matter what you're doing, even if you're DPS, even if you're tank, no matter what tank you're trying to be, it seems like Sheath of Light is going to be the main.
Yeah,
from there.
In my brain, the best way to look at it is there's like a central position and a central talent spec that is baseline, and then you can branch out from there, right? So yeah, so you're obviously going to have 11 points in Holy, you're obviously going to have 13 points in Protection, and then from there you're obviously going to take you can take Sheath of Light, or you're obviously going to take Sheath of Light eventually, and then from there it's branching out. It's like, okay, you have all these extra talent points, where are we going from here? Because eventually you're going to get so much fucking critical strike on your weapon from world buffs and just being like in whatever gear you're wearing that you probably can't support Holy Shock anymore. But if you put on mitigation gear, suddenly you don't have all that crit, and so you can suddenly support Holy Shock. But then the question is, do you even want to get that, or do you want to go deeper into the protection tree and pick up Holy Shield? But you know you don't need to do that because you have Redoubt, or you have Aegis specifically, so it's like... But I suppose you'd get Holy Shield if you were going mitigation, because you'd be stupid not to.
And a lot of this as well is got to do with your comp, because if you don't have a Holy Paladin and it's you want mitigation, then you want to go Sacred Shield. If you already have a Holy Paladin, then it's already you just go.
Right, I don't like that line of thought, because that's 10-man rating thinking, and I don't think we're doing that ever again. But if they keep putting 10-man raids, I'd be really happy about it.
You know, but even let's say if you're kind of like you're doing your 20-man and for whatever reason you don't have your Holy Paladin, you're doing you have a priest, let's say, healing the tank, then it's like, okay, right, there's situations like that, but usually you would want the Holy Paladin, and then from there it's like the Horn of Lordaeron, they should be taken as well. So then
and that is another huge knock against they take Horn of Lordaeron. Let me think about that. Yeah, you would take Aegis, they take Horn. I'm assuming you have a Ret Paladin around from Sanctity Aura. Because if you don't have a Ret Paladin around for Sanctity Aura, your build gets very interesting very quickly.
Correct.
Huh.
It's like usually you probably would have the Ret Paladin, because even in TPC that was usually the case. Ret Paladin would always go tank route. But
do you speedrunners ever do like Nightfall bitch? Is that a thing that happens? There's a Nightfall bitch around?
not really, no, because it's like Nightfall's usually for like if you're a parson. It's like specifically want to get the most damage, yeah, because in terms of the actual like raw gain, it's like proc inconsistent.
Yeah, the boss
again,
will die slower because it sucks. And Season of Discovery Nightfall might not be bad. You might actually get that thing to proc like crazy.
Possibly, but the other question is then it's like the damage loss.
The damage loss,
like because in a 40 man, it's a less percentage. Do you know what I
mean? Yeah. Okay, good point. And there's a lot of warriors running around in speed runs, I imagine. Nightfall,
for sure.
You fucking loser.
But like I said, it depends on what way the weapon damage is and how it's shaped. Like it could be a thing where it's not actually that big of a loss for Repal and they throw it on and they have that for the whole raid. Because if they're able to especially do AoE and a AoE, then yeah, like you could be looking at like fucking the Death Knight ability where it basically just put like all the increased spell damage on all the mobs kind of thing. But yeah, it's kind of like one of those scenarios where it's like we can kind of like, even though we're so much that's still yet to be on the table as well.
Okay.
Because even with let's say like avenging Wrath, like that's definitely coming in.
Yeah, that's so weird, and I keep asking myself like, how the fuck are you fitting in a 2-second spell cast, you retarded ape?
No. What I'm saying is we still have got our wings yet, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be putting wings in because.
No, please. All right, whatever.
If you look at this talent here, that originally had the wings icon. And they changed the icon for it specifically. So, like I said, like I'm expecting at level 60 we should have a rune that is Avenging Wings.
I'm happy for you PvEer fucks, but allow me to explain life in PvP. Okay, life in PvP in Season of Discovery looks like this. We have so much fucking damage. We don't even need any. We could be butt naked with a 2-minute weapon and get the job done. Therefore, we're basically running around wearing as much stamina and plus healing as possible. Yeah, so literally tier 3 is like our BIS suit for the entire game. Or tier 1 is also another BIS suit. Where it's like stamina, strength, stamina, intellect, and then plus healing. And if you
have you heard the way to...
Yeah, if you give me wings, nothing changes. It's like, oh, thanks. Thanks, bruh. Can I have some more plus healing, please?
But have you heard what they're doing with the sets? Like they're basically going to have like for each different, even for like let's say the Shocking spec, like they're specifically putting in a. So I think there'll be 4 sets for the.
Spec and I'm like, all right, whatever.
Anyways,
does that plus healing
the dream's
on it?
coming alive.
Does it have plus healing on it? Huh? Yes? No? Okay, fuck off.
No, like there'll be one holy set, then there'll be a Shocking set, then there'll be like a ref physical set, and then maybe a max mitigation set.
And you're not gonna want to wear the fucking ret set. You're gonna want to wear the fucking plus healing holy set. Even though it says reduce the cooldown of Holy Shock to 6 seconds, and you don't fucking have Holy Shock, you want plus healing. You think I'm joking, but I'm not.
No. Because it's like just being able to, as a paladin, being able to keep yourself alive, and like sometimes that's how you win.
Yeah, so it's like I get on top of you, I have some more than enough damage, I'm going to hack you to pieces. The only thing that's going to stop me from getting on top of you is if I can be killed. So you just make yourself unkillable, and then it's GG's. So I'm just looking at this. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, give me wings. See if that improves anything. Now, if the wings want to tell me something like increase my healing by 20%, I'm down for that. Like, all right.
I think that's the rat one increases damage and healing.
Yeah. All right.
So
whatever.
Again, like there's just so much it depends on. But like, like I said, it's kind of like if you like WoW and you want choice, all that stuff, they've basically nailed it with Season Discovery. That's the one thing where it's like, yeah, you could have your gross Ashen Veil and all that kind of.
All right,
but in terms of the loot and all that kind of stuff, has been amazing so far, in my opinion.
All right, so I got one last question for you. How do you feel about your BIS tank gear being PvP gear?
I don't particularly mind it if it's like the way they've done it with the incursions. the fact that the Emerald set is basically just like the PvP set, just literally a couple of points of the base stats reduction kind of thing. So,
So
like I said,
translation,
it was
I'm happy to not have to PvP to get the PvP gear for PvE that I need.
yeah, basically. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Once they
yeah,
have a
yeah.
workaround around it, but like looking at the PvP gear, like that's pretty much it seems to be the best one.
Yeah.
At least at this level bracket. But like I said, once you start getting tier gear level 60 and you have all the options and all stuff, then the PvP set starts to lose its
What do
kind
you
of nicheness.
what do you think the odds are Blizzard actually changed the PvP gear from stamina, intellect, spell power to strength, stamina, intellect, spell power? Because I kept bitching at them.
I think it's been like a lot of us have been like that the whole. As soon as we got Sheath of Light, like, can we get strength
Yeah,
and
yeah,
spell
yeah.
power in
Like,
the
what
same
is
item?
this shit? What is this shit? I imagine the Paladin Discord and everyone else is like, no, bro, this is not it. This isn't what it is. Don't you like this? But in retail, you like this gear, right? No, 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 no. You gave us Sheath of Light. What the fuck are we doing here? It
But
works.
like,
It works in retail because every point of intellect gives you a point of spell power, right? All right, I'm down for that, but not in classic. So it's like, all right.
because it's I think even like in era like the PvP set, I think the rank 10 or 11 whatever
Yeah,
was
they all
the
have
blue
all
set.
stats.
Yeah,
No, no,
it's
it's
like perfectly thing. It's like heavy stamina, a bit of spell power on. Does it? I'm not sure
no
about the thing,
rank
but it has
rank
the
10 is exactly the same as Marshall's gear. It's strength, stamina, intellect, spell power, crit. Strength, stamina,
yeah.
intellect, spell power, crit. It's literally all stats gear. And then every suit after tier 2, well, even tier 2 has that shit. Tier 2 is just missing crit. It's like they figured it out in classic, right? They were like, "Oh, these fucking paladins want all stat gear." It's like they only fucked up tier 1 and everything else they figured out correctly. And then I had to sit here in Season of Discovery and watch them have to relearn this shit. And I'm like, "Ugh." Like, nah, you want to wear warrior gear, don't you? No. Oh, you want to wear spellcaster plate gear, don't you? No. It's like, what? What kind of class are you? Meanwhile, I think enhancement shaman's in the same boat. Enhancement shamans are probably like, bro, just give me all stats gear. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, but like that, I think you made a comment about this on your like and I was the exact same. The fact that we did not have access to the shaman mail gear was the
Oh
biggest
yeah,
pain in the fucking ass ever. Especially as like as holy shock and all this stuff.
yeah,
If
yeah,
you're going to
yeah.
spell power build and all the shit, but
Well,
yeah, man,
they
it's
also have better tanking prioritization on the mail gear because it's actually ranged DPS gear. So it's low stamina, which we don't really give a shit about. Low int, which we also don't give a shit about, but it's got so much fucking spell power and crit. Give me
yeah.
that shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Hand it over. I'm like, I
So
don't
being able
give
to
a
kind of
shit
like
if I don't have mail gear or if I don't. It has low armor. Hand it over.
because like and I'm 100% sure that's not a bug where it's like paladin slash shaman. So
Yeah,
it's like going forward, that will be something to look at.
it's like
Can you sneak in one or two of
hooray.
these pieces where it's like
Yeah,
massive spell power and it's like
yeah,
massive
yeah,
secondary
yeah.
stats but no primary
Yeah.
stats kind of thing.
Yeah, it's even better when it
Um,
has spell hit on it. You're just like, oh, hello. Hello, honey.
yeah.
How are you? It's like,
Particularly if it's because I
hi.
think there's multiple cloth belts at this level. I think there's two or three where it's like gives you 1% spell hit and then like 10 or 14 spell power. Um, but because you're doing it in the belt slot, you're not
Mm-hmm.
actually losing that much armor. But one sec, I need to go take a piss
Yeah, yeah,
before
yeah.
the thing.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I'll say something really fast. So I'll ask him a question when he gets back. But the question I always had, and looking at the gear in World of Warcraft, I've always noticed something weird, where it's like, I put on the plate gear, but then I'll compare it to the mail gear, and the mail gear just kind of has more stats. And at the end of the day, you have to start asking yourself how much of our stats on our plate gear is actually going into the armor, if that makes any sense. So, for example, the mail gear might say something like, 12 stamina, 12 intellect. And the plate mail gear will say 11 stamina, 11 intellect. And you're just like, huh. Like, is that what's happening there? That's really weird. So I'll have to ask Tareyak when he gets back what the hell is going on there, his thoughts. But that's one thing I definitely noticed. And of course, the other weird thing I noticed is that spell power gets like a 130% ratio. So if you had like a piece of gear that was like, um, if one piece of gear said like 10 stamina, 10 strength, and another piece of gear was going to be like 10 stamina, and then spell power, it wouldn't be 10 spell power. It would be like 13 spell power, which was always really interesting as a ratio that was kind of floating around. The other annoying / interesting ratio is that plus healing is never 100%. Plus healing is sometimes 100%, and then sometimes it's like only like 60 or 70%. So the plus healing to spell power transition can be all over the fucking place, and I have no idea what is even remotely causing that. But I'm curious
Like,
what yeah. So I was talking while you were away. I have some weird questions about a gearing that I've noticed over the years. Okay.
yeah, go.
So I've noticed that like plate gear seems to put some of its stats into the armor. So for example,
Yeah,
yeah. So for example, if a male piece of gear said it had 12 stamina, 12 strength, right? Then its plate equivalent would have like 11 stamina, 11 strength, but it would have twice the armor. And this how do I put this? Phenomena continues to play out as you start looking at leather and cloth as well, if that makes any sense. So by the time you're looking at cloth, it has way more fucking stats on it than the plate gear equivalent. But it's got no fucking armor. It's got like 1/4 the armor.
yeah. So like the one thing that I usually went, or a trick I usually done on ear was the flare core leggings. These are cloth legs, but they have
Mm.
20 stam and like I think 25 fire resist or something crazy like that. So like the whole premise would be that like you have like plate in every other spot except for that one slot, and even though the leg is pretty big, because they had something like 42 or 43 spell power on
Yeah.
them. So it's like you're getting massive gains to it as well. So
Well, to be more specific, from my PvP perspective, what's specifically happening is that you're usually wearing a shield, and the shield gives you so much fucking armor that you start looking for other ways to leverage that massive armor gain for stat gain. And so it's like off come the bracers for cloth bracers, and off comes the belt for like a cloth belt or leather or some shit like that. And for some reason, male gear just happens to be fucking amazing, specifically shaman male gear. So if you ever watch Drakova, his ideal builds, he's kind of running around with like 4 pieces of male gear on for like no fucking for because they're just better stats, and you start devaluing armor. It's very strange, is what happens.
yeah, because it's like it's when the secondary stats start to outweigh the whatever gains the armor's giving you.
Yes.
Uh, it's
Yeah.
I can't remember the name for it, but it's basically some sort of kind of like it's like a break point in stats. It's
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
stuff you're talking about with the crit kind of thing. It's like at past a certain point, okay, the crit's not really
But
worth that
you're
much.
you're literally just looking to min max after min maxing. It's like you're doubling on the min maxing already. So
Exactly.
your first pit stop is min maxing in pure plate gear, and then once you realize you don't need all that fucking armor, you start min maxing in plate mail gear. And then when you really realize you don't need all that armor, then leather and everything else starts becoming on the table, and you start looking really fucking weird, very quickly. But in
100%.
in PvP, all my guides, I always have you guys in full plate mail gear, just because some scary shit exists, like rogues and whatnot. But yeah, especially for min maxing and raids and whatnot, yeah, mail gear. Mail, I never feel comfortable putting on leather gear, but I always feel comfortable putting on mail gear 100%, because the armor loss is minimal, especially if you got a shield
True.
on. But then the leather starts really hurting. So
And that,
also you can't really use cloth in PvP because the stamina is too low.
yeah,
Yeah.
like you specifically need high stat cloth pieces at least if you the
Yeah,
whole trick with that as well.
which really don't exist. And
But like
yeah.
the minor slots, like the belt and the wrist, though, it's like even with that, it's like you can straight up just replace it with the cloth piece, and it's like maybe 100, 200 armor, a couple hundred armor maybe.
Yeah.
Whereas, like I said, if you're talking about like a chest piece, that's going to be,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's like
Yeah, yeah.
500 or something like that, you know?
Yeah, it's like belts and bracers and your gloves are all the ones that you might be interested in switching out and everything else. Especially gloves, because there's often weird shit attached to gloves. You know what I mean? Like fucking plus weapon skill gets attached to gloves. Other weird, like, speed increasers get attached to gloves. You're like, proc on hit gets attached to gloves. So it's like sometimes there's just weird shit on gloves that you want. Not for tanking, but for PvP, yes. So you're like, I'm gonna put on black grass of the destroyer, and you're like, all right, let's put on that shit and see if it times 2 procs, which it doesn't. All right, well, I'm going to end the video here. I actually have to go. I'm going to go make a PvP guide video about me just complaining about what the issue is in PvP in Season of Discovery. I've thought a lot about it. I'll ask you this really fast. So I thought a lot about it, and the TLDR on my issue with PvP in Season of Discovery is they've given too many classes instant cast spells, high damage instant cast spells. That's problem number 1. And then problem number 2 is that they're 30-yard range instant cast spells. And the issue here with that is if you look at what a burst is in Classic WoW already is really bursty in PvP. But if you look at what is happening in a burst, it's always a hard cast spell immediately followed by an instant cast spell, if you're following me on that, right?
Yeah.
And there's really only 2 classes in the entire game and era that can do that. Specifically, it's Mage and it's Shaman. And both their instant cast spells don't do all that much damage. Shaman it does, but the Fire Blast isn't all that bad. And they're all 20-yard range, which means they're kind of instant. They're more defensive in nature. But you start giving everyone instant cast spells, and that warrior that has to run into the enemy team and like hamstring someone and start a fight, he suddenly has to worry about the fact that every enemy class he's facing can literally Kamehameha his ass. You know what I mean? Maybe not as well as a shaman, but the fact that they're all able to do it means he suddenly has like a need for 50% more HP than he used to have, which just doesn't exist in Season of Discovery, and so you're going to get fucked. That's problem number 1. Like before, if he ran into an enemy Warsong Gulch team, he might have to worry about 2 Earth Shocks and 2 Fire Blasts for instant cast spells, and nothing else. Now he has to worry about the entire fucking enemy team doing a hard cast into an instant cast, which is just a massive increase in DPS. The other thing is, it's 30 fucking yard range, which means if you're a mage in the rear with the gear, like let's say the warrior charges in, right, to an enemy Warsong Gulch team, and then a mage moseys on up to the 30-yard range, and he wants to cast some spells. That entire, like, half that enemy team can look at him funny and hit him with instant cast spells and watch him explode. Which is something that cannot exist in Classic World of Warcraft because they're all 20-yard range. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, like the range, probably the best argument was that Star Surge. Like, there was literally no weakness to that.
Star Surge
Cheap, and instant cast, low cooldown.
And Shadow Word Death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, once you're in that scenario, like I said to the warrior, it's like he could confidently charge into it. At least he could get a couple of things off. Now he charges into a team, he's just instantly dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the correct play in the past would be he would charge an enemy team, get a hamstring off, and then immediately start running away from the enemy team. He's running away to try to mitigate incoming damage. Specifically, he's trying to get out of range of any instant cast spells. Because they're only 20-yard range. He might be able to make it out of range of at least half of them, especially if he runs left or right, if that makes sense, right? So on top of that, once he takes all that damage from the hard cast and the instant cast spells, he's ran back far enough that there's no follow-up damage incoming, right? They can't get a secondary hard cast off. And of course, he has intercepts, so he can always just get full healed and go right back in again. All he gives a shit about is charging in, getting a hamstring on somebody, and then surviving whatever the fuck is about to happen, getting healed to full, and getting right back in again. He's done his fucking job. It's like watching a tank in League of Legends do their fucking job. You know what I mean? They're just there to start the fight and to survive starting the fight. Like that's all they're really fucking there to do. After that, the battle becomes a mosh pit, right? So which is great. But in Season of Discovery, there's so much instant cast damage that everyone's kind of really bursty. Like the fucking hunters have instant cast spells now, right? Whereas before all they had was like I'll pew
Arcane
you
shot.
and arcane shot you, and then I sit on my hands and do nothing. Now they're like a fucking mage with instant cast spells, like a machine gun instant cast spelling you. You got the priest shadow word deathing. You got the druids fucking star surging. You got the shamans still doing their fucking shocking nonsense. You got the fire blast is still a thing. Even if you're running away from the fire blast, you know you're gonna get hit with a bunch of fucking like ice lances or whatever the hell it is, or their stupid kamehameha thing. It's just like, all right, the HP demands have gone through the roof here with the balls. But I really feel bad for the guy at the 30-yard range who in Era is perfectly safe. The mage can just walk up and start casting some spells. No problem. There's nothing instant cast that's going to come and bitch slap him. I was like, someone's going to have to press W towards him in order to fucking do some kind of instant cast. There's counterplay. You can see him running at you. You can finish your Frostbolt and run away. You know, very easy, simple. But in Season of Discovery, you so much as stick your dick over that 30-yard range line and you might just explode. That's a fucking problem. So, yeah.
For sure.
Not,
it's not even a thing where it's like, oh, just more fixes. It's like seeing with the druid, it's like I cannot get close to them to do any counter. It's like if they're like a king of chitin, then they'll just star surge me to death. You know?
Yeah. Well, I don't feel too bad about that now as Paladin because we can kind of bitch slap them back, if that makes any sense.
Like we've gotten a couple of things now with exorcism, holy shock.
Yeah, Paladin's on the shit list. Like 3 classes come to mind that are on my shit list for PvP. One is Druid with fucking Star Surge. The other one is Priest with Shadow Word Death. Whoever the fuck thought it was a good idea to give Shadow Priest infinite mana and Shadow Word Death is a fucking moron. Like, they were already super fucking hard to kill. They barely had any weaknesses, and you just fix those 2 weaknesses. It's like, all right, this is retarded. The other one is Paladin. Because, I'm a Paladin player, so I don't want to talk too much shit about Paladin. I don't want to bring down the Nerf ban hammer or anything. But the way Paladin always worked in PvP was nobody wanted to stand toe-to-toe with a Paladin because everyone dies when they go toe-to-toe with a Paladin. If you've noticed, the proper way to play against a Paladin in Season of Discovery or in Classic World of Warcraft was to kite them. Everyone had to kite the Paladin. You didn't have a fucking choice. If you did not kite the Paladin, you lose. He will murder the shit out of you. It's not because he doesn't crazy DPS, it's because it's a combination of high DPS and insanely fucking tanky. So you had to kite them. In Season of Discovery, you really have to fucking kite them because now they do crazy DPS. They're still incredibly fucking tanky. But more importantly, you can't kite them anymore because they can do the Druid Starfall shit. Right? Literally, okay, I have 180 instant cast, 30-yard plus range DPS. Think about that shit. Okay, as a time on target Paladin, I used to kill people by having around about a 200 DPS, and I would just sit on you for 40 seconds until you fucking died. Right? That's what I used to do for PvP in Classic World of Warcraft. The fact that you've given me instant cast range spells upwards of between 180 and 200 DPS, depending on if I have Sheath of Light or not, is fucking insane. Which means I can do exactly what the fucking druids are doing, except I'm a fucking paladin. Which means if you come anywhere near me, I'm going to murder your ass in melee. Yeah, so literally imagine a druid with Starfall, except if you get into melee with it, it gets worse.
And like another thing to note as well is that you get to see like there's certain builds with the talents that you've highlighted as well. Whereas the reflect damage, where it's like you get eye for reckoning. Do you know what I mean? So it's like any caster or any melee that crits you, they're basically dead. And then once you pair that on top of like having extras to death that range too, then like I said, that's one build that's going to be extremely spicy.
Yeah. That's kind of why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting for level 60. Is I realize we're really good right now because they've given us those range instant cast spells. But come level 60, I get eye for an eye and everything I need, and it's just like, all right. Well, I'm not Super Saiyan right now. Actually, I am Super Saiyan right now, but I'm going to be Super Saiyan like times 3 come level 60. So I might as well just wait around for level 60. I'm like, whatever. I'll just wait for level 60, and then I'll show you guys all what the fuck is about to happen.
That
Ugh.
was the same thing for me as well, because like when we were like level, I think like level 25 was the first call, maybe level 4. It's like anything that you were saying now, it's like you can't really kind of like set in stone because it's going to be changed, or there's going to be something else. Like as we kind of seen, like Sheath of Light was something that was a complete game changer, because now all of a sudden those tanky kind of like was it defense pieces that always had strength on them, they're now
On the menu,
on the
boys.
table.
Yeah,
Do you
on
know
the
what I mean?
menu. It's like, all right, interesting. Yeah, Paladin from a theory crafting gearing perspective is amazing in Season of Discovery. Absolutely fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's nightmare fuel to try to figure out and make fucking YouTube videos for, but it's still amazing in the grand scheme of things. It's also a little nerve-wracking to make videos because you're gonna 100% be wrong about something, always. But that's just
Oh,
the
100%.
nature. That's just the nature of theory crafting. I don't pay people no never mind when they're like, "Oh, Pally time, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Thanks for the info." Um, yeah, but in PvP, in PvP, the Paladin life and Season of Discovery has been looking like this for me. It's like level 25, you're getting blue balled because you don't have cleanse and you don't have reckoning. Level 40, you're getting blue balled because you barely have reckoning and you don't have cleanse. Level 50, you're getting blue balled. I call it blue ball, but really it's like fighting with one arm tied behind my back, right? At level 50, thank God I have access to cleanse, but I still don't have. I'm still missing some key critical element in every paladin build that exists, right? Like there's no eye. Like Holy Shock doesn't have eye for an eye. Reckoning doesn't have eye for an eye. Deep Ret Paladin doesn't have access to a 35 second Hodge stun. If you don't know how valuable that is for them, you're fucking crazy. So it's like we're still fighting with one arm tied behind our back, literally until level 60. And that's basically been my PvP experience. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the other classes kind of sideways, and I'm like, you guys have always had your best PvP gear. I think you guys basically have all the talents you need to not be fighting with one arm behind your back by the time you're level 40. I don't think anyone's having a similar experience to Paladin. Paladin needs every single talent point that they can possibly get their hands on to be viable. Not viable is the wrong word. To be really really terrifying, if that makes sense.
To be at their final level kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because it is
Yeah.
kind of like Paladin specifically. It's like you kind of spice people out. You just want all this. You just want as much as everything, and you just squeeze every single drop, and then you get to a situation where it's like, Drakova versus Venruki. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the whole fucking classic world stands still, and they're like, is a mage about to lose to a Paladin?
The answer is
Do you know what I mean?
yes. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because like that proves your point of that you have to kite the Paladin. That's because Venruki done nothing but kite that whole fight, and he still almost lost.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there was one moment there. I don't know if you watched my video where I was like, if all Drakova did was run away right now and wait for his second bubble to come off a cooldown, which it was like 30 seconds away, he would have won. Venruki so he failed to do that. Venruki also identified the danger and went all in and forced him to bubble defensively. Because if he gets
Yeah,
on top of Venruki and he bubbles and Venruki doesn't have any ice blocks, he's going to get cut to fucking pieces. So yeah, that was a brilliant fight. I loved watching that. What the hell was
100%.
what the hell was I also thinking about? Yeah, so I've been fighting in PvP, one arm tied behind my back this entire fucking time. There are entire lines of play that are not open to you as a paladin in Season of Discovery, specifically because you do not have eye for an eye. I'll give you some examples, okay? So Holy Shock in Season of Discovery is supposed to take eye for an eye. You can only do that at level 60 because you only have 3 spare talent points at that point. It's 17 in the Ret tree, and then, eye for an eye, or Holy Shock. How do I put this? I don't know if you've looked at Shaman DPS, like Elemental Shaman DPS with like fucking Overload and Lava Burst and all that shit they got going on. But there's no fucking way for you to out-heal enemy spellcasters in Season of Discovery as it currently exists, the way we are used to out-healing motherfuckers in Era, right? So in Era, I just have to have enough plus healing that I can keep spamming Holy Light, and I'll eventually kind of, sort of, maybe out-heal these fucking Nax DPS motherfuckers if they don't get amazing RNG, right? That's how Era works. In Season of Discovery, you need to take that shit and throw it out the window. Why? Because they're doing like 1,000 DPS and you're doing like 800 HPS. Okay? So the only fucking way to out-heal them, all right, is through a combination, is literally you have to force them into a scenario where they either need to stop their DPS and heal themselves or die. And eye for an eye is a critical element of that. Does that make sense? So they're doing 1,000 DPS to you. You're doing 800 DPS. You're going to die eventually. It's an inevitability. The only question is, can eye for an eye do enough reflect damage to force them into a scenario where they're either easily killable or they have to stop and heal themselves, basically. They have to stop DPSing and heal themselves. The other critical element to that, of course, is the jab, right? Where you're exorcising them and you're giving them 1 second to spell pushback, because that's as good as 1,000 bonus HP. Of course, it does like a shit ton of damage to them, which helps this mechanic. You judge them, which does the exact same thing. You could start moving backwards while you're on the GCD for the jab, which is really hurting their DPS, and eventually they have to stop and heal themselves. Once they need to stop and heal themselves, you can start pressing W towards them. And at that point, they're kind of up shit creek without a paddle, because they can either take off running from you at like 50% life, like about 40% life. They kind of start trying to run from you, which isn't going to work because you're just going to keep pelting them with like 200 DPS while they're trying to run away from you. Or they can spend the time to heal to full life, but then they have a fucking Paladin on top of them, which is nightmare fuel. You get my idea, right? So we can't just sit there and traditionally out-heal shit. I'm sure you've noticed this in Season of Discovery so far, where you're like, let me try to Holy Light myself, and you just fucking and die, or you just fucking die. One of the two.
Because like that was typically what you'd see. Is like, if you saw a mage casting you'd literally you'd start casting the Holy Light. You'd like wait a second to see it, and then, because I think it's a 4-second cast, you do it. The same thing with the shaman. You see them casting.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. The druids really come to mind when you'd be like chasing them for a while. They keep starfalling you. Eventually you need to stop and heal, and then they stop and just start raw DPSing you, and that's when you fucking notice. You're like, oh, I can either out heal you, and then die, or I just die. Great game, Blizzard. Well designed. You're just like, Jesus Christ. But the whole time I'm sitting there and I'm like, give me the jab, give me eye for an eye. Give me the jab, give me eye for eye. Give me the jab, give me eye for eye. And now at level 50, I have the jab, but I don't have eye for an eye. So I'm just like, oh, Jesus.
Another thing as well is like because you're technically able to get eye for an eye and reckoning.
Yep.
As well.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that, like, no matter if it's a melee or if it's a caster, they're going to get absolutely destroyed.
Well, the actual build for Reckoning these days is a heal in combat, eye for an eye Reckoning. So you put 25 points into the prot tree. Then you put 17 points into the ret tree to get eye for an eye. And then you have between 8 to 9 talent points remaining. And those all go into the Holy Tree, and you use Improved Concentration Aura and like 3 points-ish into Spiritual Focus. So you have 100% spell pushback immunity. So you both have the ability to heal in combat, and you have eye for an eye. And that's what's making it nightmare fuel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because the spell pushback is going to be a factor to it as well.
Yeah,
and being able to just take that off the table.
And I ran that build past Strakova one time in Era, and he basically told me it was stupid. And he made a really good argument for why it's stupid. It's stupid to be a Reckoning Paladin that can also heal in combat in Era, specifically because you might as well just press a W at the enemy. It's like, what are you dicking around healing for? What's the point here exactly? Because you had enough DPS, you were tanky enough, you might as well just press W, which is a really good point, right? But in SoD, pressing W is not going to work because all these fucking instant cast spells. So you need to actually heal yourself, if that makes any sense. You need to find a way to both bitch slap around the enemy and heal yourself, and then get into a position where you can press W with them. And you get the idea. So she's suddenly on the menu, boys, in Season of Discovery, which was really fascinating to watch. It was always a viable PvP build. Even Shockeye was a viable PvP build, but was not creme de la creme. If you think about it, it would be like there's the A team of Paladin PvP specs, and then there's the B team of Paladin PvP specs in Era. And there was basically an inversion that took place in Season of Discovery PvP. Like the B team came off the bench and was like, hold my beer. And the A team has been basically being slapped around pretty badly. Like Holy Reckoning, my favorite Paladin, you couldn't pay me to play that shit in Season of Discovery. Because you're talking about me being a Paladin that can heal and has Reckoning, but it doesn't have Eye for an Eye in Season of Discovery? Fuck off. Literally, that's how funny it is.
You'd be like a sit and look as well, because the one thing as well, it's like, okay, yeah, you could look catch and then maybe shield all stuff, but it's like the fact that it's instant cast, they do not have to stand still. You're never going to catch up with them, because you're already like the strat was to get caught kind of thing as well. They call us a wheelchair class for a reason.
Yeah. Well, imagine being a holy Paladin in Season of Discovery in PvP without Eye for an Eye. It's like, what is your battle plan here exactly? It's to heal against this enemy spellcaster who has infinite mana until you and die. It's like, you can probably heal yourself to full repeatedly and press W in whatever direction you want to go. But whatever direction you want to go, it's going to be the same story. It's going to be, you're going to get instant cast spelled until you need to fucking heal yourself again. So at the end of the day, you're just going to be healing yourself until you and die. That's if you don't have Eye for an Eye. If you have Eye for an Eye, you are beating the shit out of the enemy with your heals. Holy fuck. The sheer act of you healing is doing like 150 DPS back at the enemy, because it's like 15% spell damage reduction in the grand scheme of things. So the enemy spellcaster is literally killing themselves while you're healing themselves. And of course, you're just helping it along with the jab and the exorcism and holy shock and all that goodness. So, yeah, no, it's the only way forward, but it really pisses me off in the grand scheme of things, because it's like, I can't traditionally as a holy Paladin, the way it would work is you're going to try to DPS me as an enemy caster. I'm going to heal over here. I'm going to spam Holy Light. And what's going to eventually happen is you're going to have to stop your assault, Mr. Enemy Spellcaster, because you will eventually run out of mana. Now, that sounds terrible for like the caster's a life perspective, like a quality of life perspective, because it's like, why bother to DPS on this spellcaster when or on this healer when he can just easily out heal me? Well, the answer is that RNG can go either direction. You know what I mean? So it's like, if none of my heals crit or high roll, and the enemy spellcaster gets 4 back-to-back critical strikes, I'm going to explode. I can't out-heal that, you know what I mean? So I can't out-heal the spikes. So what would end up happening was, and you see this with mages all the time, right? The mage will open on you, he'll cast a bunch of spells, you'll be healing it. If he gets good RNG, you die. If he doesn't get good RNG, he has to go eat and drink because his mana is suffering, right? And it was that way in TBC. It was that way in Classic. Not like that in Season of Discovery at all. Holy shit. He's going to expect them to have infinite mana, expect you to be able to So it's like, fuck. And that's on top of the fact that you can't out-heal them anyways. You can technically out-heal them if you use the rune that makes your Holy Light's 2-second spellcast. Okay? At that point, your plus healing, your HPS is like 120, and thank God for that. So you can out HPS that elemental shaman, but you're eventually just going to and die. So it's like, awesome, great, thanks. Elemental shaman's a bad example because they don't actually have any instant cast spells they can chase you effectively with, but you get the idea, right? Boomkin would be a really good example, right? Maybe I can out heal the Boomkin. But if I can't out-mana the Boomkin, I'm just going to be stuck healing forever. If I try to run away from his bitch ass, he's just going to keep starfalling me until I need to start fucking healing again. It's the stuff of nightmares, right? We're either going to stay here forever, or I need Eye for an Eye to really seal the deal here.
Yeah, because it's like we were talking about with the the cleanse macro, it's like you have to be able to do both. Do you know what I mean? Like just being able to keep yourself up is not going to be enough. So you keep yourself up whilst doing some sort of damage, and it seems like Eye for an Eye is the best way because it then forces them to think, because even if they're not going to get the crit on the next cast, risk getting the crit because they're at, like I say, 30% health, something like that, you know?
Well, Eye for an Eye alone isn't doing it. You also desperately need the jab, because what the jab is doing is it's doing like 800 damage to them, and it's giving them 1 second of spell pushback, so it's worth like 100 healing to you. But during that 1.5 second GCD timer, you can literally cover like 13. You can run away for 13 yards. And that 13-yard running isn't wasted because eventually you're going to get outside of their hardcast spell range, right? And so they have to spend fucking 1.5 seconds chasing after your bitch ass. Now, they'll probably do it while instant cast spelling you, which sucks, but it's still, if they can't do that, or if they've used their instant cast spell willy-nilly and they have to chase you, like, without doing any DPS whatsoever, because they're stupid, it's also worth more healing, if that makes any sense. But it's just this weird combination of I'm doing it for the heals, but I'm also doing it just for offensive purposes. You can't win a mana war. It's just not going to happen. Not unless they want to reduce the mana cost of Holy Light by like 50%. They gave us Fanaticism. All right, so they gave us Fanaticism, which in theory, if you have Illumination, is going to make Holy Light super mana efficient, right? That's the theory. You follow me on this shit?
Yeah.
That's the fucking theory. But in practice, how I put this? There's only 2 paladins that can get Illumination. One is Holy Reckoning, and the other one is Shock Eye. How do I explain this? Shock Eye. It still doesn't work very well without Eye for an Eye, is what I'm saying. And only one of those 2 paladins has access to an Eye for an Eye. I honestly still don't think it's mana efficient enough. I think you're just going to die. I think what's going to happen is... Okay, okay. So my bad. I was trying to figure out what the problem is. Nothing in Classic WoW stops the fact that if the enemy spellcaster gets good RNG on their crits, you explode. Right? No amount of Holy Light healing is going to change that fact in Classic World of Warcraft. If 5 spells in a row out of that spellcaster crit you, you're going to fucking explode. And it doesn't matter what the fuck Holy Light is doing. Which means that if my battle plan versus an enemy is to spend 2 fucking minutes healing myself while they spend 2 minutes DPSing into me, because that's how long it's going to take for them to eventually RNG is going to spike and I'm just going to explode. So even that's not a viable option anymore. Really sad. I don't like it at all. The enemy are just too mana efficient in SoD. Really don't like it.
Because it's like, even mages though, like they have that ability that like at like some sort of like 50% of the damage or some shit like that. Yeah. So like they have like a double instant cast. I think Peo does a video of it. They just double instant casts people to death. Yeah,
they have this weird Palm Pyro thing that they're doing where it's like, I forget what it is, but it's like I'm going to turn you into a sheep and I'm going to cast Pyroblast at you, and then I'm going to, well, I think they do it off of Arcane Explosion, but in theory my brain is like, they do one hard cast spell and do like an instant cast Palm Pyro, and while that thing is in the fucking air, they also do their turn all my mana into a fucking laser beam, and that all basically hits you simultaneously and you explode. And what's worse about it too is that that build also takes improved counterspell. So they'll actually counterspell you like right before the first Pyroblast lands, and it silences you for 5 seconds. So you just get to watch this entire thing take place. How Paladin deals with that is it's like, well, I can bubble it if I have to. My Bisp PvP gear has 200 fucking fire resist on it, so that helps. And honestly, you just have enough HP that you just take all that shit to the face and say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" And the mage is like, "What the fuck?" Literally, I'm not joking. You just end up living and you're like, "Wow, can you do that again?" And the answer is no. And they're just out of mana. You've got like 5% life. Like Hand of Reckoning over Crusader Strike, I take that 100%. Sacred Shield, you take that 100%. You just gear yourself tanky as fuck with a ton of fire resist. Fire resist is absolutely critical in Season of Discovery. Do not leave home without it. It already was amazing in Era, but once they give Shamans fucking Lava Burst, it's like, oh, nope, fire resist. We need it. We super need it. Because what happens with the Mage, for example, right, is let's say you survive all that nonsense. Any idea what the next fucking thing they're doing is?
So I'd say even a grenade or something like that. But
Yep.
it's like grenades, dynamite, sappers, all that stuff is getting reduced by.
Yeah, out comes a goblin mortar or a grenade, and you can see it coming, right? So you've been silenced for 5 seconds. You've taken everything to the chin like a fucking champion. You're sitting there at like 10% life. They're like, I'm gonna throw a fucking grenade at you. So you can literally they'll wait for you to heal a little bit, and then they'll chuck a grenade at you. And when you have a 55% chance to resist the grenade, it is the most beautiful fucking thing in the world. They're like, haha, grenade! Yep. And you're like, resist. And they're like,
what?
And you're like, hold my beer, as you just chase them down and murder them. It's pretty funny. I was fighting, I don't know if you know who Smog is on the Era server, but Smog would always show up when I was trying to rank in Silithus to try to nuke me out of existence. And it got to the point where he would show up, try to kill me in a burst, and if he didn't get me in the burst, he would run away like a bitch. Because I would just kill him otherwise. And I'd be like, get your fucking ass back here. But he had like it was something stupid, like it was like a 40% chance to blow me the fuck up, depending on RNG. Oh, the other element of the RNG there is Thick Obsidian Breastplate. Like, what is she doing for you? Is she proccing? Is she giving you like an extra 1,000 HP this time around? Or is she only giving you like nothing? You know what I mean? So a lot of RNG on that, but fire resist was a huge component of it. Yeah, eventually he started trying to burst me down with like arcane missiles and shit. God damn, that shit hurt. But Thick Obsidian Breastplate doesn't give a fuck about arcane missiles. And then Blizzard nerfed Thick Obsidian Breastplate by giving it a 10-second internal CD, or a 6-second, I think. And I was like, oh, you bastards. Like, someone got sick and tired of trying to blow up somebody out of existence. And we're like, oh, what is this Thick Obsidian Breastplate shit? Why did it proc 3 times and he survived? I was like, all right, whatever. No, it's fun.
That's the thing about Classic as well. Is like there is a lot of you get around certain matchups and issues. So it's like
totally.
Like that's where it's like game knowledge is kind of the
one super nice thing they already gave us in SoD are those tailoring cloth boots that for 6 seconds you can reduce incoming damage by 30%. The fact that those boots exist in SoD is like worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna just be running around with these boots. I'm gonna be like, oh, are you bursting on me? Am I silenced? I'm not sure. I give a shit. And you push the minus 30% damage reduction button, which is actually a 50% increase in your effective HP button. And then they're not gonna fucking kill you. They'll be like, Kamehameha! And you'll be like there with like 20% life. Like, all right, that was cool. Anything else you got going on? Can I kill you now, you fucking ape?
And like I said, it does get a lot better once you have these points.
Yeah, well, if you have eye for an eye, if you survive one of those bursts, they're going to be at like half life, and I'm not joking.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're like, here, have a judgment, have an exorcism, have a paladin pressing W at you, even though he's 20% life. What the fuck are you going to do about it? You're just going to die. You're going to die screaming is what you're going to do.
That was one thing I couldn't believe, though, because like Savix was there kind of like doing the whole thing, getting the violin out. We need some movement speed.
Yeah.
What counter are people going to have to a fully charged reckoning pal?
Yeah.
That has a movement speed increase or some sort of mobility. You have no counterplay, you know?
No, especially when you factor in that we have bubble, because this entire time I've been talking like bubble doesn't exist. But if they Kamehameha you and you just let's say you don't have any of those cooldowns, you literally just roll your eyes, pop bubble. You're like, whatever, thank you, wham bam, thank you ma'am, and you hit them and they die. But yeah, well, the weird thing about Savix is I don't think he's ever watched any Paladin. Like, he's definitely never watched any of my videos. So he's
no, like Savix is like white collar is like he's a rock. the new age when they gave Paladin's holy power. I think that's
Yeah.
originally playing Paladin.
Okay.
So it's like once you have that, then basically like Paladins became kind of like a 200 rogue. Pretty much.
Oh. Yeah. No, so the weird thing I find with Savix is not weird, it just is what it is, right? Is that he played private server. Remember those old videos of him on private servers playing Ret Paladin, right? So he's pre-Pally time. He's pre-Pally time, but he's never watched. But now he's in post-Pally time. How do I fucking explain this? Before I made time on target, Paladin always had problems catching other classes, right? We had to get really creative on how to catch other classes. Then I made time on target, and it was basically like we can consistently catch classes now because we're devoting both our PvP trinket and a bunch of other things in order to catch classes. If you watch like Drakova with Reckoning videos, he has no problem catching people and delivering them death once he has a wreck bomb. No problem whatsoever. Part of that is pressing W and forcing the enemy, because the instant cast spell meta doesn't exist. So the enemies have to root themselves in place. So if you can take all their nonsense to the face and still survive, or even if you have to use bubble to do that, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're basically up a grenade, right? If that makes any sense. Because you've closed the distance at the expense of your HP bar. That's basically what you've done. That's option one. Option two is you take like Goblin Mortar and Gnomish Netomatic, and you start doing annoying things where it's like, I throw a grenade at you and I start running at you and you PvP trinket the grenade and you're like, oh, that's awesome. I'm going to run away in a straight line now. I'll be back in a minute. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the fuck are they going to do if you just run away for a minute and come back a little bit later? And the answer is...
That's what they never expect. They never expect the Paladin to start running away.
Like, wait, what? What do you mean you can run in the opposite direction? I can't do any damage to you. This is not fair. And then that's why in the smog scenario, they would try to kill me, fail, and then run away. Because it like literally my next play is I throw a grenade at you, I stun you, they PvP trinket, and I'm like, nah, I'm going to go this way, and I'll be back in a minute. And they're like, nope, I'll be back in 5 minutes when my CDs are back up. It's like, all right, I see the game we're playing here. It's really funny. But then of course, if you're wearing the fire resist, what happens is they grenade you, it gets resisted. You grenade them, it doesn't get resisted. They PvP trinket, you're up a grenade. It's going to get real pretty quickly. Most classes in the game just died in Gnomish Netomatic. How many classes in the game can actually get out of Gnomish Netomatic? It's literally Paladin and Druid and nobody else. Oh, wait, that's not true. Mages can blink out of it. And rogues can improve out of it, but rogues aren't really on...
Improve sprint, yeah.
Yeah, but they can't get out of stun, so they just die to the wreck bomb. So rogues aren't really a thing. Mages have this issue where you'll be running at them, they'll hit you with a spell cast and decide, okay, I'm going to blink away now. And you hit them with a Gnomish Netomatic and they just ice block it. But you still traded Gnomish Netomatic for an ice block. The moral of the story is there are ways for you to use your trinkets, and it gets dumber too, because you only need to be out of combat for 6 seconds in order to swap out your trinkets, right? So let's say you're running away from a mage in Classic in a straight line. What the fuck does he have to keep you in combat? Right? Let's count the ways. Well, in theory, he's got Fire Blast at 20-yard range on an 8-second cooldown. That's not going to work. So eventually you're going to drop combat, you can switch out your trinkets, and then 30 seconds later, you can make a move and kill somebody. You follow me on this? That's what was happening in Mage in Drakova versus the Venruki fight, is he was running away and swapping out his fucking trinkets. Right?
Yeah.
So if it was level 60 and he had greater access to a wider array of trinkets, he would win that fight pretty convincingly. Just because eventually he'll get enough trinkets together that there's no more ice blocks and you fucking die. So it's actually the correct play for you to run away in a straight line. All else fails just to buy time. And you can feel bad about it all you want, but then you realize how many fucking classes do the exact same thing to us. Where they're just dicking around for a trinket or this thing or that thing or wasting time for this ability to come off a cooldown. So... all that is on the table, and even more horrifyingly in Season of Discovery. The point is with Savix, when he was like, we need the ability to catch our enemy better, I was like, are you full retarding at them and pressing W? Then the answer to your question is yes. If you're like, great, I got PvP trinket, let me just repent this motherfucker and then dick off, I'll be back in a minute, then the answer is no. Right? Ugh.
For sure. And like I said, it's one of those things where I could definitely see why, there's like screams for like, oh, we need. That's, in my opinion, like that's what kind of made WoW bad. It's like everyone started getting everything, you know what I mean? And it wasn't just like a special mage thing. They just got everything. You know what I mean? Like mage is literally heroism, everything.
Well, mage is really interesting right now because they gave everyone the ability to counter their blink, and so they decided mages need another blink, which I both approve of, but I find amusing at the same time. Like, oh, we came full circle. And it's like you gave everyone the ability to catch these annoying classes that are hard to catch, and so now we're giving them the ability to run away better.
Which I think is better because, like, when you think about it or when you break it down, it's like at least having a second counter means that you can at least get to the target. Whereas, like in era, it's like you just cannot get to. You can't lock them down, kind of thing.
Oh, you mean mages specifically?
Situation. Yeah, mage specifically, kind of thing, because it's like they can literally blink out of your stun. So even if you get your stun down to 35 seconds, they have a.
It's not blink that's fucking you in the ass. It's the 2 ice blocks. Straight up. If they.
Oh well, the ice box is just the cherry on top. I think, but just in terms of like the.
Well,
the
like take Fire Mage for example, or Palm Pyro. They don't have any ice blocks, which means that after they PvP trinket something away and they've used their blink, like picture this, right? Say I grenade stun the mage, he PvP trinkets out of it, and so I just say fuck you, and I Goblin Mortar him for 1.5 seconds. I'm gonna be physically on top of this motherfucker and in melee with him. He needs to blink that one, is what I'm saying. Right? Even though it's only 1.5 seconds, that's still something stupid like 13 yards that I can cover towards him, which is really, really bad. Because at that point, you're in Hodge stun rage. And even though Hodge is only going to be 1.5 seconds, you see where we're going from here, right?
Yep.
Okay. So if he's, so I'm going to catch him, right? Literally, he has to be beyond 27 yards away from me in order for this to not work. Literally. Why? Because in 1.5 seconds, I can move 13 yards. My melee range is 5 yards, so now we're at 18 yards. And if I get within Hodge stun rage, that's going to be like another 13 yards. And it's bad juju. Okay? So I grenade stun him. He PvP trinkets. I Goblin Mortar him. He blinks out of that. Now I Gnomish Net-O-Matic his ass. If he doesn't have Ice Block, he sits that Gnomish Net-O-Matic and he fucking dies. It's really ice blocks that cause the mage to super survive against a paladin. Otherwise, you can chain together enough CC that you can actually catch them pretty easily. Yeah. Now, and the fun thing in Season of Discovery is I've given up on trying to catch motherfuckers, and we're just pelting them to death with like 180 to 200 range DPS. Literally, I don't know if you watched my PvP video, but I was like, because I was torn between Avengers for time on target Paladin, so we could sit on them longer, or Exorcism, so that we could jab and do damage at range. And then I had an epiphany where it was like, well, if this motherfucker wants to run away from me, why do I even need to catch him? Like, why don't I just keep hitting him with Exorcisms and Judgments until he fucking dies? Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, and then it's like pepper him nicely.
Yep. Just keep smacking him around. Just give him the old druid treatment. You're literally like a Star Surge druid at this point. Like, oh, you're running from me. That's adorable. Where are you going? Where are we going? Like,
where
fuck
you.
Boy? Smack, 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 smack. Like, I'm gonna get into melee. It'll be safer. No, it won't. So no, I'm just waiting for level 60 so I can get I don't even care what the new runes are. I'm waiting for level 60 so I can get Eye for an Eye and just be like, all right, look how broken this is. Blizzard, we need to be nerfed. Nerf Paladin. My goal is to get Blizzard to nerf Paladin, which will be funny.
You are the chosen one, Paladin.
That's how you know you're in the big time. Do you have any idea how many times Drakova got Paladin nerfed over the years? Like, holy fuck.
But like, it is kind of like the whole. What's it like? You get the whole kind of like pat on the back. It's like, oh yeah, like I found something cool, but then like
Yeah, it's bittersweet.
You couldn't have just kept it quiet. No, you had to make a video.
Yeah, I should make a list of everything we've gotten nerfed over the years. We got chopped paladin nerfed. We got fucking blessing of sacrifice. When you got crit, it would give them a crit stack. We got that nerfed. That was pretty funny.
Say that was hilarious in BGs. Just putting a sacrifice
Yeah.
on someone, just wreck bombing their whole team,
Yeah,
one
yeah,
after
yeah.
the other after the other.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why people wonder what the best Warsong Gulch comp would be. It's actually 10 paladins, believe it or not. Like literally like 7 ret paladins and like 3 holy paladins, or like 6 and 4 or some shit like that. And the reason is just because of blessing a sacrifice. Like if everyone just blessing a sacrifices each other, shit looks really funny really fast. Because it's like playing Warcraft 3 and you have Spirit Link on everyone. And it's like,
Just all the rep paladins go Super Saiyan. You just have like that yellow flame around them. It's like, oh shit.
Well, it sucks because they fucking get to wade into the enemy team. You can't kill anything. It's like the only way to counter all that blessing of sacrifice is to do AoE to a bunch of Reckoning Paladins, which is like the thing you don't want to do versus Reckoning Paladins. You know what I mean? So if you tried it with any other team, it wouldn't work because you're like, oh, we'll just AoE the shit out of them and it solves the problem. But against the Reckoning Paladins, it's like, oh, if we AoE on the Reckoning Paladins, we have eye for an eye issues. We have fucking Reckoning charges going all over the place. They're just going to kill us so fucking fast, it's not even going to be funny. So, yeah.
Because it's like, what was it? Oh, fuck, what was I going to say? It's like the... Oh, fuck's after going in my head. Never mind.
They had the same issue in TBC, I think. I can't remember why. Oh well, I'm starting to ramble. We're definitely getting into more PvP stuff than tanking guide stuff. So I'm gonna probably just end the video here. But yeah, I got to go make a PvP video, just complaining about to Blizzard about the PvP stuff, the instant cast spell. Honestly, I would feel much more comfortable about Season of Discovery if all these instant cast spells they gave them were 20-yard range. Because at least the mid-range guys aren't getting deleted out of existence. Like it's one thing to ask a frontline melee class to have a shit ton of HP and to be tanky as fuck. It's another thing entirely to have to ask the mage or the hunter slightly behind the front line to be tanky as fuck, and they're not going to be able to do it. And of course, the other big issue with I might not have mentioned it. Remember, there were the big 3, right? There was Druid, there was Shadow Priest, and there was Paladin, right?
Yep.
All 3 of those classes currently have the ability to bitch slap you with instant cast spells at the 30-yard range mark or beyond, to run away in a straight line, and to effectively heal themselves at the same time. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. All 3 of them have that ability. Can you slow the Druid? Fuck no, you can't. Can you slow or CC the Priest? Not really. He can dispel shit, right? The Paladin has freedom and dispels. You can't slow him down at all. That's a fucking problem. Almost all of them have hots. Literally all of them have hots. Sacred Shield is technically a hot, if you really think about it, right? So all 3 of the... And, of course, Paladins are the most difficult thing to kill in the entire game. So it's like... We have kiting capability, instant cast spells, we can't be locked down, and we're the fucking hardest things to kill in the game. Like, what is this shit? So, yeah. They're on my shit list. All 3 of those classes are on my shit list right now. Ugh. Alright, man. Oh, I'll talk to you later. Good video, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Are you enjoying Phase 3 right now at all? You seem to be much happier in Phase 3 than Phase 2. At least for now.
Yeah, like it's like I could definitely see like it's like Phase 3 is kind of like got me kind of like that whole thing of like, oh, like I think they're only getting, do you know what I mean?
They're only getting stronger.
Well, no, like when you look at like what's it like, that Sunken Temple was the raid, but we still have 2 more raids to come. The what's it called, the Kara Crypts, because remember there was the photo they showed of the Kara Crypts, Gnome gone, and then there's the Skeleton Monastery raid as well. So I think the Kara Crypts, I think they've said is going to be like an introduction, like the level 60, like a level
like
10
MC.
Man.
Oh,
yeah, kind of like MC kind of thing.
Like BRD or something. Okay.
and then what I think is going to happen is that at max there's going to be a raid after that's going to be the Scarlet Monastery raid.
Yeah. No, I get it. Oh, so you're just looking forward to raids, is what you're telling me here.
Well, yeah, like because like already like just busy like doing let's say the princess runs, all that kind of stuff. Like there's the whole kind of like loot aspect to it. So like there's a lot of stuff that's like not even Paladin related. That's got me hyped. So like being able to get like let's say 12% hit. That's already is like okay right now all of a sudden Sheath of Light's kind of like more on the table and all this stuff. Like we spoke with Sheath of Light, that puts even more loot on the table because now the strength defense gear is now.
Yeah. From a theory
DPS,
crafting perspective, it's like a Paladin wet dream. It's really kind of fascinating. And there's
like,
never going to be a right answer. Let's get that straight already. There's always going to be a best customized answer for you.
And it even kind of comes down to playstyle. Like I said, like technically, if you're talking about like the max threat per second possible, it's doing that stuff with the wreck bomb and all that. But you need to play like pixel perfect essentially every single raid, which not a lot of players want to do. Because even when you looked at like the last phase, like Red Paladin basically being the best tank spec, quote unquote, in terms of damage, it's like a lot of people are saying, but I prefer the shotgun spec. Do the ret to parse, and then I switch back to the shotgun because it does enough threat, and then it's like you have like a lot of kind of
your mitigation out the ass. Yeah, it's like what are we dicking around with DPS for? Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But even like let's say like if being able to exorcism that back rather than having to run over and taunt because the taunts are melee range. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Different things like that. It's very nice as well to have. So for me, like I said, there will be kind of like patches where because even in Nomagon itself, like having the shotgun, that kind of stuff. But for me, it's for them to put so much effort into like these kind of like off spec roles or kind of like things that like no one thought existed across the board. Because even with shaman and kind of like things like that, you're seeing that too.
Blessing of Protection is your emergency long range taunt.
Yeah, and you
yeah,
have the macro for that as well.
Yeah,
you want to basically have it like set up like this, where it's like target of target.
Nice.
So then it's basically like you don't have to switch that person who's pulled aggro. You can stay on the boss. This will automatically. So
smart.
If I'm going to intentionally lose aggro off this if I can. Can I?
Nah.
Yeah. So now I have that one targeted. I bopped right. Yeah, I bopped him, even though
spun around. Yeah, no, I saw it. Yeah.
So it's like you have different things like that as well. I have like judgment macro.
Well, in my experience, it's like the mage pulls aggro and your taunt gets resisted or whatever the fuck, misses or some shit, and you're just like, all right, fine. Where's that fucking mage? Let me give him a bop. Let me see if it's just like Jesus Christ.
and having it set up like this, it's like if you do want to individually bop the person, you can literally just throw it down.
Yeah. No,
so it's like
we do tech. Yeah, that's basically our range taunt, literally. Is that also one of the reasons why you pick up why you're going for 2 points in improved bop?
Yeah,
I noticed that at level 60 because you completely ignored the 3% hit and you're like, I'm getting in bop, and I'm like,
Yeah, because it's because I'm already going to be gearing towards hit anyway, and then what you call it, also having like the 16 seconds, the extra 6 seconds to make it 16 seconds, and then a 20-second cooldown. Freedom, that's like 80% where you cannot be slowed or anything like that, which again as a tank is very, very nice to have. So yeah,
especially for speed runs, I guess. Yeah, I could see that.
And then also like I said, kind of like being able to put an extra, like gives an extra 10% fear resist. Now like that I'm pretty sure, like from speaking to Minnow, it doesn't stack with the shadow resist, but it's like having extra shadow resist. So that's why I'm saying like it's nice to have, but you could equally instead of like putting it into the faith, you could 2 points into the improved blessing wisdom as well, just if your raid needs cover for that and all that kind of thing too. So, like I said, even for me, like there's a even with the purifying not purifying power, the infusion of light, whereas you're getting the resets, the holy shock critical as well. But like you're saying there, even with kind of like once you get to like 30% crit, you're starting to overlap and you're starting to lose value of the resets anyway. So That's why I think Sheath of Light is just going to win it. I think.
Yeah.
That'd be the only rune where you'd be like objectively better than.
I think it literally is world buffed or not world buffed is the critical difference. You know what I mean? Because
For sure.
if your raid wipes, literally you should turn into a different tank immediately. You know what I mean?
Pretty much, yeah.
If you have world buffs, your tanking looks one way, and if you don't have world buffs, your tanking is going to look completely different. Because suddenly you need a bunch of stats. Suddenly Sheath of Light might not be the biggest thing in the world. It's like, you're not going to be crit capped anymore, probably. Anyways, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
For sure. Well, like I said, that's why it's kind of like I really wanted to do something just for like the other like the subs I have and all that stuff, but talking about level 25 or level like might as well kind of wait level 6.
Are paladins top tier tanks in SoD in your opinion?
Depends on what you mean by top tier.
Yeah, because everybody wants us for
the
bubble mechanics, and I'm like, okay, well, are we good even without everybody wanting us for the bubble mechanics? Like, what's going on here?
Like that for sure is something that you should always look to try and take advantage of. So like any boss that have like but it depends on the frequency of it. So like I think the last boss of BFD, you were able to basically solo tank that as a paladin because you pull off the stacks. But if the fight, let's say if we were to like triple or quadruple that fight length, you still need to double tank it because you'd only be able to once with the bubble. But in terms of like a general kind of like what's being used or the top end in terms of parsing, like I said, like technically the best tank back then was or in last phase was technically a rep paladin. You just got a rep paladin to do it. Do you know what I mean? Crusader Strike,
Crowd Manual, Pummeler, Crusader Strike, Seal of Martyrdom.
Do you know what I mean? And it's
because what are we? You're not even tanking. You're just literally a rep paladin. That got pushed into the tank role. Okay, that's cute.
That's why I think they've increased the difficulty or the values for
my
Temple.
My parsing in Nomergon was complete dog shit, but everybody loved me because I was like super mitigation and I could hold threat, so it was like whatever. They're like, holy shit.
That's worth so much in a poke because if you're a tank that literally can like withstand all that kind of stuff, you're basically in that scenario where you're what you call it like you're basically almost guaranteeing the run to be completed. It just won't be as speed run, but you don't give a fuck about speed run when it comes to pugs anyway.
And in pugs, wiping more than once is kind of a death sentence. So it's just like it doesn't matter if it takes long to kill a boss as long as the boss dies.
Yeah, that's another thing I noticed as well. Like people do not like wiping at all. So it's like in both the speedrun and the pug, you both want to not wipe, but in terms of the speedrun at least, it's like the healers want the better parts, but they're telling you to go max out on the threat because so it's no joke.
Literally in pugs the way it works is if you wipe on a boss and it's very clear that it's a pretty easy solution, everybody will come back for another try. But if it's looking like the healers can't keep up, or the tank can't keep up, or you don't have enough DPS or some shit like that, then they usually give up and quit because they don't want to be yelled at, kind of a thing, or something. I don't fucking know. And
pretty much.
So what ends up happening is if you're just a good solid tank, like tanky as fuck, and I'm talking like to the point where you can actually borderline heal yourself and just help supplement the incoming the healers, if that makes any sense. It doesn't really matter how low your DPS is; you'll eventually get it down, unless Blizzard puts in bosses that are DPS checks, like Dust to Dust or whatever the fuck this dragon is. So I really enjoyed Nomergon game design because there was no DPS check to my knowledge. It didn't exist. It was always like a tank healer check, and then you could have bad DPS and just get her done anyways.
True, because like that is kind of like an aspect to it as well.
DPS checks are not friendly for pugs at all.
Yeah, like a perfect example of this is second boss Black Lunar. What's the name again?
Yeah, Alex Straza.
No, Veilstraza, I think it is.
Yeah, Veilstraza, the Guild Breaker.
It's
Alex.
So, the Velastrad is the corrupt.
The guild
like
breaker.
This motherfucker here it's just like you have like 40 seconds. If not, then you're wiped. But like that's a scenario where it's like you don't give a fuck about the mitigation because the attacks, the normal auto attacks don't actually do that much damage. It's mainly that you have the fire resist buff, and you should be good to go.
Well, that boss is a weird fight too, because the only way to cheese that boss in Pugs is just to have like 5 off tanks that just keep getting rotated in as people explode, and you're just like, whatever. Oh no.
We need a new tank.
yeah. I've had so many of those where it's like you're on your 3rd tank, and you kill her, and I'm just like, this is not ideal, but whatever works.
Yeah, because
it's very normal also for your main tank to go down, like 100% guaranteed in a Pug. The main tank will die.
Yeah, because it's
kiss your world boss goodbye.
Because you're put in such an awkward position where it's like you have to basically be full threat, and like the trick to it is pretty much like you need to get that mind control resist buff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like it is. But like don't get me wrong, like I like those scenarios. If there's one boss in the game that it's like I'm getting put into a rough position here. I have to make a very kind of a very kind of like unknown choice kind of thing in terms of like what we know about this kind of thing. But yeah, like it's for me at least like the fact like the whole kind of like phase 2, not that hype, phase 3 getting more hype. It's kind of building towards that like level thing because like at the end of the day we've been like it's like everyone like no one's like level 6 and it's been like 3 or 4 months since the start of the server, so there's that whole kind of aspect to it as well. But like I said, in terms of the whole like what I've seen so far, like there's a lot of stuff to make me.
Yeah, I'm also
like
I also feel really good in PvP that they've started giving paladins like actual decent PvP gear. Like that's so important.
Yeah,
it's the same for tanking too, right? Like the Lamellar gear is like, thank fucking God for tanking. Thank you, fucking God.
They could have just relaunched the like as SoD. They could have just relaunched it, not put any of the, but just put this gear in, and all of a sudden paladins are a lot better.
Oh yeah,
I mean?
totally.
Now again, we wouldn't have taunt, all that kind of stuff, but just as to use that as thing, just by just affecting the loot in the game, little things like the shaman mail gear having access to that, or that.
Well,
makes it
literally an era. What the fuck is our tank gear? What is it? It's like Avengers or Marshals, right? Like that's it. It's literally
Avengers.
PvP gear. It's literally PvP gear.
And like maybe like a couple of off pieces like spread around certain things for scenarios, all that kind of. But yeah, it's like Judgment. Judgment's like your resist tank and set. Avengers is like your what's called endgame. Oh, threat set.
Yeah.
What's it called?
And all that shit's PvP.
Yes, gear. Physical thing, you know. And like I said, it's pretty much like rep Paladin gear as well. Like it's pretty similar in terms of that as well. They'd want the 2.52 as well stuff. Some of the Judgment stuff as well, but.
Yeah, other than going mitigation cap, which you already said is an all or nothing deal, Paladin just wants all stat gear. We've had enough years to fuck around with the gearing in Paladin to come to the conclusion that it doesn't matter if you're Holy Shock in PvP or PvE, it doesn't matter if this or that, you just want all stats gear. The only one who doesn't are the heal Paladins in the rear with the gear. It's like, oh, am I a rep Paladin? All stats. Am I tanking? All stats. It's like, what the fuck?
Because like even when we look at it, like from the end game from the AQ set here, and again like this is kind of like half and half, or it's mainly mitigation, I'd say.
Come here, puppy.
Compared to because I have like the cape train, you could swap that out to more tanky one, but pretty much that's what you're looking at, like in terms of world, you're like 11k almost, and then like your armor here, it's like it's like 70%, but you have the priest buff and the lay on hands as well. And I don't think this is including the lay on hands, but
you just get better, you just get good heals, and that's all you need. Like, how many paladins are spamming heals into you with this gear? 1 or 2?
You don't have, I think, 1, maybe. Yeah, because this is not including any armor, the lay on hands or the priest buff. So that's how close you can get to armor cap without those 2 buffs. And both of them give you like 25% increased armor as well. So that's another thing to it as well. Like looking at the end game wise, you're gonna have plenty.
Does this have aura on it? Doesn't have armor aura. It doesn't look like.
Oh, it does. It does.
Oh,
It doesn't have the improved one though. So like
Yeah,
that's
fuck
another
that.
couple of hundred that you could throw in as well.
People
But
have always.
there's so many facets to it.
Yeah. That's a good question for you. People have always been asking me on my tank paladins why I take readout over armor aura, imp armor aura. And
Yeah, because typically holy paladins take that.
yeah, I keep trying to explain. It's like, the increase of the armor from the armor aura is basically dog shit. And there's lots of scenarios where you don't even want to use it because you just want more TPS. So it's like, fuck it. I cannot. I don't think there's a good reason we're not taking imp armor aura technically, but I think the readout just does more. You could talk about trash.
No, the reason would be for the shield specialization.
Okay, good point. Yeah, you're right.
It's fucked up. You need the 5, so you go 5/5, 3 there, 1 there. And
Okay,
typically,
okay.
like that would be your era build. But then because of SoD, we have the hit gear. We can do
Gotcha.
something like
So they keep asking me
Something
why
like this.
readout, and I can't give them a good answer other than the armor is just terrible. I'm like, I don't know why we do
'Cause
it,
it's
but
like-
we do.
it's like 25%, and it's like not even
25% of like 475 or something.
No, it's 735.
Yeah.
Like this is end game though.
Yeah,
But even
so-
that end game, it's like not even 200 armor that
yeah,
you get.
not even 200.
Whereas when you look at like toughness, if I was to
Oh yeah, she's
can I
insane.
get rid of this,
She's fucking insane. People keep
Just-
looking at me weird when I'm like, take 5 out of 5 toughness, and I'm like, what? You're stupid.
it's basically 1k armor because it's 12,300 armor.
Yeah.
Load it in.
Well, how many
It
years
goes
did we spend
13.
yelling at people that there's no diminishing returns on armor? It's like 3
That's
years or some shit.
yeah, because they just look at the damage reduction and go, oh, it's not going. It must be bad. It's like no, it's like it's the same thing. It's just the reduction is
Yeah.
you're looking at reduction in a different way, you know.
Yeah, it's
but yeah,
calculating effective HP gain, literally.
But like I said, like this is without laying hands. Priest, I think it's called inspiration things. But like that's like in AQ gear, all you need is hands to put you up to the
That's
armor cap
terrifying.
anyway. So it's like you'll be like a lot of people are kind of like maybe a bit kind of
Yeah, that's not even an axe shield, honestly.
yeah, like
This
you
is-
could where is it? This is where's 3,500?
It's the plague shield, I think.
Wait, where is it? Where's it gone? Oh wait, this is not including max.
We actually
That's
tanked with
crazy.
Malistar's Defender for a million years, and all of a sudden it's like, surprise. Well, actually, that's not true. You would tank with the rank 14 shield if you were a Giga Chad.
Yeah, both either the healing shield or the
Yeah.
the face of death both have 3.5. So then when you load that onto it
Yeah, and you're
with
like,
the thing,
"Oh."
it's like you know what I mean. You're already at 14.
You're like,
3K
okay,
armor.
yeah, it's really stupid really fast.
Mhm.
Do you put like plus 70 armor on the cloak? Good boy. And you're not dicking around at all with any kind of armor kit. Okay, got it. Well, you don't need
Yeah,
to
like-
eventually, yeah.
Like there is like the
At some
the-
point,
what's it?
armor
Armor
has diminishing returns. Yeah, literally.
so it's like it's something to weigh in as well. But like some of the stuff's going to change. Like that, I'm probably going to this to like a damage in healing maybe or something like that. But like there is, like I said, depending on if mitigation cap is possible, then all of a sudden deep prop paladins or
Alright.
Protodins will definitely want to
Take
explore that.
take
as
note,
opposed to-
people. He still has a fucking flurry axe.
Yeah, it is that good on era, boys. It is that good.
It's so sad.
Level 42.
Yeah, you're like, I'm pure next geared. What's my weapon? Flurry axe. It's like, oh Jesus. If they gave us a 1.3 speed spell dagger, I would lose my shit.
But yeah, like that's
Or
that's
a
one thing that I was
1.3
looking at.
speed spell blade. I was like, all right,
Yeah.
don't ever do it, Blizzard. Don't ever fucking do it. I would actually take a fix of improved Seal of Righteousness over a 1.3 speed spell dagger. I think.
Because I have a setup where it's like I've basically one sec, I'll show you how this works.
It's that Sanguine Blade thing. Look at the Sanguine Blade.
Like, because just to show you how this works as well, because the things like this basically you
You're
can put
just
in like your
showing
own
off
points.
how I'm retarded that I'm not using this and I use WoW.
No, what I'm saying is that you should start using this because you can put in your own values. So like whatever way you weight your stats, so when you
Whoa!
do your mathematical
So I'm
calculations,
doing math
put in
like
your...
like the old way, like a dumbass. Oh, okay, that's cute.
And then once you put in all the stat weights here, and like for here, you can even put in negative values for weapon speed. I put in a negative 4,000. So like the slower it is, the worse it is. Do you know what I'm saying? So once you do all that, it basically anytime you click on an item, all these items like very,
Well,
very,
what's the
very
Inventor's
quick.
Sword? Hover over that for a second.
Yeah. So this
1.4
is what I'm telling you.
crit
1.4,
spell
one.
damage. I was looking at the Sanguine Blade though, because she's also 1.4. Why is she higher valued? What's going on here? Is it the crit? It's probably the crit. It's the third one on the list. Eclipse.
Oh, Sanguine.
Sanguine.
It's 1.5.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. No, that spell power is not worth it though. If you think that,
Yeah.
the 0.4 is better. That's just the sad truth.
Because like even like with this with the 1% spell hit, but it's 210. It's like nah, this
Yeah.
needs to be the thing. And this drops off the Tinkerer in Mara, so like the Goblin boss. But again, like Righteous Judgment, it's up there. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just that fucking quick, you know.
How is it? How is it stat weighting the Inventors over the Judgment? Like you and I would say the Judgment is better than this piece of shit.
Yeah, because the
100%.
way I have it set up, I think, is that 1% crit because it's a critical strike and spells. It's counting as both, so that's basically that 1% is 2% spell crit and 1% spell hit, as well as the 11% spell power.
Interesting.
So that's why that's so high. But again, like I want to get this and then test it on both of them because, like you were kind of explaining, it's like so close between the 1.4 and 1.3. But is that Seal of Righteousness damage going to factor in the both the physical and then also the crit as well?
It would be a little close. I'm going to tell you, Hammer of Righteousness wins in the pugging world just because she has armor. Like 50 armor is nothing to sneeze at.
But it's just so nice to have as well. Like since BFD, like every paladin should have it on you either way. So it's like you have something that's close to competitive rather than okay, I'm max level. I have no good weapon that's close to whatever.
You'll notice how far Flurry Axe got shoved down, but she thinks she's a 1.5 speed weapon in this list.
But
so
I'll this is not factoring in the chance on here, of course, because like it's putting Hanzo's Sword ahead of it, whereas we know Flurry Axe is way better.
No fucking way. Knightly Longsword, we love you. I see you there.
The all reliable.
Jesus Christ. How long did it take us to find this fucking weapon? It wasn't until I started doing like PvE like hardcore guides where we're like, where do we get this weapon? And I was like, oh shit, look at this. Level 33. And there's nothing that compares to her besides Flurry Axe, which is kind of sad in classic. Yeah. And the people are like, what about Hanzo's Sword? And I'm like, well, if you can get it, but it's still not that great. It's just speed. You just want speed. I can't describe it. Where is No, never mind. I'll just leave it there. It pisses me off that Hungering Cold is as bad as it is, because she should be a lot better.
Like that's the thing. It doesn't include in this list, but it's like factoring in the weapon skill. Like you could make an argument because that's 3% hit then and all that kind of stuff. But if you're already
a dwarf,
human,
I say 100%. If you're a human, it's like really.
Yeah, because you're not getting that extra 3% hit. You know what I mean? And like that's what that first 5 points of weapon skill is the best fucking stat in the game because it's reduces glance and blows, gives you 3% hit.
And
it's crazy.
That's also the weird thing about the Hammer of Righteousness weapon is she's a hammer. So if you're a human, you're Gucci.
Yeah.
Nope, it's weird. No, the theory crafting involved is absolutely terrifying. Mm-hmm. I imagine it's much more extreme on your end than it is in my end, because in the pug world, it's literally just like I have to balance ease of getting the gear, cheapness of getting the gear, and then just raw effectiveness between being super tanky and having a good DPS, right? So there actually is a very clear best build in the pug world, if that makes any sense. But speed rating and parsing, and when you're going from boss to boss, fuck life.
But like that's why having this is so good, because it's like I know off general rule it's like at max level it's about 30 spell power-ish for one spell hit I'm pretty sure that was the calculation anyway.
Interesting.
So it's like I could say give that 100 points and then I'm multiplying it by 25, so 2,500, and that's why you see the thing. But there's always like this is again it's a rough kind of list from my end. I'm pretty sure I haven't got the agility right. Well, like the strength, for example, is 3/4 off the spell damage. I think that went. But like different things like that where you know, okay, because Sheath of Light,
well,
75% of the strength is spell power.
The fact that you can swap your runes around in conjunction with the fact that you have a dual talent spec now is opening up options
So
for
much.
you to a terrifying and alarming degree. Like this is not like gearing a fucking warrior or any other tank class in the entire game, if you really think about it, right? Because they don't have anywhere near as many options as we do, if you really think about it.
Mm.
I've said
But that's why I think you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I've said it before. I've said it again. 90% of what makes a top tier paladin player is what fucking gear are you wearing.
Yep.
We are a massive gear check class, not just in Season of Discovery, but in like classic World of Warcraft in general. Like there are so many paladins, like Savix, for example. Savix is a way better fucking paladin PvPer than I ever will be, but he's wearing the wrong fucking gear.
But it's not even necessarily like you have to have this certain piece of gear. It's understanding what makes a particular piece of gear good, and then being able to replicate that. Because there's always going to be like, let's say,
It's
cheaper options or easier
yeah.
options. Because like for example, with the Emerald set,
It's not
with
even
with the
gear. The better terminology is breakpoints.
yeah. Well, that's one thing. But even for example, like the Emerald Dream Helm, like obviously like the Knight Lieutenant is better, but I know that the Emerald Dream I already have. It's easy to
Yeah.
get rather than ranking all the way to
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yes.
there is kind of like that dynamic to it as
Yeah.
well,
Yeah. So
where
when
it's like,
thank God for that, because when I made my PvP video, I ended up doing it around Lamellar gear because people could get full Lamellar gear within like 2 weeks of PvPing pretty easily, I imagine, right? But
yeah,
I was worried when I woke up in the morning if I'd get a bunch of comments of people asking if they could get like a guide showing gear to go into the raid, like pre-raid BIS gear, because the Lamellar set's not pre-raid BIS. But then thank God they put this stuff in the game so you can very easily, get the equivalent of. I was just hoping they
mhm.
understood like the stat prioritization that was going on. Like you want strength, stamina, intellect, spell power is number 1, and then number 2 would be stamina and then heavy armor. This is for like normal people. And then everything else just kind of sucks by comparison. You might use warrior gear if you're really desperate. And I was thinking
But
like worst case scenario, if stamina, intellect gear, or if the Lamellar gear did not exist outside of the rank gear, the first couple of weeks that you're raiding, literally raid like an SOM warrior tank. You know what I mean? Like we used to do. Like imagine if this was still classic, you didn't have access to all this gear, but the Lamellar gear existed. The only way to actually tank for the first couple of weeks would be Seal of Martyrdom and wearing the equivalent of warrior gear, strength, stamina, intellect, that sort of thing.
kind of, it would depend on what way remember that the blessings is the thing. So it's like pretty much the caveat would be like intellect, Sam, armor, clay pieces. Like you could literally show up the molten core if this was era, let's say level 60, show up with literally just off the eagle plate gear, bought straight off the auction house, and you would do just fine. Which are, because again, it comes down to consumables. Are you using your
Oh,
all that kind of
that's a
stuff,
good
you know?
point.
So it's like the like look back to your videos where you're talking about the off the eagle, off the whale,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and like how well that performs in dungeons,
Yeah.
and that shows you it's okay. The paladin base abilities, it's pretty much
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
But like there's other things as well. Like once we get to like level 6, like that holy rat talent or rune, like holy rat is a fucking goblin sapper charge with an extra 10-yard range, and it's fucking holy damage, so the threat gets multiplied by 2.
Oh, it's
So it's like
terrifying.
it's
Yeah,
insane,
it's
and it's on a
terrifying.
30-second cooldown. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Do you know what I mean? So it's like having access to that on top as well. It's just like there's so much stuff where it's like even just just like tanking all the guards of that, just running up close enough so you just out of range, starting to cast the holy light. They start running into you, you hit everything, and then
Yeah.
the tank just taunts the
You just
boss
run
away.
in there with bubble and be like, hold my beer.
Exactly.
Let
Do
me
you know
put
what
a
I mean? It's
consecration down and let me get out this big fuck you, and yeah, we'll get this party started. It's like okay.
exactly. Do you know what I mean? So like, there's just like it's not that the
Oh,
uh
I see. You're in love with this fucking Wrath piece of shit because you're a speedrunner. That makes sense now.
uh to a
Because
degree,
in my
but
brain, I'm
like
like, where the fuck am I weaving this in a solo boss fight? Like, what is this shit?
yeah, it's like for me, it's like gauntlets, like that, like you pick there, just running into guard with the and then just casting that, and then throwing in the consecration, canceling it, and then saying, yeah, let's go, boys, and then fucking drag them away from the main boss, the
Well, you could do really
main
annoying
thing.
things like activate Scrolls of Blinding Light, and then suddenly that spell cast would probably be like 1.5 seconds, so it's completely worth it at that point. 25% increased attack speed, blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking know.
There's so much you can do, especially with trinkets as well. Trinkets are big in classic too. So like being able to swap out into a goblin mortar, and then like you were saying how the Drakova was doing in the thing. Like as soon as that pack's dead, you're switching into a different trinket. There's a Dark Moon card trinket actually.
The mana
that I wanted to
one
highlight.
or the healing yourself one?
No, there was like an AoE one. It procs like an AoE.
What the? Oh, a new Dark Moon card? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sandstorm.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Chance on spells and attacks to summon a
Summon,
sandstorm
yeah,
that
deal
circles you,
whole damage,
dealing
yeah.
100 to 200 nature damage to targets it passes through.
Yeah,
So it's like
it's potentially bullshit, yeah.
that's one thing that I'm looking at as well. So it's like basically the whole trick would be like every single 10 minutes you swap into your goblin mortar, throw that down, then you swap back into this in between kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff you can do with trinkets. And then like I said, kind of just being able to manipulate your rings, trinkets, neck, cloak, wrist, and
any
belt.
idea how and God help me if it's actually useful, Defender of the Timber Maw works for threat?
Not sure.
Summons, I guess you could say.
Defender to yeah, no, that it counts as your DPS, but it doesn't count as your threat. I don't think.
Interesting.
It's like
Okay.
what's it called? It's like the totem, or it's like fucking what's it called? The engineer item as well.
It makes sense now that I'm thinking about it, because I've had scenarios where like I'll summon Timber Maw and I'll stand there and just look at what's happening, like, you know, because I'm trying to like judge how much damage he's doing, and he'll rip the mob aggro off me, and the mob will go and beat the shit out of him, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So obviously he's using his own threat table. Okay, makes sense.
And that's another thing as well, to have the the training dumps. That's like your quote unquote taunt. So it's like you have your bubble and then you have that as well, just to play around.
Oh,
if you get good enough with that, you can basically get them to soak the wing buffets, but it's you have to time it perfectly.
Okay. Quick. Yeah, okay. So, quick question. At a lot of the offensive trinkets in classic World of Warcraft cannot be used in conjunction with any other offensive trinket. Correct. There are a handful of exceptions to this. One of them, most noteworthy, is Goblin Bomb Dispenser. Goblin Bomb Dispenser does not have a cooldown with any other fucking offensive trinket in the entire game. 30-minute cooldown, though. I can't remember if she does AoE. I think she just hits a target. Bomb does 350 fire damage. Yeah, nearest enemy, it explodes. I don't know. I can't remember if it's AoE or not. But yeah, you can activate that. What's dumber about this thing is you can activate this fucking thing
and swap it.
Yeah, he hangs around with you for like a fucking minute. He's like a pet. He'll aggro on the nearest thing you get within, like, I think it's like 20-yard range of him or some shit like that. But you can mount up and like ride at people full speed with this thing active while swapping out to another PvP trinket. It's really fucking funny. I don't know.
Basically summon this, and then let's say for a Goblin Mortar, you throw a Goblin Mortar.
Yeah, so
stuns them, and the bomb hits them.
Yeah, so you do stupid things like you activate the bomb dispenser. You have your Goblin Mortar on you already, but then you swap out the bomb dispenser for any other fucking trinket you want. So it could either be like a flat spell power that doesn't need activation, so it's there for you immediately, or you can swap it out with Zandalari Hero Charm and pop that off after Goblin Mortar is done. You know what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really good stuff.
So like, that's like one thing, even with PvE as well as PvP would be more usable, but again in PvP, it's like if you just seen a rogue, just watch Peo. He has like fucking like, I think 8 trinkets in his bags at all times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, that's one thing. The other thing as well is the shield. You may want to strongly consider going engineering. Like not for this shield here, but this is just an example. There's an engineering shield at level 60. It drops like off one Molten Core. The recipe drops off Molten Core boss, but it basically does like a 30 AOE damage AoE.
Yeah,
it's actually insane. And now the fact that we have ages of that's a permanent thing, it's going to be absolutely fucking insane.
The only fucking annoying thing with that piece of shit is that you have to carry multiple of them in your bag at the same time. Because they break.
Yeah, they break, but that's why I'd say it's like you'd want to avoid using the shield with that engineering shield, because then you've too much block. Yeah. Whereas I think just having the ages should do, and that's why, like, as you see, like, I'll basically kind of swap to just using ages as my main route now, because Seal of Martyrdom I shouldn't really need that for single target because of the way the world buffs and stuff. And then Horn of Lordaeron is a nice thing to have, particularly if, like, let's say the tank groups you're there with a warrior, druid, and being able to give them a little bit of extra crit would be nice. But again, it plays to like what your setup. Like, do you have a holy paladin that's going to be using this anyway? Things like that kind of thing. So,
well, ideally you have
like I said,
horns and kings, and if you have to do that your own goddamn self, then so be it.
Yeah, and you even mentioned with the Sacred Shield as well. If you don't have a holy paladin, then you should be Sacred Shield because it's insane damage.
Yeah, I was utterly shocked when I was doing the math that Art of War with very low spell crit with SOR isn't doing fuck all for you. The problem with it is the that rune came along and literally cut the cooldown of exorcism in half, and that's what's fucking over Art of War right now.
Yeah.
And there aren't really any other good options in that rune slot, so it's just kind of like, well, that's fascinating. So Sacred Shield it is. I was like, all right.
Yeah, because like that's where like I'm going to be testing out the Purify Power.
Yeah. Watch the fucking Sacred Shield hot alone do more threat than fucking Art of War. You're like, let me just flash a light myself and get a hot going here. You know, I got the time, I got the GCDs, and just sad.
Because it would be interesting, because I don't think it does, but it would be interesting to see if the Art of War and the Purifying Power, if those procs stack or if they basically overlap each other. And like I said, it would be something that like I've pretty much already came to not came to realization, but just admit basically that Sheath of Light is probably going to be the objectively better one. Just going to make sure across all the dots, because like I said, the going for more resets when Art of War is already, we were already saying that Art of War in and of itself might not be worth. Then the Purifying Power, obviously, like I said, it really depends on if you are able to solidly spam exorcism holy shocks.
Yeah.
But, like I said, I'll be
big,
letting you know either way.
Yeah, the really big elephant in the room on that subject is Holy Shock. Because when your crit gets high enough, it starts pushing Holy Shock completely off the table, right? Because all you're doing ever is exorcisming or judging righteousness or consecrating. You're not doing any fucking thing else. So at that point...
Yeah, but Holy Shock would be better than Consecration and Judgment, though.
Only on the pull.
No, Holy Shock does more than Judgment.
I don't
the base is higher and they both scale the same.
No, they do not scale the same. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy
Shock,
they're
both 40%.
Holy Shock has 43% spell power ratio, and Judgment of Righteousness has somewhere between 50 and 60% once you factor in the talents. Right? Because she's getting 10% from one-handed weapon specialization, potentially. She's definitely picking up a 15% from 5 out of 5.
No, the judgment doesn't pick up on that. The seal on Judgment.
No, the 15%, the 15, it affects the Judgment. It doesn't affect the seal.
No, I tested it,
okay.
At least when I was testing it, it didn't include the Judgment either.
All right, well go retest.
So that's why I'm
going to send you out to retest. Yeah.
I'd say you double test it as well, just to be cross the T's, dot the I's.
I'll do that, but Drakova yelled at me for years that it actually affects the Judgment. I just never bothered to test it. I was like, whatever, I'll take your word for it. But that's Drakova info, so be advised.
Yeah, like I said, it's for me anyway. I'm not 100%.
Okay.
But either way, we'll test and thing. But even if that isn't then that brings spiritual focus into it, and then spiritual focus, like you're kind of saying there, being able to switch with the like how sequence macro switch
for pugs, for pugs and for a chill raid group, we're talking like low level raids, like 10-man raids. Okay, by the time you get 20 and 30 and 40 man, this goes off the table. But being able to heal yourself in combat is actually worth its weight in gold.
But even like for 4 horsemen.
Yeah, because that's the same deal. You're stuck off in a fucking corner with like 3 people, right? It's the same fucking environment. Another great example is like if you're fucking tanking the second to last boss in Molten Core, right? You're broken up into little teams all over the place, and you can't rely on the healers to be within range, and so you're in that type of environment where self-healing is totally on the table and makes you a Giga Chad tank. Yeah, if you're not healing yourself, you're fucking it up. It's like you don't need to TPS right now. Nobody's asking you to TPS while you're tanking this fucking boss. Heal yourself. What the fuck are we doing?
And just being able to like get no spell pushback whatsoever, and
Oh yeah,
it's just like
beautiful.
having a secondary healer.
The other,
you know.
yeah, the important things to note is that it pushes your mitigation completely off the table, right? Like you cannot block, you cannot dodge, you cannot parry while you're healing yourself. But again, you're this armor tank, so you don't give a fuck. You're like la 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 la, heal self, la la la, fuck you, life is fine, la 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 la. It's really sad to watch because you have so much spell power. You're just like blow, 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 blow. Okay, whatever. I'm taking the boss. Look at me. No. Oh yeah, and your parse is going to be complete dog shit. But you are the best tank known to man.
Yeah.
Oh, your
And
parse
then, like I
is
said,
non-existent.
there's other things as well that comes into this Paladin. The blessings, like Anixia literally becomes a joke because you can time it perfectly while she's in the air and have range kind of thing on it.
Yeah.
So it's like as a warrior tank, it's like you might want the warrior to tank it in the first phase, but when she's going back down, it's up to the paladin to get it back into the position kind of thing, you know.
Yeah.
But that's when the blessings come into effect.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Yeah, you're just blessing it down out of the sky because I can't count the number of times it falls out of the air and then there's pandemonium because people can't stop their fucking DPS. It's like, Jesus, if there's pandemonium on that fight, two things are happening simultaneously. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I always wondered this. Like, what the fuck is going on over there? The first thing that's happening is the taunt resisted. And it's pretty clear the fucking taunt must have resisted.
She can't be taunted.
What? Seriously?
No, basically it's like almost like none of the bosses in like level 60 raids can be taunted.
Okay, say that again slower.
Like none of the almost zero bosses in the level 60 raids can be taunted.
Really? I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay. I think like the not the first Drake, not Fire Mob, but the two Shadow Drakes after they can be taunted. Oh no, Fire Mob can be taunted as well, but like except for that, like they can't be taunted. And Nixie can't be taunted, all that kind of stuff.
So how the fuck do the warriors pull aggro?
What do you mean?
Okay, when she lands, her aggro is on a DPS.
They have to do more aggro, whatever the thing. So, like, to explain the whole...
Oh, so they just pop Reckoning and or Wreck and they just go crazy?
But even then, they're hoping to do more. Because what happens is, once she goes into the air, she starts doing fireballs on everybody.
Yeah,
that fireball will wipe all your aggro.
Okay.
So it's like that's why you want the casters to keep going as like pumping her as much as possible. But if she lands and there's still casters high on the aggro, you have to then out aggro them. But they could have like 20k, 30k threat because she's been in the air so long.
Interesting.
So the whole thing behind it is as a paladin, the fact you have the blessing of threat, you can just watch your threat meter, and as soon as she begins to land, you basically just going to start to spam your blessings and to overlap whoever the highest is on the meter, typically a caster kind of thing, because like I said,
it's always a fucking frost mage or a warlock, one of the two.
Yeah, it's always a ranger or hunters can feign death and all that kind of stuff. But it's like it's one of those scenarios where if you were to do it like properly, as with let's say a warrior tank, all that kind of thing, you'd basically leave her in the sky. You'd tell your mages and range to stop DPS and just before she lands,
stack up,
let
so
the
you get
fireball,
and you can do that.
And wipes their threat and thing, and then the tank takes over. Yeah. So it's like. It's like funny, like watching back the Nixon wipe animation where like he's actually calling out the correct tactics. Do you know what I mean? He's like, go to the middle because I don't want you to. That's why he's telling everybody to go to the middle because they're basically the next one to get fireballed. He wants them away from the raid. And he was even with the thing is like there is no aggro reset. Some people are talking about aggro reset. They just don't know what the fuck to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's like, and you tell them DPS very slowly. You're eventually going to catch a fireball anyways. So it's like whatever.
Yes.
That's funny.
So it's like
no, that is not a meme. He's given out all the correct raid calls. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's actually beautiful.
The only thing they're missing is a Chad Paladin tank to solve everything. That's funny.
Yeah.
Kings. Oh, she's on me. That's cute. Run like a bitch. Go to the wall.
But like back in the day, like no one had add-ons on PS meters, aggro meters, let alone like weak ores and all that shit now that we have.
Imagine telling
you could probably understand his frustration.
My favorite meme of the Onyxia fight is that one warrior DPS like Chobit, a Chob meme. You know what I mean? Where he's like basically.
Where it's like it starts off at the beginning where
everyone's laughing at him, and
then he like fucking ranks and he comes back. You fucking oh man, yeah.
and then the meme plays where it's like you're gonna DPS very very slowly, and he like hears white
Super
noise.
Saiyan mode.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he starts zoning out from him, and he's like.
Charges straight in, pops wreck, starts doing. Boss turns, kills him.
Boss is just spurging out all over the place. Oh god,
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Do you remember that one hardcore video where Asmongold's watching like a top tier WoW guild getting murdered by Onyxia in WoW hardcore, and they just can't hold aggro on the boss. They all have to like petrify out. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but like that's the interesting dynamic to the whole hardcore thing.
Oh, they
like,
were horde.
So
they didn't have a
strategies.
paladin. Okay, good point. Yeah, they could.
But like even in general, like there's a lot. For example, as a paladin, like divine intervention, that's the ability you just can't use.
What
Otherwise, you lose your character.
wouldn't it be bizarre as fuck if they did the stack technique? Is it possible to do the stack technique? The fireball comes down and someone resists it and nobody notices? Is that even remotely possible? Or is the threat meter pretty good about resetting it?
Threat meter should be good enough. I think it's like 20 threat, and I think they enabled it because originally in classic era came out.
Because I have
limited
no fucking idea how that should happen to a top tier guild who theoretically knows what they're doing. But I guess in hardcore you're working with what you got, so it's like pseudo pug environment. If you think about it, right?
Yeah,
you're not getting the A team in hardcore for Onyxia. That ain't happening. Half your raid's the A team, and half of them are like the B team, and the B team sometimes might forget, or honestly, they probably just don't know how Onyxia works. Like I know about the threat reset, I just didn't know you couldn't taunt her. I was like, what? What do you mean you can't taunt her?
There's there's a lot of little things to it as well, and even when you're in that scenario, someone over threading can fuck up the whole thing, because now all of a sudden the boss is out of melee range, the tank's not able to do enough threat, and then DPS keeps attacking,
or that one
tank.
asshole fucking warlock who's like, let me get in one shadow bolt before she lands, and then it crits, and then it's a fucking problem.
And like the thing to it as well is that like usually if that tank or spot where the tank will be and just die, but like the main thing is that you're holding the boss and for the rest of DPS. Whereas when it's in hardcore, no one wants to make that sacrifice. No one wants to jump into the thing.
Yep. No, that is fucking funny. How many times have you had? Maybe you don't live the pug life, but have you ever had those moments in Onyxia where there's only like 4 guys left, and you just happen to be one of them as an H pally, so everything's fine?
Yeah.
Have you ever had that?
It's basically like we might as well have just fucking trioed this, boys. Those scenarios.
I had one of those moments with Drakova too. Like Drakova got killed. There was only like 3 people left. And he was like, fuck, we wiped. And he's like, oh, Pallytime's still alive. Everything's fine. Because at least all it takes is one fucking Paladin to understand rank 1 flash of light. And everything is Gucci. That's all it takes. But I've been dead before watching like 3 Paladins fucking fail to keep the tank alive versus Onyxia. And I'm just like, please rank 1 flash of light for the love of God.
They never do it. They don't realize the power of the rank 1 flash of light.
I had a fun time. I have a very distinct memory of being in doing Twin Emperors. Okay, and every paladin in my raid would be and standing there doing nothing. Okay, all the H pallies are and standing there doing nothing except me, who's just casting like a non-existent mana bar, right? As you do.
But what I think that is though is that there was such like a negative kind of like stereotype around the flash of light paladins, and no one because like typically like there'd be 2 types of paladins. One's that spam the holy light, but like you were saying there, when they do go in, they switch into the flash of light because the blessing light.
I was about to get to that, because that's not what the weird part of the memory is. The weird part of the memory is at the end of the raid, when we're done killing Cthulhu, they're all asking me, at least one of them asked me, not all of them, can't say all of them. At least one of them asked, he was a trial, H Pally. He's like, why, because I ended up getting gear, right? And he's like, why are we giving gear to this guy? His parsing is so bad. And it's like, dude,
He understands his class.
I was standing there fucking healing when all of you guys weren't. Who gives a shit what my parse looks like? What the fuck are you doing? Now, what I was doing technically is I was waiting for all of them to and then I was picking up, because I knew they were going to sit on their hands, and I would just pick it up from there, right? So I was keeping my mana bar at like 80% for the entirety of the fight until they because there's that one magical like 30-second window where your second mana potion isn't quite off cooldown, where you'll as a spamming max ranker.
Yeah, like 20, 30
yeah,
seconds.
And you have to stand there like with your dick in your hand. Now you're supposed to be rank 1 flash of lighting, but apparently you don't fucking know. I kept trying to get them to do it, but they wouldn't fucking do it. Like, I'm not listening to this guy. His parse sucks. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. So that's why my parse is fucking sucking. Because I'm solo healing half the fucking raid, like one side of the two emperors, for like 30 seconds. You know, with holy lights. Because I fucking can. So yeah, my parse sucks. Fuck off. But no,
like that's...
Yeah, so bad.
Yeah, go on.
I was trying to say, it took me like 3 months to get my... It literally took us wiping on Cthulhu over and over again for a while before they actually pulled out rank 1 Flash of Light. Because if you don't know what to do in the Cthulhu fight, she can be a real fucking mana drain, if that makes any sense. It took us like 4 or 5 pulls to figure out we could stun the fucking eyes that were fucking mind-flaying the shit out of us. So like
yeah, because the one thing I noticed, that there was like a huge kind of like negative attitude towards flashlight spam and paladins, which to a degree, like when you're talking about like raids, like you basically want your main healer to be a paladin if you're on the alliance. So it's like typically everyone just followed that holy light thing, but then you were in a situation where you had like guilds that had like 3 or 4 holy paladins, and you're like, what do we do? And then the whole dynamic to it is like 1.5 second cast of flashlight is like putting a hut on a target. So it's like you have the whole place all that you can actually be a raid healer as a paladin, even though it's not, you don't have any AoE heals, you just have really fast flash of light and everyone has blessing of light kind of thing.
Well,
again, the caveat is, you know, that was the noob spec, but
yeah.
if you're a holy light paladin, you should still know about the flash of light, because those situations where you're shitting yourself.
Well, what I noticed from my raids, and this is one of the reasons why they loved me to death, was there was a few parsers, people who wanted to parse in the guild, right? As happens. In normal guilds, you have only a few people want to parse in the grand scheme of things. So what you do is you take your max rank Flash of Light Paladin and you make him heal the main tank, right? Because that's how you're going to parse as a Paladin who wants to parse. Well, the worst thing you can do is back him up by another max rank spamming Paladin. Because they're going to out heal the incoming damage, they're going to overlap with each other, they're going to fuck each other's parses. So instead what you do is you put in a rank 1 Flash of Light spammer, because the two of them combined will never keep the tank quite typed, I forget the wording, he'll never keep him at max HP, which is exactly where a parser wants to be, right? So our main tank is basically losing like 2% life a second. And then all of a sudden he'll shoot back up again because the parser put a holy light into him. And he ends up getting like, 99, 100 parses just because, because he's backed up by a paladin who's basically fucking his own parse in the ass.
Yeah, he's sniping heals basically.
Yeah. But if that's what he wants to do and that's what he enjoys, then so be it. But it was just fascinating to watch all these guys who they would have 85 parses and they're just standing there with their dick in their hand. And I'm like, you see me standing here, like I have the same mana bar as you do, except I'm still fucking healing. Like, catch a clue. So whatever.
And like that, and like I said, it kind of encapsulates Paladin in, even like I said, the holy spec, the spec that no one talks about because it's so quote unquote easy. Because you just press one button, but it's like you have to know these dynamics, these kind of like these little hidden things. Things that kind of make the engine go. I am convinced
that of all the player-based community in World of Warcraft, right? So the rogues, the shamans, out of everyone who plays the classes, Paladin is absolutely packed with morons. And the super deadly combination, big sister to being a moron, which is egotists.
Yep.
I,
Huge egos from
I've
Paladins.
I've never seen people be more retarded and egotistical in the same place and same time with any video game in the world. I've had like that guild experience I had in Talrain's guild, where there's this supposedly top tier paladin tank trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm like, okay, well that's cool. I'll take your word for it. But at the same time, it's like, what are we doing? Like they're if you are a top tier paladin, if you're a legitimately top tier paladin player in classic World of Warcraft, okay, there is no room for you to be so egotistical that you think that other people don't that you know better than other people. Does that make sense?
100%, 110%, 110%. There's even a quote from the Bible where it's
Mm,
like you want to converse with the intellectual and the non-intellectual. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? Because like that's how you get the full picture of life. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. And I kept
Paladins
yeah.
like
Say say
sorry,
say
God.
say say your bit since you're so excited to say your bit.
No, like I said, it's just that whole thing of like whatever about retail, about classic characters, whatever your main is, that's who you are. Do you know what I
Mm,
mean? So
yeah.
like we say for Paladins, like we're calling out like the egotistical, but we mean like these people like they're so egotistical, even though they're not even they won't even look at you kind of. But like any class that has intellect, like mage, well, warlocks, things like that. Whereas like you look at warriors, they're not really like, yeah, they might like think they're like they have a bit of like arrogance or whatever, but like
I'm
their main thing is like the rage heads. Do
I,
you know what I
I
mean? Like
I'm pretty sure what's going on with other classes is that at the end of the day, um, figuring out what buttons to push is pretty easy. Figuring out what gear to put on them is also pretty easy. So at that point, it's basically just a skill check for them. Paladin is a completely different animal because even to this day, we're trying to figure out what fucking gear to put on these things.
yep.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. What fuck? There's so many weird, stupid mechanics behind her that you're just like, fuck off. But that's what makes it beautiful. And
Well, I think
so,
this.
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's a video between I think it was you and Jakova. He was just basically goes on this rant of like how
Oh,
good a
yeah.
paladin is in classic. It completely depends on how it's coded. Auto attacks specifically are encoded in the
Yeah.
code and how
Yeah, yeah.
seals interact with shit. Because it's two different worlds
Yeah.
depending on what way it's coded.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's super weird. But yeah, no, I always found this funny. Like, and Season of Discovery has brought in like a bunch of super egotistical people. Like, holy fuck, what is going on? I think it's like we got invaded by retail or some shit. Basically, is going on in Season of Discovery. So
Yeah.
I'll be sitting there and I'll be having a conversation with people, and I'm like, no, I think this is better, and here's why, and they'll tell me that I'm wrong, and then I'll be waiting for the information as to why I'm wrong. Like, yeah, sure, tell me why I'm wrong. I'm very curious, and it's just not forthcoming. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
if they can't show you the maths, then I don't believe it. I was like, yeah,
it's like, give me
you're
the
mad.
logic, give me the math. Like what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? I don't know. It's
Because
it's it's super bizarre.
but like this is one thing I noticed just from like journal. Is that like there does not seem to be like people just don't understand. Like they just say, "Oh, I'm logical." It's like, okay. What like
Not, and in their defense, 90% of their time, their idea is not a bad idea, but it's not the best idea. Does that make sense?
yeah, or it's like they
Yeah.
have that. Let's say it's like, no, this is the best
Like, yeah, like they'll argue
on strat.
like Seal of Martyrdom tanking is 100% going to be better than SOR tanking. And my brain immediately is like, well, I've done the
Okay,
math.
let's talk maths. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like, well, I've done the math on the subject, and the math says that you're going to, at best, you're going to get within 90% of the performance of the SOR Paladin. At best. Right? Not that, and it's not bad, right? You could go the entire fucking, SOD and tank like that and be perfectly fine.
yeah.
100%. But if we're talking about which is better, there's no fucking question math is on the side of Seal of Righteousness. For now, anyways, for now. Give us different runes, we'll talk about it if they want it. Yeah, whatever, right? Um, but it's just so bizarre. Like I got no, it's just weird. And it gets weirder too because I don't know how to describe it. The ego is the one thing that really
Oh man,
bothers me.
like you're preaching to the choir here. Like back in the era when I was on the panel Discord, this is why I'm not listening right now is when I suggested the Shocking build back in classic because you wanted shock, started the pull, all that shebang.
Yeah.
They laughed me out. They're like, no, this is a mean build. This is good. The excuse actually that was given was my build was going to put such a negative attitude towards Paladins. Going to result shit. Kick me from the Discord for that. And then basically when I tanked the that's we can do it. This guy Killer Dookie, he's giving us he explained the Trek gets half with each mark first out the Trek. And I was pointing to him, I was saying, he's saying it's done. He's like, he can't even speak English, so why would you trust him? You dumb motherfucker. He can't even speak English and he's telling you this. That's what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? So it was like, for me, like you're preaching to the choir in terms of the arrogance or the kind of the hand waving and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, it kind of, even like when you look like Minnow now, Minnow's like he's using that shotgun because it's like the on pull being able to down the trap.
And in retrospect, it makes perfect sense if you really think about it. You're like, oh yeah, on the pull, it's worth its fucking weight in gold. Like
and like the fact that the fights are only 30 seconds as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you get to double dip within the first 30 seconds. It's worth ×2 effectively. No, it makes sense. So you don't need mitigation gear. Everything makes sense. So if you sat down with me and told me why we're doing this over that, my brain goes, all right. Which makes me wonder why other people's brain doesn't go, all right. Ugh.
But that's where it comes down to. It's like, unless S-Fan says it.
Yeah. Yeah, like even today I was sitting here, the entire time I'm talking about SOR Paladin, and you see it in the video I just made, there's no shock, there's no holy shock there. Because my brain is like, let's not do holy shock, let's do a mitigation thing instead. But that's good for pugs, and that's good for normal guild, that's good for 90% of the community. But if you're doing parsing, or you're doing speed running, completely different fucking animal, holy shock all the way. Makes perfect sense.
Well, it was like that, Joe, the upgrades, the calculator. Let me show you. Did this point thing where.
Yeah.
Okay, so, like I have a basic setup that power and stamina is like even. So I basically like 1 point of stamina will equal 1 point of spell power, and then if I have a tough choice between something that's just pure spell power or pure stamina, then I make the call.
Yeah.
But like this generally gives you the way forward. But if we're like let's say if we're in a pure like parsing build, I can change that to 200. The spell damage to now be double because I want it like that better.
Yeah, I gotcha.
One thing I definitely hope.
Yeah.
Get yourselves on grades. There's no promotion or anything like that.
Fuck off, bro.
It was the best tool I found. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! All right.
But
if I want a super min max, listen. I'm leaving the PVE shit to you guys. I'm basically just here for like emotional support for you motherfuckers or something.
But Jesus like I said, there's a lot that you can take from the PvP because even with the gear and kind of say like the PvP gear is a exceptionally good tank.
Oh yeah, totally. But that's just because Paladin needs all stats gear. It's like give us everything. I mean, if we had access to Avengers right now or the equivalent thereof, you'd use it over the Lamar in a heartbeat. Oh, it has crit and spell power. Give me that shit.
Let's look at that stuff again. We got AQ. Increase the spell damage for 23. Increase your critical strike by 1%. Oh my god. 20
agility, strength, intellect, spirit, stamina, spell power, critical strike. It's all stats gear. Even the martial. The only thing Marshall's gear misses is agility. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, I don't think you have the spirit, but like again, spirit's kind of like a wasted stat.
Yeah, it gives you MP5 instead of spirit, which is like all right, whatever. Whoa. What the fuck did you just say? Did you just say, were you retarded enough to say spirit's a wasted stat? Okay, yeah, for your speedrunning shit, sure. In SoD,
on this, yeah, no, but like spirit in terms of the regen,
sure, yeah.
But like I said, if anyone wants to see how good armor and stamina is alone, look at your whale or the spirit videos where you compare spirit versus strength and the intellect.
I would go a step. I would go a step further and point out that so Drakova has a bunch of videos where he's using tier 1 judgment suits and he's beating the crap out of AQ40 geared players in tier 1. All right. And when I examined what the fuck is going on, A hidden superpower of the tier 1 suit is that she has so much fucking spirit on her that she basically might as well have like 80 MP5. It's ridiculous. On top of that, she's like super stam heavy. So she ends up being just like this amazing like endurance suit. Drakova beat the shit out of me in tier 1 when I was full tier 2. I was like, what the fuck is this gear? Terrifying stuff. Beautiful stuff. Oh yeah, the Lawbringer is absolutely monstrous.
I said Lightbringer.
Lawbringer, yeah. She ends up being like over 5,000 HP. She has like oceans of spirit on her for her level. Just absolutely terrifying. Yeah, it's like, what's that, 92 spirit? What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
No, that's terrifying.
Yeah, and again, you have to, like you're talking about, like high armor, not high stam per se, but like a decent amount of stam, high armor, and then healing as well.
It's for her era. Okay, so like 4,400 stamina in phase 1 is really good. That's your break point. 4,400 for PvP. This thing you're running around with like 1,500. I mean, my bad, like over 5,000. She gives no fucks. Her fire resist is through the fucking roof, especially if you have Hand of Rag. She's sitting on an absolutely amazing amount of spirit. No, the spirit's just ridiculous. Like, it's literally like 40 or 50 MP5. I'm not joking.
And then, like I said, on top of that, it's like you have 100, almost basically 140 healing power on top of that as well. And then when you start adding in rings, trinkets, all that kind of stuff that you can augment around that as well. That's why it's like banana set was like, typically is like if anyone was going like for ranking, any Paladin's new ranking.
Yeah. Like,
but even in the era, this is a decent enough set because you get enough.
Pull up tier 2 really fast. You'll notice the stamina doesn't go up at all. So that's 153. And this is 155. Wow, we gained 3 stamina. Congratulations, we fucking did it. We lost almost, 42 spirit. Okay, whatever. It's just like, what the balls? Look at the fire resist. Fire resist.
Like a lot.
Fire resist went up, but shadow resist dropped drastically, I do believe. Tier 1 has a shit ton of shadow resist on her. I guess not.
It's only 24 versus...
No, 30, yeah. Okay, so I guess this is better. It's just straight up better. But it was just weird to watch him beat the shit out of me, tier 2 versus tier 1, just because he has almost twice my spirit. I was like, what is this shit? He's not judging on cooldown. He's like just worshiping at the altar of spirit regeneration. He whoops my ass. Terrifying. Ugh. And
it is one of those things that it's like if you flick back to era, it's like you basically want to level a Paladin with spirit. Was it enough intellect just to cover your rotation, and then after that is...
Yeah, it's like about half your gear is stamina intellect and half your gear is spirit gear. But it depends on what you're doing. Maybe it's like 30%, 2/3 spirit gear. But you end up just doing like heavy spirit gear. It's so weird too, because it's like, oh, I don't have any damage, but then you're like casting infinite spells on the enemy. You're trying to get rid of your mana into damage on the enemy. You're like, fuck, too much mana. Ah.
No, yeah, because that was one thing that like the first guild I was in, like I was telling the Paladin, oh yeah, like make sure your spirit's really good when you're leveling. But like he was like, oh yeah, but he thought I was being sarcastic.
Oh.
Like he didn't actually believe me that spirit was good for Paladins. And then I showed up to the first raid in BFD, like head to toe intellect and spirit, and he goes, "Oh, you weren't joking about that stuff." I was like, "Of course I wasn't joking." And he was like, "Oh, I was having a couple of mana issues." Like, yeah, because you don't have spirit.
Yeah, we actually have to shout out Jugs of Light for that one, because he's the one who really got me turned on to that. Because I just didn't test it. I was like, it's probably good, but I don't have time to test it. And he's like, hold my beer, and I'm like, what? I watch his videos. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like,
he's doing like Scarlet Monastery runs and never sitting.
Yeah, he's like, I just don't need to drink. This is fascinating. I'm like, god damn. Okay. But no, we didn't know the math on spirit, basically. Like, nobody knew that it was like, 4 spirit is like 1 mana per second, or like 1 MP5 or some shit. And it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, because everyone's like, oh, mana per 5 is there.
Yeah, everyone's like, 10 mana per 5, that's so good! And then you realize that that's like, 20 spirit. I'm like,
Because like that's why like doing the calculation yourself, doing anything that we even spoke about in this whole pod, it's like do it yourself, test it yourself. It may not work for you.
Here's the sad truth. I believe that the only reason that you and I and a few others, so Minnow comes to mind, Drakova comes to mind, are top tier Paladin theory crafters is because we actually go and test shit.
For sure, yeah.
I'm
That'd be a
not
cool part of it.
joking. If I had a list of like the crazy things that have been discovered over the years by you, Minnow, me, or Drakova, it's probably something stupid like 80% of all Paladin discoveries are between the four of us just testing shit. Which is fucking weird and sad.
There is kind of like a caveat. You actually have to understand what logic is. You can't logical
Hmm.
law of identity, non-contradiction.
Yeah.
Like you need to actually be like logical, mathematical in
Yeah.
your approach.
So, for
But it's
example,
like just a lot of people. Yeah,
yeah.
good.
But for example, I could tell you how many people do you think can tell us how um, the Dark Moon card procs work specifically, and how they work in conjunction with Seal of Righteousness? How many people do you think have ever tested that?
Not a lot. And then even within that, there's mechanic, or the way like there's two on hits. There's like the effect on hit or chance on hit, and then there's the equipped on hit kind of thing. And
Yeah.
I don't
Oh
fully
yeah.
work as well. Yeah, actually, can you explain? Actually, need to take a pee anyway.
Okay. Oh, you mean you like to everyone? Oh, yeah, okay. The equip on hit versus the whatchamacalls it. Yeah. So Seal of Righteousness will times 2 proc anything that is basically a weapon enchantment type deal. So your seal is a weapon enchantment. The proc effect on your weapon is is basically a weapon enchantment. Frost oil enchants your weapon, therefore it times 2 procs with SOR. But then any outside source, so we're talking like Dragon Breath Chili, we're talking all the trinkets that are supposed to on equip, chance to proc, blah 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 blah. Those aren't enhancing your weapons, and so they're not times 2 procking with SOR. However, some make it past. Like some of them say, like on equip your auto attacks do shit, and somehow that makes it through. So you literally just have to get up off your ass and go test things just to make sure that it's working the way it should work, based upon what we know. Because sometimes weird coding slips through the cracks. The Dark Moon cards did not actually slip through the cracks at all. They're actually PPM, and they do not times 2 proc with SOR. What that means is if I'm wielding like a two-handed weapon, they'll have like a 10% chance to proc per hit. If I'm wielding a flurry axe, they'll have like a 3% chance to proc per hit. So they're PPM. So the fast weapons, they're not synergizing with fast weapons or anything like that. So you have to test to see if something is PPM or if it's proccing every auto attack. Blah 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 blah. You have to get up off your ass and you have to go test
Like,
things. Is the TLDR of everything. Even in Season of Discovery. Oh, do you even know this? Because I was confused in the guide. How the fuck does Aegis plus 30% shield block value and readout block value work? What are the mechanics there? Is
yeah,
it
for me, it's basically additively. So it'd be like if you bought with them, it's 60%, and it should be your total block rating.
okay? So it is okay. So Minnow was trying to tell me it's shield. I was trying to tell him Krova said otherwise. So if I had 100, okay. So if I had 50 shield block and then 50 plus block, so 100 total, right? It would add those two together and then take 30% of it plus 30% of it twice, right? So it'd be 160 block. Is
Yeah,
that your understanding of the mechanics?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, because Minnow was like, no, it's actually only going to be plus 30% from the shield, but he specifically was talking about shield specialization for that. And then I was like, okay, if I accept shield specialization works that way, what about Aegis? And he just didn't know. But then Drakova was over there, and all Drakova said is like, we couldn't test back in phase 1 if how it worked with gear that gave us plus block because I don't think it existed. But he was like, they don't compound. They stack, but they don't compound. And I was like, okay, good, Gucci. Usually when Drakova tells me something, he's not fucking around. So you need to go test the 5 talent points in Seal of improved Seal of Righteousness to see if it increases JOR damage by 15%. Because Drakova
Yeah.
says so. So, yeah, you go do that. I could probably get on Era and test it, to be perfectly honest. Era. Oh, did you hear?
Oh, we can test it now. Fuck it.
Did you
Test
hear?
it now.
Did you hear about the weird era testing or the hardcore SOD overlap?
No?
Okay, so someone in my comment section said that he quit SOD recently at like level 35 to go back to hardcore. They cleared a Martyrdom and no loot dropped because it's using the same coding as SOD, and they didn't want any loot dropping if you were clearing Martyrdom in phase 2 in SOD. And I started laughing my ass off. All the Seal of Righteousness ranks, they all do 20% spell power ratio now. Rank 3 isn't special anymore because they changed it in SOD.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, isn't that funny? I thought that was funny. Whoa. Okay, so your plan is to remove all your talents. Why is it only 80
I should have
silver?
just fucking changed spec. Fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was about to say there's like 3 different ways you could do this better.
We live and we learn.
Yeah,
Where to go? I'll probably go Hinterlands.
I like testing it on the ogres in South Shore, but you can go do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, that's probably the Hinterlands, probably, or Highlands probably be the quickest place.
Yeah, Hinterlands is fine.
So yeah, we'll wait till thing. I have Sheath of Light, so I'll just make sure that we're doing Sheath of Light and all that kind of.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'll wait here. No, this is peak Paladin theorycraft gameplay right here. you think no, he's laughing, but this is no fucking joke.
No,
this is
it.
You fuckers have no idea how much gold and how many fucking hours of my life I have spent in Classic WoW testing shit. Oh, does Palytime know this and no one else does? Because I fucking tested it. That's how I fucking know it. So, like, Jakova literally would give me, he would make me spend all the gold to test shit. So Jakova would be like, hey, Palytime, how does that work? Can you go test it? And I'm like, bitch, that's going to cost me like 50 gold. And I wouldn't say that to him, but I'd be like, motherfucker, and now I have to go test this and it's going to cost me 50 gold. The one expenditure that really comes to mind is Ebon Hand. Right? Somebody had to go test the proc chance and the proc rate and the spell power ratio on Ebon Hand. Ebon Hand cost me 1,500 fucking gold in like phase 1 or phase 2 or whatever the fuck I got that thing. I think it was phase 1 in Fresh Classic. That is an ocean of gold. And I tested it, and it had no spell power ratio and a 3% proc rate. And I was like, fuck off. Because at that point, the weapon was useless. I'm telling you an Ebon Hand story here really fast, okay? So the weapon was terrible and awful and no good and useless and just a complete waste of my time and a waste of my gold. Super unhappy about that. But then came Classic Era. And do you know what the best one-hander for a Holy Reckoning Paladin is in Classic Era? It's fucking Ebon Hand. Any idea why?
No clue.
So Ebon Hand's like, I think she's 2.5 speed weapon. She has stamina, but more importantly, she's the only one-handed weapon in the game that actually has fire resist worth a damn. Yeah, and so it's actually that 7 fire resist and that 9 stam that make her Biss with all those fucking fire mages running around. It gets even better when you're talking about like she has a decent wreck bomb behind her. So when I was fighting Smog is a fucking Palm Pyro fire mage, and this is what's coming to kill my ass. So you put on a shield with good fire resist, you put on this fucking one-hander, you get your fire resist super up there, and you just basically just face tank the shit. It's not as good as, it's even better than Hand of Rag, because Hand of Rag's not going to give you enough fire resist. Yeah, but good luck getting that. Fuck off.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Thunder Fury has.
If you are a paladin and you have Thunder Fury in Classic World of Warcraft, you are a piece of shit.
You're a legend, an absolute legend.
You are. Do you even have it on Era?
No, I did have it, but my character got deleted.
Whoa.
Because I didn't log into it, so it is what it is.
Okay.
But I have it back on the. I can log into the Wrath one and show you on it.
How did you even get one? How did you even How did a guild even? Did you just like soft res it and like pugging it style or something?
No, it was like basically the way like we had kind of like a guild that was kind of competitive a speedrun at the start, but then it kind of, I think by phase 3 we kind of broke apart. But we got insanely lucky. We basically had like one run where double binding dropped, and then another run back to back where double binding dropped.
All right.
Or something like that. It was something crazy like that. So it was basically kind of
like.
So
the complete opposite of my luck, basically, with Hand of Wrath.
Yeah.
Thanks. Awesome.
It was insanely lucky, but it is what it is, you know.
That is fucked up, man. No, honestly, if you have Thunder Fury as a paladin in Classic WoW, you're a piece of shit. Straight up,
It's
hands down, piece of shit.
it's quite unique though, where that AoE proc does so much threat. It's like 250 threat, I think, per proc.
Yeah,
up to like 5 targets.
it's the best one-handed weapon for you in the game, pretty much forever and ever and ever and ever. Unless I don't know, is Flurry Axe even better than it?
No,
Didn't
Thunder
think
Fury is
so.
still best.
Didn't think so. Yeah, I've done the math on Thunder Fury. She's the only weapon that actually tells Flurry Axe to get fucked.
Because like even
in PvP, that thing's nightmare fuel.
yeah, like it's like that 300 damage proc, and it procs like fucking 60%, 70%.
It's a fucking machine gun. The most horrifying thing I ever ran into was a rogue that had Thunder Fury in PvP.
Oof.
Because you could not cleanse the dots off of you anymore. Because Thunder Fury puts 2 fucking cleansable dots on you, which is the stuff of nightmares. And I was like, fuck, I don't have a 2-hander. I'm a Reckoning Paladin without a 2-hander. I can't beat this rogue. That was the only rogue I actually couldn't beat on Faralina. But if I had Hand of Rag, you'd be super dead. But that's because rogue life, right? But yeah, if you're a rogue with Thunder Fury, you're a Giga Chad piece of shit. Giga Ultra Mega Chad piece of shit. I love it, by the way. I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm saying like, you go girl kind of a thing. But goddamn, if I see that, I just get pissed off. Okay.
All right, so we have Sheath of Light on, nothing else. And then we Judgment. We're getting 237.
Yeah, she has a spread of about
that.
10, I think. So you might be here for a little bit.
So we got 237. Let's use this.
Do you have a calculator that'll tell you what the high roll is, but possibly?
No, not at the moment. 364, that's a crit, so we need to divide that by...
Divide it by 3, times it by 2.
Yeah, so we're getting about 220... 220... Wait, 2...
Divide it by 3, times it by 2.
Math.
That'll give you 2/3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, about 220, 230-ish for that crit. Wait, the Judgment, yeah, so...
So
121.
Your other Paladin spec
242.
has 5, is what you're telling me.
No, this has none in it at the moment, but I can just add the... So we're saying 237, 239.
Yeah, we're looking for a high roll. I usually look for low rolls or high rolls and then go from there. All right. I'll leave you to it. I'll just put it in the comment section what the end of the result ended up being, but I'm super curious.
We'll be able to check now, because if it's 234, yeah, okay, we'll say about mid 230s, right?
Yeah.
So between that to 245, so
I
we're
guess
saying...
I guess at 15% we should see a massive increase, not a tiny little limp dick increase.
Yeah. So let me just...
Don't do that. That's going to increase your Sheath of Light.
Fuck! Okay,
Yeah.
we're changing spec.
Yep.
Oh god. Okay, so do the intellect. Go 1, 2, 3, 5. 3, 5. Boom.
No,
So
I
now
fuck up these tests all
230.
the time. It's terrifying.
So right,
All
so
the fucking
230,
time.
we're saying that this should
Mid
be
230s, like 230,
36.
234, 235, somewhere around there.
Yeah. So make sure this is up. 260. 62, mid 260s. That's about a 30 increase.
Is Drakova right? Must we bow down and worship?
Right, so wait, yeah, so 2. You get to see that again.
It used to be mid 30s, so it was like 234, 235, and that just went 262. So yeah.
Yes, that was a high one. Ah, fuck yeah, you're right. You should have waited for. So that's 261. So what we want to see, the highest we seen was 240.
Like 239, if I recall, right? 240.
Yeah, so that'd be 276. Okay, that was 394. My God, these maths, man.
Divide by 3.
262. Yeah,
okay.
262 there. 252.
Ooh.
And that was still with Sheath of Light. So I think that 260 is the high end.
Possibly. All right, we'll
So
keep
it's
at it.
not-
You can see it's definitely not useless.
250.
Oh, Woof.
50. At 257.
Yeah, 60
So
might be a high roll. All right, let's see. Let me pull up a calculator here really fast. Is it increasing the base damage? Then of course you have to ask that question. Is the spell power going up by 15%?
So yeah, 200. So then 100.
234 times 1.15 equals minus 234. It's telling me that your high roll should be 269, and in theory it should give you plus 35. So your high roll should be 265. I mean, my bad, 269.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of like 250s. I think 260 was.
Yeah, maybe it only increases base damage. That's really weird. But you can see it's definitely not doing nothing. So.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that like we have 200 spell. Let's work backwards. 200 spell power. That's adding about 100 damage onto it. 100 damage minus 230 would be 130 plus. Did I go wrong there? So 200 is the base. Then if that's another 100 onto it, and we're saying how much is the thing? It was about 230-ish.
Yeah, I saw a 262. I'm minusing 240 from that because we're looking at kind of high rolls. You're at a minimum, you're increasing the damage by 22, which is interesting. So that's like 10%. So that's either 15% of the base with no spell power ratio, or it's 10%.
That makes sense. Because if we're doing 235, then we minus 100 because we had 200 spell power. That's 135 plus 15% of 135 would be about 20.
Yeah,
which is it's not affecting.
We'd have to do more testing then, just because we still don't know if you've high rolled or not. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no sheath there, but it is what it is. Yeah, so maybe Jakova's half right, half wrong, or they changed some stuff. Very interesting. Anyways, it doesn't do nothing, so be advised.
It doesn't do it. It's definitely something for the judgment damage. But again, like I think we're talking about like this talent in general. It's basically giving you like maybe 2-3 DPS at best. I think if you're doing Seal of Righteousness, Seal of Martyr, completely different story.
Yeah,
Seal of Righteousness, I think this is like 2-3 DPS.
If it affected the spell power, I'd be on board. But since it doesn't seem to be affecting the spell power, then it's dog shit.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Seal of Righteousness is going to start saying weird shit like 200 base damage at rank 8 and plus 500 from all the spell power. So it's like if it's not affecting that 500, there's a problem here. I do know that one-handed specialization does affect it though.
Yeah, no, it will. So like that's part of it to it as well. So if you're deep prot, you're probably going to want to go with that because you basically want as much trap per second as possible from any place that you can. Because again, comparing here, you're not getting much mitigation.
64.
But I think I think 265 is like the high. Because if we're saying that 254 was the lowest, I think we've gotten so far, 264 should be the highest because it's like a 10 point swing.
It used to be 262 was the highest I saw. I just saw 264. Math is trying to tell me that we should be seeing a
270 plus.
No, a 269.
269
but
plus.
that was me taking your like 240 high roll and getting like 115% off of it. Anyways, it is what it is. Once you get more spell power, it should become painfully obvious which one is actually happening here. But the fact that we can't tell is kind of interesting. Oh well, whatever.
Yeah, because 261. So yeah, like the fact that I didn't get one, because we should be saying it should be adding at least 30 if it's because of the bonus spell power. So the fact that it only seems to be adding 20 highlights the fact that it's only base. So at the moment, take it as it's only increasing base. But that being said, obviously more tests.
Yeah.
Way out at level 60 anyway.
Eventually Blizzard's going to get around to fixing it because people are going to keep bitching at them. I just don't think people know that improved SOR doesn't do anything. I suspect that now that SOR tanking is going to be the norm here forward, the bitching will start happening about improved Seal of Justice. Next thing you know, they're going to be like, "Oh, we're fixing an issue," and it's going to be off to the
fixing
races.
an issue.
Yeah, we're fixing an issue.
That for me would say that like you're probably better off doing the spiritual focus because being able to just swap into concentration aura and start healing yourself is very, very nice to have.
Yeah, for now, definitely. Especially in these like low pug rate environments, totally.
for sure. But yeah, at least we know, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna end the video here, and Daily Assault boys, I'm kind of exhausted. Whew. No, I like talking to you. 100%, 10,000%.
Yeah, 100%.
Good talks. Yeah, no, this is literally what peak theory crafting Paladin gameplay looks like. Super fucking boring. Spending all kinds of fucking gold respecking. I hate you all. Ugh. Terrible. And then, of course, Blizzard will change things from now and then. You know what I mean? Just like stealth nerf
And then we
this
do it all
or stealth
over again.
that, buff that. And it's just like, fuck off. Yeah. So, good luck.
It is what it is, as they say, you know.
What else is fucking weird in the Paladin tree that I'm... yeah, two-handed specialization also increases seal and judgment and all that stuff, just like one-handed specialization, which is really fascinating.
Yeah. Where is it?
Yeah, in the ret tree.
This one here.
Yeah, but to be perfectly honest, I go to the protection tree really fast. To be perfectly honest with everyone, unless you're getting mitigation capped, Holy Shield isn't worth anything, but one-handed specialization is worth its weight in gold. That is a monster. That thing is like, oh, like hold my beer, all judgment damage increased by 10%, all SOR damage increased by 10%. It's like, what the fuck? White damage increased by 10%. This thing does not fuck around.
Does it do grenades and sapper stuff as well, I think?
I don't think so. I think it's anything associated with your weapon. It doesn't affect oils, so that's why I'm going to say no for
okay.
Grenades, because that wouldn't make any sense. But yeah, I think Holy Shield sucks, unless you're going for mitigation cap, to be perfectly honest. If it had 8 charges, I would feel differently about her.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Because even the scaling, like when you look at it, it's 20% spell power scale, and then that's
so
you know,
bad.
like that's if you get all 4 blocks.
Yeah, if she needs to be 40% at a minimum. Everything Paladin is 40%, unless we tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I think consecration is 33%, but that's because it's a dot.
Yeah, so
it has a weird thing, but everything else is 43%.
Yeah, so the whole reason why we're out here is he says that SOR scaling is like 50%. I say it's actually higher than 50% because it gains 50% from the blah 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 Judgment of Righteousness specifically. And we just tested it, and the answer is no. No, its scaling is around about 50%. I think Judgment of Righteousness' scaling is literally 48.5% scaling. It's not 50, and it's not lower than 48. That's all I fucking know. I've tested it enough to know that it's somewhere in the vicinity. I'm talking like I tested it with like 100 spell power. And the thing's like, I'm like 49 or 50 or something like that. I hate it. So, be advised.
For sure.
Holy Shock is 43, though. So, that's also kind of cool.
Yeah, it's because there's a general formula that they use that's like, for like each second, it's like gets divided. I think it's like 3 seconds is...
Well, I think it's just 43% because that's what Flash of Light is. But that's what Flash of Light is when you have the spiritual focus, the plus 12% to it. Its base ratio, I think, is like 38 point something, if I recall correctly. So I find it amusing.
No, it should be every single 1.5 second cast or an instant cast should be 43%, and then if it's, I think it's like 2.5 second cast is like the longest. That's where you get 100%.
Bruh, those are general rules that the game follows.
Yeah.
Those are just that's the general rule, but you know the game breaks that shit. So I swear to God, it just
even in SoD so far, we've seen like the Avenger Shield scaling up attack power and spell power.
What happened?
That's not classic at all.
What the fuck happened to Consecration? When did she get a massive spell power bonus? Did you notice that?
What you mean?
Okay. So in SoD, Consecration is doing 40% spell power ratio over its duration, over 8 seconds.
It should be 33.
No, I think it's 40%. But feel free to prove me wrong. But in actual era, she was doing something retardedly low, like 10% over 8 seconds. I'm being serious because yeah.
No,
you'd be like
thinking Wrath it goes down to 10%.
Wrath it goes down to 10%. But I'm talking like Faralina, Era, my Consecration has no spell power ratio behind it. If we could pull up our old Cargo's videos, he's even talking about it in his guides, how it has like a non-existent spell power ratio behind it.
Oh no, the non-existent spell power to do with the per second amount.
Yeah.
It's like 4% or something like that per second. If you're doing it, but if you're just talking about consecration, like as the total, it's 33. So like that's what I mean by 33 in terms of it's scaling like that.
Yeah, no,
Whereas
and I agree completely. But I'm talking like I'm talking like I'm in phase 2 of the fresh launch of Classic. I'm testing consecration. The fucking thing has like 20% spell power ratio over the entirety of its duration. And then I jump into SOD, and it's somewhere between 33 and 40%. And I'm like, why? Like, when did this happen?
It should be, it should be the 33, but we can...
I have old videos of me outside of Ogremar in full tier 2 with like 500 spell power on people. And my rank 1 consecration is ticking for like 22 damage a tick, 27 damage a tick. Which means it has a non-existent spell power ratio behind it. And I'm just like, but I came into Era and SOD, and I was like, why does this have so much spell power ratio behind it? That's so fucking weird.
No, that should be that's correct scaling. That's 32% scaling. If it's 27 damage.
You mean for
because it's like 8 damage
for an 8
on the air, yeah.
But I'm saying it got buffed in SOD is basically what I'm saying.
I don't think it did.
Okay.
We got a critter here because consecration.
We're Paladin experts here, people. For the record.
we swear.
We know everything. We test everything. We're not crazy.
Okay, right.
But like I'm trying to say, like eventually Blizzard changes things for us. So your plan is to consecrate on something, see what it does, and then bitch slap it for the bonus spell power, and then do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's wait, is that the best way of going about things?
Yep.
Okay.
It's even better if you're naked, but whatever. 43. What rank is this?
43. That's max rank.
Okay,
so
that's fine. And then
43. 1 second. Let me pull out the book. Consecration.
We don't need the base or anything because you have spell power on your gear right now. Just hit the thing. We'll see how much Sheath of Light.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or let Sheath of Light fall off, and we'll do it again. So it was 43. Click off Sheath of Light. Cool. And just consecrate on something. How much spell power was Sheath of Light? 38. So 43 to 38. We lost 5.
So yeah, we lost 5 per tick.
Go hit that guy. I need to know how much spell power Sheath of Light gives you.
Oh, sorry. It's like 130-ish, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just less than 130, about 128.
All right. Out comes the calculator.
So, yeah. So 5 times 40 damage.
Well, we're losing...
Yeah, that's about 1/3.
Okay, 1/3 spell power ratio?
Yeah, do the calculation on the screen, though, anyway, just to prove it.
All right. Well, we lost 40 damage over 8 seconds, right? So I divide that by... How do I do that again?
You multiply that, so it's 40 damage, right?
Yeah,
total.
over 8 seconds,
and then we had 120,
right?
128 spell power.
So I need to figure out what percentage of 128 spell power is 40. So if I divide that by 3, I get 42. So yeah, that's about right. So that's 33% of existing spell power. So you're correct. So it's not 40%. Yeah. Okay. Paladin experts here, people. Peak Paladin theorycraft gameplay in the field. Pally time is wrong. Tareyak is wrong. It just is what it is.
We're all wrong.
Yeah, everybody's wrong. Awesome. Fuck off.
Yeah, but yeah, like that. That's why it's like you like consecration is not a bad button to hit. On DPS.
On my math, I was calculating her at 40%, which means she's a button worth pressing over Holy Shock. But if you're telling me that she's only 33%, she rapidly becomes a button not worth pressing over Holy Shock.
Because so it'd be like Exorcism, Holy Shock's Judgments, and then consecration.
Because once you're like fully raid buffed, or this is not the casual stuff. This is like top end stuff. You have like 1,000 spell power. It's all about the ratio more than it is the base damage. But in this case, max rank consecration does 280 base damage. Holy Shock does like 320 on average, so she has a higher base damage, and she has a higher ratio, which means if you can only push one button, push Holy Shock. But if we start talking about taking the rune that makes consecration crit, then we have to have a different conversation. So
yeah, we need to start adding the spell crit onto the thing and all that good stuff.
Well, what's crazy about Wrath? I think it's Wrath right there. What's crazy? Read it. Stay. Hover over Wrath and read it. So it adds your melee crit on top of your spell crit. And if you haven't noticed, they're double dipping us so far. And
if you know,
yeah, and Avengers,
if you notice this,
okay, I'll stop.
Where it says like improve your critical strike chance to get a hit all spells and attacks, that's 1% spell hit crit and 1% physical hit. But because that physical hit, because of the rat talent, that physical hit then gets transferred into spell hit as well. So we're basically getting every single time you see this critical strike with spells and attacks, that means 2% spell hit and 1% physical crit.
So basically, I'm trying to say there is a world where the gearing makes Wrath better than Fanaticism. I think Avengers does the same thing. I think she's pretty loose on her terminology of what's getting buffed and crit-wise, but I could be wrong. I think I am wrong. I'll take that back. But yeah, so if they keep up this like a percent double dipping thing, Wrath is just going to start going Super Saiyan, which is kind of terrifying if you think about it.
And like the caveat is if you ever see like effect crit with spells and attacks by 2%, that's 4% spell crit.
Oh, so have you tested it yet? When the crit happens, is it 100% or 50%?
50%.
Fuck. Okay, whatever.
It's a spell, so it's like you can
understand. It's a spell, yeah. Watch the Warlock's dots get 100% for no fucking reason. Watch them decide that Void Plague needs to do even more damage, so it does 100% critical strike now.
But like that's something the track note was with the eye for an eye. Do the dots crit now count? Because then a warlock could literally kill himself by just applying the dots. You know
yeah, I'm still waiting for the reckoning charges. It'll be fucking funny. It's like, do I even want to cleanse this shit off me anymore? I mean, that's fucking hilarious right there.
You know
If it procs,
in the last second.
Well, I don't want it to proc eye for an eye because I want it to proc reckoning. Because that way I can get dotted up in BGs and just wade into people and be like, start cutting people to pieces.
For sure.
Yeah. It's going to be fucking chopping Paladin all over again. Holy crap. So, yep, that's what I was looking forward to in Phase 3 until the Emerald Nightmare literally fucking broke me. Holy God. I can't stand Emerald Nightmare.
I actually called that in the count on Discord. Patch launch, I was looking it all up. I was like, lads, I'm telling you, this Emerald Nightmare stuff, that's going to be the highlight of the patch. And sure enough, fucking, it was crazy. It was like 100 gold and a level.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
It wasn't the gold that killed me. Okay, so there's a bunch of factors that came together, but what really did me in was the fact that I had geared to be a tank in Nomergon. Okay, and my master plan to level to 250 was I would just tank dungeons, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But then this Emerald Nightmare shit came out, and if you didn't notice, if you're not wearing DPS gear, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have DPS gear. I'm a fucking tank. And then it's like, well, maybe I can go do dungeons and get to level 50, but then you're missing out on all this fucking gold. And it's also a rep grind for a rune? What the fuck? Mm-hmm. So, like, nobody wants to party with you, like, all that stuff. And I was just like, And then the Spurred Fest was over 9,000. The retail vibe started kicking in, and I was just like, I'm going to wait for 60 because I don't even want to get into the PvP grind when I'm, like, still have an arm tied behind my back. So I was just like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be back later, bitches.
I'll get you, bitch.
Yeah. But I still have to do all the theory crafting apparently, which is the sad thing. Pallytime, help us! We don't know how to push button and not die.
Hey, more content, though. More content, baby.
No content. It's okay. Listen.
Calculations.
I do like a 2 hour. I'll do like an hour-long video and upload it to YouTube. But what you don't see behind it is I spent like 6 hours figuring everything out at a minimum, right? And then getting everything.
And it's not just one set, like I said with the block set. It's like that's all. Different runes, different scalings.
Yeah, it's not like I didn't look at everything. Like what? Goddamn! So it literally ruins your weekends to be a content creator as a Paladin theorycraft. It's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
So like Comeback Kids was like,
you're doing the actual calculations.
Yeah, it's like make me a tank guide, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'll go make a tank guide, and then it's like 7 hours later. Blah. I'm like, fuck, 7 hours just to tell people that nope, SOR is gonna be king, just like I said it would be.
But like that, like that's the thing as well, where it's like, when it's like, oh, like what's the spell scale for this? It's because you've done the calculation so many times, and if you're factoring in resistances, if you're factoring in
Yeah,
10%
and
sanctuary
yeah,
war,
so
all that
the
stuff.
only reason you can do it within 7 hours, which is super fast, is because you have all of the ratios you can just pull up in your head immediately. So it's like we've
Yeah.
been here before, we know how these mechanics work, blah 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 blah. Like I didn't have to look into the fact that this, one point, like what about this 1.4 weapon? Is it going to be better than the 1.3? The answer is fuck no, because I've done the calculations before for the damn Spellblade from Nax and for Hungering Cold. We already know Flurry Axe wins at 1.3 effective weapon speed. Yeah, it is what it is. There's another weird thing I was gonna say before I was gonna take off. I did bitching here about my life. Is dude, trying to get the Paladin PvP community to gear tanky is like ripping fucking hairs out of my nose. It is the most bizarre thing in the world. I'm like, take Hand of Reckoning for PvP, you absolute fucking morons. And they want to take Crusader Strike instead? The one that's been driving me insane is they want to take Art of War over Sacred Shield. I don't know if you saw the PvP video, but I was basically like, okay, look, you donkey, you absolute donkey. Okay? When you're pressing W towards the enemy, and they may or may not be running away from you, because this is Season of Discovery, but when you're pressing W towards the enemy, Art of War ain't doing shit for you. Sacred Shield is. When you're forced to stop and heal yourself, because that's what it's going to happen. Is Art of War doing anything for you? No, it's not. Is Sacred Shield there for you? Yes, she is. When you're physically on top of the enemy and beating the shit out of them, and so only now Art of War is actually doing something for you, is Sacred Shield still going to be doing something for you under these circumstances? The answer is yes. I don't know if you saw the math. I ended up doing the math for Phase 3 just to absolutely prove this point. If you're physically on top of an enemy with Holy Shock, okay, you follow me on this? And you're using Holy Shock with Art of War, like a 20% critical strike chance, Art of War, and with the fastest one-hander you can possibly find, Seal of Martyrdom for ×2 proc, and you're using Holy Shock to do absolutely nothing but heal yourself, you'll have 300 HPS. Sacred Shield, under similar circumstances, but using SOR instead, you'll have 377 HPS. Okay? The main thing Art of War does for you is she's causing your DPS to go from like 550 to go upwards of like 515. So she gives you like plus 65 DPS, but only when you're in melee. At the cost of like minus 77 HPS. You see where the fuck I'm going with this? So I can actually sit down and be like, this Paladin is better than that Paladin, GG's. And people look at me like I'm fucking retarded because apparently damage is better than being alive somehow in PvP.
Because even when you look at like Sheath of Light is so good, but if you cannot hit the target, you're not getting any spell power. That's why Infusion of Light, at least, you can force the reset by getting the Holy Shock crit and all that stuff. But even then, like we said, it's all about kind of like, you need to survive long enough to actually do your things. So stuff like the Sacred Shield,
she has a 43% spell power ratio behind her. She's a fucking hot. She's a flash of light every 6 seconds when you don't have to do anything. And when you have the hots rolling on her, it's just fucking insanely Super Saiyan. Art of War just doesn't compare. For PvP purposes. Now, if you're a deep ret paladin, you could make an argument for Art of War over Sacred Shield, because since you have Repent, you can close the distance with the enemy or run away very safely and consistently, right? You don't have to face tank shit as much before you're physically on top of people. So Art of War there, but for every other paladin, it's Sacred Shield all the way. But no, I thought that was really funny, because you would think eventually. I don't even want to know how high you have to get the melee crit with Art of War before Sacred Shield, like, in theory, you could eventually do Holy Shocks into yourself nonstop until the end of time, right? Like, if I had 60% melee crit, theoretically, but I'll do the math on that, and the math will probably come back that you only have like 450 HPS. So it's like, oh, okay. Yeah,
because and then even then you're talking about your basic global you've so many resets, but you're already global starved. So it's like Art of War's not really putting in that work. Whereas Sacred Shield, no matter what, you're always getting some sort of
Yeah,
value
yeah, yeah.
because in a PvP scenario you're going to be taking damage.
Well, that's the other thing that's super selling you on things like Art of War over my bad, Sacred Shield over Art of War, and then Crusader Strike. Man, my bad. Hand of Reckoning over Crusader Strike is it frees up GCDs, and those GCDs get to go to super duper important things such as cleansing yourself,
Cleansing,
freedoming,
freedoms,
yeah, like
all the good stuff.
yeah. So it's like you're double dipping on the usefulness. So yeah, I don't know how to describe that to people. It's really sad and annoying. But a lot of people take me seriously. A lot of people don't. Just is what it is. Suppose you have a preacher to the choir there.
As the saying goes, you can take a horse to war, but you can't make.
A lot of people just don't even watch our content, and they're like, "No, I know how to paladin tank. I'm the best paladin tank there ever is."
Yeah.
Oh
And
no!
then, but like I said, you see it like I've seen a couple of videos. Like I said, there was the shotgun one where it's like, no, you just strength, but he wasn't factoring in what if the spell power shotgun also goes out, not Art of War,
Seal of
Sheath of
Righteousness.
Light.
Yeah.
Then there was there's another one where it was like a guy, he was literally just purely just like, no, deep prot is the way, all that kind of stuff, and he was like, again, I can't fault him because he is showing like deep prop can't be pullable.
Yeah,
all that
yeah,
stuff.
they have legitimate arguments. It's just usually what I always find interesting about other guides is they're very good about arguing why their build is good. Okay?
Yeah.
But they're very bad about arguing why the other build might be just as good or better. You know what I mean? They end up kind of straw manning the other build, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. But it's something that I've noticed just in like general kind of like a lot of like young people nowadays. They don't they think they do, but like they just, like you said, they're just straw manning the other side. They're not actually kind of like doing objectively. They've already made their mind up before.
Like
it's like,
objectively
okay,
steel manning the other one, seeing how good it can be, and then slamming it into the other one and see how they hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's so crucial because like you're not going into the build. You might be going to the build saying, "Oh, I think this build might be better," but it's like you're basically making this as best as you can. You're making this build as best as you can, and then it's like a robot wars kind of thing where you just go in, they mash each other. And, okay, right, this is better. Yeah, it'll mitigate more.
I had super high hopes for the shield paladin because I didn't understand the mechanics. That I could have like 100% dodge and I'm still going to get crit 6% of the time because homie's rolling nat 20s over there. Right? I didn't understand that mechanic, and so my brain was basically like, no, this block shit should be fucking amazing. And then I started crunching the math on it, and very, very quickly you're like, there's no fucking DPS here. What is this shit? Yeah. You're like, what?
But the caveat to the block build though is gauntlets or AoE, mass AoE. Like with that much block, you're basically taking no damage.
She's insanely legitimate under any circumstance where you don't need like the final boss in Gnomeregan would be a perfect boss fight for the shield block build, or even the chicken build, or the second to last boss in that fight is beautiful for it, because you don't need amazing TPS in that boss fight unless you're literally speedrunning or people are trying to parse or something stupid like that, because you're catching me on the threat meter, go push a button. Oh, you're catching me on the threat meter.
Or switch target.
Yeah, go hit the squirrel rather than the chicken. Meanwhile, you've got like 300 block with like a 65% block chance. Like, holy crap, give me that shit. Yeah. And
that's where your notice Aegis starts to put in some serious work and all that shit.
Yeah. And if you're tanking enemies that are attacking really, really fast, so they're not going to like one-shot you out of existence, but you just need like raw mitigation against this particular boss. I don't think any of them really come to mind. Patchwork doesn't even work like that. He hits way too hard, right?
Yeah, like typically boss would be like 2 second speed or 2.5 second speed. It's not until TVC Prince in Karazhan, the last boss in Karazhan, would be a good example of a dual boss where he's attacking every second.
Yeah,
that's where Paladin tanks were renowned for being the best, because you had the 8 charges of your shield as well and all that shit.
Yep. You just stand there and just like, suck a dick. But yeah, for speed running and trash pulls, you're going to be using the shield spec, I imagine, like 100%. just because why the fuck not? You could just pull insane packs of mobs and just sit there and laugh at them, I imagine.
Yeah. And again, like level 60, like depending on what the block set would
Oh,
be.
and-
Again, the
Okay,
protection tier
yeah,
set as well.
and when we say quote unquote the spec, keep in mind what I mean by that is he's still probably going to be Holy Shock. He just has Aegis and Readout.
Yeah.
And he's not using max mitigation gear because he actually wants Readout to proc, like unironically.
Because like that's the thing about going armor cap. It's like you don't shut off readout. Whereas if you get 140 defense, if you get defense cap, then this is literally useless. But either way, you still want the shield specialization for the extra 3%.
That raises an interesting question. It is possible for us to get mitigation capped, but to still keep getting crit on the table, and that might be a viable thing to do if you really think about it.
No, in classic it works different.
For at least the really, that's not how that would work.
No, if you get 105%, let's say if you had 105% block, that would push the crit table.
Yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm trying to say here is, let's say I'm at 100% mitigation if both Holy Shield and Aegis are up. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, and you can still get crit. Yeah,
I can still get crit, which means Readout can still proc, which means I can keep my block value up high for long periods of time. That might be a legitimate thing to do. You don't want to be crit capped, but you want to get as close to there as you feel comfortable getting. Because again, most of your threat will come from your reflect damage.
Yeah, if you're deep prot, then yeah, for sure. Because again, the added benefit to Holy Shield at least is that it's trap, but it's just very bad.
So so your options would be to put crit and crushing blow off the table, or to push Readout off the table. Like, Readout, get fucked. I'm like, that would be kind of fun.
But again, like that's why it's so nice to have Aegis as well. But yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, once you get to level 60, I'm pretty sure everyone's, or should be at least, they'll be like kind of mass testing everything, or at least if they see this video, see how easy it is to fly to a random location, start attacking a mob.
No one's gonna test anything. Do it Fuck that way, off. They're gonna sit there and wait for us to do it. Don't give you that shit.
Probably.
Oh my god. All right, well, I'm gonna end the video here because I gotta go take a shower. Jesus.
Same here.
All right, man. Day is fault.
You do it, day is fault, boys.
Lol.